Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. I could smell the delicious aroma of food wafting through the air. Sir, please enjoy your meal. I can come back in an hour. He called from the hall where he was seated. Nonsense. There's no need for that. I'd have to wait for my children to come back anyway. We can have a quick lesson during this time. Since you've already wasted half a day, I don't want your contribution points to go to waste. Yoshio replied from the kitchen. As you wish, sir. Kida said. Though there was no need to think about contribution points, he still wanted to learn the jutsu in one day, not because of the money, but to test just how far his Sharingan could go. There was a time when he'd learned 5 jutsu in one day. At that time, he had heavily relied on shadow clones, creating tens of them. With the help of soldier pills, shadow clones, and meditation to sort the memories, he had somehow managed to accomplish it. But now, he was close to achieving the same feat in just one day, learning 3 high-level jutsu without using a single shadow clone. That was the power of the Sharingan's copying ability. If one had seen a jutsu used enough times, it wasn't impossible to recreate it with little effort, let alone when someone was teaching you directly. Even now, only half the day had passed, and he was close to completing his daily goal. Maybe I should try 5 jutsu next time, Kida thought. After 10 minutes, Yoshio came out wearing his forehead protector. Let's go to a training area. We can't practice that jutsu here. Yoshio said with a smile. Yes, sir. Kida replied and followed Yoshio to the training area near his house. So, do you know any wind jutsu? Yoshio asked. Yes, sir. I know wind blade, wind instantaneous movement jutsu, and rotating shuriken, though I don't have much control over the last one. Kida answered. Show me all 3 of them. Yoshio said. Kida complied without question, as every teacher he met wanted to gauge his level before teaching him. It was easy for Kida to understand why. After Kida performed each jutsu once, Yoshio nodded. Good. Your wind chakra manipulation is not bad. Do you know fire stream jutsu as well? Yoshio asked. Yes, sir. Should I demonstrate that as well? Kida asked. Yoshio nodded in reply. Swoosh. The area in front of them was engulfed in fire as Kida used fire stream jutsu. Good. With all these combined, it should be easy for you to grasp the concept of this jutsu. Even though this jutsu is just a C-rank technique and is normally used to complement fire style, it has quite destructive power on its own. If used by a skilled ninja with ample chakra, this jutsu can uproot a small forest, let alone deal with any ninja standing in front of you. It's optimal for creating openings. Yoshio explained. I understand, sir. Kida replied. Good. Now, let's start with the basics. Yoshio said as he began teaching the process step by step, from hand signs to how to mold chakra, and when to convert normal chakra into wind chakra. Yoshio then performed the jutsu himself, creating a gust of wind powerful enough to lift children into the air while easily knocking down adults. He then demonstrated a supercharged version of the jutsu, which, as he explained, easily uprooted the tree in front of them. Seeing the power of the jutsu, Kida began learning it earnestly, succeeding on his first try. With only practice left to fix minor mistakes, the process was completed seamlessly thanks to his prior knowledge of other jutsu. After 1 hour, initially, I thought you might have wasted your contribution points by coming to me so late, but it seems I severely underestimated the talent of the younger generation. Good job learning this in just 1 hour. Now the only thing left is practice, and you master it in no time. Yoshio said with a smile. You're praising me too much, sir. It was all thanks to your wonderful teaching that I was able to learn it so quickly. Kida replied. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is the first time I've taught someone? Still, I'm happy you appreciate my teaching. Yoshio said, patting Kida on the shoulder. Even though I don't know many jutsu of other chakra natures, wind jutsu are all under my belt. If there's another wind style jutsu you want to learn, just ask me. I'll be happy to help. I'll take you up on that offer, then. Kida replied as he bid farewell to his last teacher of the day. After leaving the training area, Kida checked the time. It's still just 2 p.m. I have so much time left. Maybe even 5 jutsu a day isn't my limit. Sigh. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, let's focus on what I've already learned. The thought. He created a shadow clone with almost 90% of his chakra. After the upgrades from his Sharingan and Senju lineage, Kda's chakra reserves were massive, almost twice that of some jonin in Hidden Leaf Village. At this stage, 90% of his chakra was truly astounding. Since the clone already had Kda's memories, it didn't need instructions. It went directly to the training area and created 29 more shadow clones. Normally, he could create 100 clones easily, but they wouldn't have much chakra. Because the goal of these clones was training, he created only 30, one for each jutsu. With 30 clones practicing the techniques, Kda made his way back to his house. Chapter 313, A Break from the Hustle. You're back early? Yami said, opening the door for Kda. Yeah, they didn't have many options at the moment, so I just learned 3 jutsu and came back. Kda replied. You're the only person who'd say learning 3 jutsu in a day and just in the same sentence. Yami chuckled. No, I think I know some more people with the same problem. Kda said, chuckling as well. So, what were you doing? He asked. Nothing much. Aside from playing with Kinta, I was studying for my Chunin exam, because unlike you, I don't have some super strength to breeze through it. Yami sighed. You praise me too much. Kda said, acting shy before continuing. Since I haven't learned this anyway, let me accompany you in your learning, my lady. Kda said with over-the-top etiquette, bringing his hand forward. Hee, sure. Yami chuckled, letting Kda hold her hand. But let's eat something first. I was about to have lunch. You're hungry too, right? Yami asked. Yeah, I'm starving. Kda replied. They shared a hearty meal, followed by a study session until he came back in the evening, her expression resembling that of an employee from a dark company after a typical 15-hour workday. Who the hell said rich people don't have to work? I'm almost considering going back to being a housewife after all that work. He exclaimed. I know, but I'm sure you'll handle it. If you want, I can come to the bathhouse with you tomorrow. I may not be able to help much, but I can share some of your workload. Kda said, handing her a cup of tea with a calming effect, a lighter version of the one he'd made during the Danzō incident. Yami went behind the sofa where he was sitting and started massaging her shoulders. Sip, that'd be great, but not tomorrow. You can help after that. Tomorrow, you have to go out with Yami. He said. What about me? Came a voice from the backyard. Naruto, why are you coming from there? Yami asked. I went to introduce Kenta to Hyuga, but that's not important. And, what about me? Brother said he'd play with me too. Naruto exclaimed. Yes, I know. I was about to say your name as well. He chuckled. Phew. I was worried for nothing. I already told my friends that Big Brother would play with us tomorrow. Naruto said, concerned about his reputation. Sure. Kda replied with a smile. After this, Yami and Kda went back to studying while he started cooking dinner. Though Kda had suggested multiple times that they hire someone to cook, he always turned down the idea, saying, I like to cook for my children, and it's not tiring for me at all. At 6 p.m., Shizue came back, visibly exhausted. I shouldn't have left the Uchiha clan. Shizue said, taking a glass of water from Kda. What happened, brother? Kda asked. That old man isn't as nice as I thought he was. Now that I'm under his command, he's overworking me to the bone. He just gave me a mission to complete within a day. Shizue grumbled. And? Why is that a problem? Kda asked. Any other Jonin, even an elite Jonin, would need 3 to 4 days for the same mission, but he said, that's for normal people. You're not one of them, my boy, and we can only grow by pushing ourselves out of our comfort zones, Shizue said, imitating Hyuga. Ha, that's so true. Kda chuckled. Laugh all you want. I can see it as clear as day, you'll soon join me in my misery. Shizue said with a click of his tongue. Kda understood the implication but didn't pay much attention to it. Brother, since you're free, why don't you help us with our studies? Kda asked. I'm way too tired to even reply. I'm going to my room to rest. Wake me up when it's dinner time. Shizue said before heading to his room. Another day passed. Once again, everyone returned to their routines. He went to the bathhouse with a firm warning to Kda not to work today and to enjoy his outing with Yami and Naruto. Naruto went to the academy after reminding Kda at least 100 times to pick him up and take him to his secret location afterward. Shizue almost made an excuse to take a day off, but a Nanbu ninja arrived to fetch him on Hokage's orders. I'll arrange the best medical ninja for your stomachache, so came to my office. Was the message sent with the Anbu. That old man is really going to work me to the bone. Shishui muttered before following the Anbu ninja. With everyone gone, only Kda, Yami, and Kenta remained at the house. Hey, do you think Kenta feels cramped in our house? You said he used to live in the forest, but now he only has a small backyard. He must miss his old life. Yami said. I doubt it, but let's ask him. If he feels that way, we can always take him to the forests around the village. Kda replied as they headed to the backyard. Kenta had just finished a heavy meal of beef and rice with honey-flavored sauce and was about to nap when his new friends arrived. Hey, Kenta, how are you doing here? Kda asked, patting the bear's head. Gwa. Kenta released a small but happy roar, indicating his contentment. Yami thinks this place is too cramped for you. Do you want to go to the forest, Gwa? The bear let out a cry almost resembling that of a young boy about to lose everything. I mean for a walk in the forest. Kda clarified. The bear released a sigh of relief before declining the offer. Okay then, enjoy your sleep. We're heading out. Kda said, patting Kenta's head before leaving. How did you know he wasn't missing his old home? Yami asked as they walked. He's just too lazy to care. In the wild, he only left his cave when he was hungry or if another predator entered his territory. The rest of the time, he just slept. Here, he doesn't have to worry about food and can sleep all he wants. Why would he be sad? Kda replied matter-of-factly. Now that I think about it, he is pretty lazy. Yami chuckled. Anyway, since we're going out after so long, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Kda asked. How about we revisit all the places we went to on our first outing? Yami suggested. That's a great idea. Kda agreed. They began their journey at Ikiraku Ramen, where they set a new personal record. Afterward, they visited various shops and parts of the village, ending their day atop the Hokage Mountain, gazing down at the peaceful, quiet village. Chapter 314, Ninja Games. Hey, it is almost time for academy classes to end. Yami said, nudging Kda. Ugh, I was just starting to enjoy this. Kda cried. Well, it is you who have to explain to Naruto why you were late after he explained how important it was for you to be on time, so that you can play all of the games he had decided with his friends and you. Yami said with a chuckle. Yeah, let's go. We can't let all that planning go to waste. Kda said. He and Yami went towards the academy, waiting at the gates for Naruto. Big brother. A shout came from the crowd of children leaving the academy. This was just a normal school for children, because unlike 5 years before, Hidden Leaf Village is not in such bad shape that it will need 5 to 6 years to become ninja in case war happened. Seeing Naruto, Kda waved his hand along with Yami, though he was surprised by what he was seeing. Unlike the popular belief, Naruto was not without friends in childhood in the anime. People like Shikamaru, Choji were more or less his friends in the anime, because unlike other times, Danzō couldn't scare off children of some of the well-respected and well-connected clans of Hidden Leaf Village, especially when they were children of the clan heads. And just like in the anime, Kda was seeing Naruto running towards him, not alone. He was dragging Shikamaru with him clearly against his will, while Choji followed behind with a bag of chips in his hand. Big brother, you are here. Naruto said with a smile. Here, he is my friend Shikamaru, and he is Choji. He is also my friend. He said, pushing Shikamaru ahead who was trying to sneak off, while pointing toward Choji who was slowly making his way toward the group. Huey, I was nice meeting you. You must be busy, so I will not waste any more of your time. See you. Shikamaru said with a straight face and then placed his hand in his pocket, making his way toward his house. It is nice to meet you as well. Naruto always tells me about you guys, how he made some best friends in the academy. I was looking forward to meeting you guys, and Shikamaru, I am not busy at all. Yay, let's go, brother. We have so many things we have to do. Naruto said as he dragged an now deflated-looking Shikamaru. What a drag. Shikamaru murmured under his breath. The reason Naruto didn't introduce Yami was simple, all of his friends were already familiar with her. Unlike Kda, she normally visited them usually for picking up Naruto but also played with them sometimes. All 5 of them first made their way toward a training area where Naruto had placed many ninja tools, mostly made up of paper but some made up of wood as well. Let's play ninja. He shouted proudly, showing his collection. Kda gave a cursory glance to the weapons, checking if any of them had blades. After making sure that all of them were well-edged and safe, he nodded his head. So who is going to be the enemy? Yami asked. Since it is Big Brother Kda's first time playing with us, he should be the enemy. Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Okay, if you guys manage to defeat me, I will treat you with something delicious after the game. Kda said. Hearing that, Choji, for the first time, took his hand off the chip bag and asked, You are serious, right? Of course. I never go back on my words. Kda said with a smile. What's the point? You are Kda Uchiha. I hear that you won the Chunin competition in Hidden Clouds Village. There is no way we can ever win. Shikamaru said, shrugging his shoulders. But it is 4 against 1. If we try, we may win. Yami said, trying to encourage the boy. He is too smart for that, Yami, Kida thought. Hey, Shikamaru, if we win, I will not disturb your sleep during class for 1 whole week. Naruto said with a completely serious face. For Yami, that sounded like a joke, but Kida, who knew Shikamaru's personality, was impressed. I knew it. Though Naruto appeared foolish to many in the anime, he was a rare genius who was just too nice and good to use his brain like a true ninja in this bloodthirsty world. He was by no means a dumb person, Kida thought. As he was predicting, Shikamaru became ready, but from the look of it, he was not ready for a game. No, he was ready for war. The price of his victory was 1 week of peaceful sleep, a price too big to forget for him. Continuing from the previous edit. And with this, 4 of them scattered all around the forest in the playground, while Kida had to enter after 10 minutes. Shikamaru, now more attentive than before, shared a plan to win, with winning conditions as simple as landing a single hit. He had a little confidence in winning. Though Naruto and Choji already knew how smart Shikamaru was, it was Yami who was most surprised by the plan Shikamaru had come up with. He not only told the perfect way to go but also took the strength and weakness of each person into account, planning the position and timing. It was almost like the techniques she was learning to become a Chunin. That meant this 5 to 6-year-old boy was able to come up with techniques of Chunin level easily. What will he become when he grows up? Yami had a terrifying thought in her mind. Let's go. With the briefing complete, all 4 of them dispersed. Swoosh, swoosh. Many shuriken, most made up of paper but some of wood as well, assaulted Kida as soon as he entered the forest. But the difference in strength was too much. Even without activating his Sharingan, Kida easily evaded all of the shuriken. Now! A shout came from the background, and Naruto shot out from the shadows with a kunai in his hand. With no technique, he went with a simple attack, which Kida easily deflected, leaving Naruto running toward the tree. He had to throw the kunai and save himself from colliding with the tree. While Kida was looking toward him, Choji swiftly made his way toward Kida, throwing many shuriken, which he knew Kida had to evade. Shikamaru also cut off other evading routes. Good. Kida said, but unlike his word, he evaded Choji's attack with ease as well, leaving only Yami and Shikamaru to attack. Yami, being the only one with some chance, was waiting for a perfect opportunity. As soon as Kida evaded Choji and pushed him toward a tree, Yami appeared behind Kida with a swift motion of her wooden shuriken. She aimed for Kida's legs, which were his most unstable point at the moment, but soon she guessed it was a trap Kida had set specifically for her. She swiftly evaded Kida's hand coming toward her neck, which would have meant her defeat. Wow, that was fast. Kida said, but Yami didn't stay there for any longer and swiftly flickered away. By the time, Naruto and Choji had run away as well. So now I have to find them, huh? Kida said, and within a second, he appeared behind the tree Naruto was hiding. You're dead. Kida said, lightly tapping Naruto's head. Hee hee. Naruto just chuckled at that, just happy to play. Kida smiled and then flickered away once again, appearing behind Choji, and then behind Shikamaru. That was nice planning. You almost had it. Kida said, tapping Shikamaru's head. Yeah, right. Shikamaru said, shrugging his shoulder. With only Yami left, but Kida actually didn't know her location, showing just how well she had trained as a tracker and sensor. Naturally, she knew how to hide perfectly as well. Well, since you are using your techniques, I could use mine as well. Kida said with a smirk, and then suddenly his eyes started glowing red with 3 tomoe appearing in them as well. With Sharingan activated, Kida could easily see the trace Yami had left behind, which were imperceptible with normal eyes, showing just how much of an advantage a KK Genkai user had. Without any training, Kida could be a better tracker than Yami with just 3 tomoe Sharingan. With Sharingan activated, the game ended in seconds. TCH, I worked for nothing. There was no way we could have won. Shikamaru said with a dejected tone. Well, if you want, we can play once again, and you guys can come up with some new tactics. Kida said. With your Sharingan, there is no tactic we can come up with, not even if there were 10 of us. Shikamaru said. Yeah. Yami chimed in, frustrated about the outcome. Even though she knew that Kida was powerful, it was still completely frustrating how easily he could outsmart her in a field where he had 0 experience and she had trained like crazy. Anyway, you guys did great. The treat is still on me. Kida said, lifting the mood of the team a little, especially Choji, who was the most happy, followed by Naruto. While all of this was happening, Kida's clones were relentlessly training in the new jutsu he had learned, with each clone dispersing itself at 30-minute intervals so that Kida would not have to suffer headaches. Chapter 315, family's workload because with tens of shadow clones working continuously learning new jutsu, if all of them dispersed at the same time, the headache he would get would be enough to ruin all of the fun he was having. That's why all of the clones took turns dispersing themselves, while Kda made new ones to maintain the numbers every 3 hours. It was already his second day when he was maintaining 10 clones for each jutsu. That means, for each jutsu, he had invested almost 20 days of continuous practice. The jutsu he already knew how to perform, thanks to the teacher he got for free. With all the extra training he had done, the use of the jutsus were almost perfect for him. But he still needed to make all of the hand signs for each jutsu. Though completely removing the need for hand signs needed years of practice, or if shadow clones were used, hundreds of shadow clones, Kda simply wanted to reduce the number of hand signs for specific jutsu. So he would have a better chance at using them in real fights, specifically the Iron Skin jutsu. So much so that out of 30 shadow clones, 18 were only focusing on the Iron Skin jutsu while the rest were focusing on other 2. With the Iron Skin jutsu under his belt, Kda's clones could even hit each other, tanking some hits to perfect the jutsu as well. With this, his training was becoming more and more refined. At the same time, he was also enjoying his life, eating in one of the famous restaurants of Hidden Leaf Village, belonging to the Akimaki clan. Though Naruto wanted to eat Takaraku's ramen, Kda insisted on taking them something better, with a promise to Naruto on taking him there some other time. After eating, Shikamaru and Choji left for their house, while Kda, Yami, and Naruto went for a small walk. They still had some time before everyone would return. After going to some markets, they returned to their house. Yami and Naruto went to their rooms while Kda sat in the hall, thinking. With how busy brother is, and how desperate Lord Third is in calling him for missions, the situation of Hidden Leaf Village is more dire than I initially thought. Though there was no killing in the mission we did more damage than killing some Jonins and Chunins. They had weakened the reputation of the other village, changed the flow of both missions and economics toward Hidden Leaf Village, which had forced other villages to act. If Danzo was alive at the moment, many nobles and ninjas all around the world from both major and minor villages would have died, with blame passed on either Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Stones Village. Sadly, the darkness of Hidden Leaf Village is gone. But to balance that, the light of Hidden Leaf Village had decided to come into the gray area. Many nobles and ninjas still died in the background, though not as much as it would have been if Danzo was in control. The number was still enough to give both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village headaches. But Kda didn't know this. What he knew was, Hokage is sending every ninja he could on missions, either external or border security. With what I know about this world, the number of bandits must be increasing in the Fire Country. Considering all this, I should still have 1 to 2 months before I either become a Jonin or the situation becomes stable enough for me to take missions out of Hidden Leaf Village. Well, that much should be enough for me to learn all the jutsus the clan head has recommended. What are you thinking so hard? He said, entering the house, as exhausted as ever. And, you are back. Yami also came out of her room, listening to his voice, followed by Naruto. So how was your day? He asked, not to Kda but to Yami. It was fun. We went to many parks and other locations and markets and restaurants and... Yami started recounting the day, while also giving he some cold water to quench her thirst. Quite a day you guys had. He said, rubbing Naruto's hair, after he mentioned how much he enjoyed himself as well. It is good that you had a nice day. Now here. He said, passing a letter to Kda. If Yami had said anything about training, I was planning on holding on to that letter, but now you can go. He said. Kda rubbed his head sheepishly. The letter was from Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Kda was a general practitioner there with almost specialist level skill. With all of the ninjas going on missions continuously, the need for doctors was very high. So even though Kda was free of duty as a ninja because of the huge target on his back, the same was not true for his duty as a doctor, and the letter was specifically for Mitsuru, asking him to come to the hospital as soon as he could. Man, looks like learning all of the jutsus is going to be hard, Kda thought, but he was not sad about the new sudden turn of events either. He had taken too many things from the hospital, doing something for it was not a problem at all. And, look like I will not be able to help you much in your chores. This is a summon from the hospital. That's not a problem at all. I had hired 5 secretaries. I just need you guys to check if they are trustworthy or not. After that, my workload should reduce considerably. He said. That's great. I would have loved to help you in that, but brother might be better for this job. Kda said. Yeah, you also push jobs on me. That is what I need now. There's an old man who is deeply fixated on killing me from workload, and here even my own family is doing the same to me. Shishui said dramatically as he entered the house. Another absurdly hard mission? Kda asked. No, this time, He wanted me to eliminate some of the bandit camps around the country, and his definition of some is 20. Can you imagine 20 locations, all at least 50 Koto Matsukami away from each other? He really is pushing me. Shizue said. The reward should also match that, right? Kda said with a smile. Yes. Shizue said, putting a check on the table. The prize on it was 850k ryo, almost $1 million, the price of some A-rank missions in a single day. The money is all well and good, but if you think that you can't handle it anymore, you can always quit being an Anbu. Your health is more important than any amount of money. He said. No, Mom. It is fine. I am just a little tired, and Lord Third had also promised me a rest day after tomorrow. Shizue said. Fine, if you think that way. He said. So what are you guys talking about I should do? Shizue asked, taking a glass of water from Yami. Nothing, it is just. Da explained. Since I have a free day soon, we can handle that then. Shizue said, at which both he and Da nodded their heads. Chapter 316, back in the hospital next day, Da woke up fresh, ready to go to the hospital after so long. He completed his morning activities and ran to the hall to take his breakfast. You are unusually excited for work. Shizue said, coming right after him. I just don't want to be late. Kda said hurriedly eating his lunch. Yeah. Shizue said as he also sat to eat his breakfast. So, only I will remain at the house from now on. Yami said. You can always come and help me at the house when you get bored from the studies. He said, patting her head. Okay, Aunt. I will come to help you as well. Naruto said. No, you have to go to the academy. He declined. Then I will come after that. Naruto said resolutely. I will be waiting for your help then. He said with a smile. After eating breakfast, everyone went to their respective destinations, he to the bathhouse, Shizue to the Hokage building, and Naruto to the academy, with Da leaving for the village hospital. Only Yami and Kenta remained at the house. Once again, only two of us are remaining in the house, but I will be alone soon, as you will sleep as soon as you eat your food. Yami said, pinching Kenta's cheek. Gwa. The bear shook its head in denial, like saying he would not sleep today. We will see. Yami said, knowing full well the outcome of the future. Da was standing in front of the hospital, almost after 2 months, but there was one thing completely different this time, the amount of people going in and out of it were almost thrice more than before. Man, Sensei really had a reason to call me here, Da thought as he entered the hospital. Sir, Mitsuru-sama is busy in an operation, but before that, she had asked you to wait in her office for her to return. She has something for you. The receptionist said as soon as she saw Da. After that, she didn't spare a single second, going back to the mountain of work in front of her. Things are going to be hectic, huh? Da muttered to himself as he went toward Mitsuru's office. On his way, he saw his own office, which is now converted into an emergency treatment room as well. Seeing all of the hustle and bustle, Da shook his head and entered the office. After he was inside, he quickly made a shadow clone, only to disperse it once again. The only reason he did this was to tell all of the other 30 shadow clones that training was over, and they had to disperse themselves. Since he had only made them in the morning, there was not much of a headache when all 30 of them dispersed. I will need all of my concentration here, he thought as he was going through the book present on the table about the study of various medicines on the chakra pathways of the user. Mitsuru entered the office. Good morning, Sensei. Kda said with a smile. What the hell is good with this morning? I have not slept for 2 days now. Mitsuru shouted frustratingly. Sensei, I understand that the situation is really urgent, but that doesn't mean you have to work so hard. Kda said. Hidden Leaf Village had the best medical system among all of the 5 great ninja villages, with only the daimyo maybe having something better than this. So it was usual for Hidden Leaf Village Hospital's chief medical ninja to be this busy. I know, but since I am head of the emergency response team, all of those old geezers have given me the duty of groundwork, taking the responsibility of paperwork themselves. Normally it would have been great, but Lord Third keeps sending my staff out on missions with some jonin. That's why our team is severely understaffed, and I have to work overtime. Mitsuru replied. Then you can take some rest now, Sensei. I will handle the work till then. Kda said with a smile. Till then? What do you mean? Here, take it. Mitsuru said, passing a card toward Kda. What is this, Sen? Your temporary general practitioner card. Till all of this is settled, you will be directly under me. For now, this is your schedule. Make sure all of the operations are completed without any lasting effect. All of them are jonins, important assets of our village. Mitsuru said, passing a paper to Kda. But Sensei, many of these operations are colliding with each other in timing. How will I handle all of them? Kda asked, skimming through the paper. You know shadow clone jutsu, right? Use them. Also, the operations which are colliding are one of them is easy which can be handled easily. Mitsuru said, then stopped, thinking something. How many shadow clones can you make? 10. Maybe. Kda replied, though the real number was 10 times the amount. If he had to heal patients and deal with so many people, even 10 was a stretch. The busy doctors are really the people who were most mentally exhausted. Multiplying that by 10 would be a strength check for his brain. Normally, Mitsuru would have advised against pushing his body too much, but at the current moment, the chances were different. Good. This should make things easy. Wait a minute. She said and started going through various files on the table. Here, send shadow clones to these locations as well. The workload of general practitioners is too high in these areas. They can use some help. Mitsuru said, and then with a puff, she dispersed. So she sent a shadow clone. Well, that is understandable with how busy she is. Kda murmured and then started working. Kda sighed, taking a moment to examine the card Mitsuru had given him. The shiny silver edges and the engraved temporary general practitioner title gave him a little satisfaction. Sliding it into his pocket, he glanced at the schedule once more, trying to mentally prepare for the chaos ahead. I guess this is what I get for wanting to dive back into work, he thought, smirking faintly. He quickly set off for the operating rooms, weaving through the crowded hallways bustling with medical staff, patients, and visitors. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the strained expressions on everyone's faces, from nurses darting between tasks to shinobi clutching injuries far more severe than usual. The aftermath of all these missions is hitting us hard. No wonder Mitsuru-sensei is at her wit's end, Kda mused. Reaching the first operation room on his list, Kda put on a pair of gloves and stepped inside. Over the next few hours, Kda moved seamlessly from one operation to the next, using shadow clones whenever necessary, balancing simple wound repairs and more complex procedures with precision. In one room, he treated a jonin with a shattered leg from a botched B-rank mission. The injury was severe, but Kda's Sharingan helped in finding the broken bones and the chakra pathway they were damaging. After identifying that, the rest of the healing process was easy. With 2 weeks of rest, the jonin should be back to his prime condition. In another, a young chunin suffering from chakra exhaustion required delicate chakra realignment, a task Kda completed with a level of finesse that impressed the surrounding nurses. All thanks to the Sharingan once again. Word spread quickly among the staff. Who's the new guy? One nurse whispered. Oh, right. You are new here. That's Kda, Mitsuru-sama's student. Another replied, he's handling these operations like a seasoned pro. A third chimed in. Kda didn't let the growing buzz distract him. By the time his break arrived, he'd cleared nearly half the surgeries on his schedule. Chapter 317, Easing the burden. Sir, you have already worked too much. You can take some rest now, please have some lunch. One of the general practitioners said to Kda. Please, just call me Kda. It is awkward to hear my elder calling me sir. You have more experience in this field anyway. Kda said respectfully. As you wish, Kda. The general practitioner said. So what are you guys eating? Kda said, as he made a shadow clone to handle things in his absence, one of the perks of being a ninja. We were going to the canteen. You can join us if you want. One of the trainees under the general practitioner said. Sure, but guys, I still don't know your names. So let me formally introduce myself. Hi, I am Kda Uchiha. Kda said. Genji. The trainee said, followed by the other two trainees. Hayato. Fumio. Then the general practitioner said, Norio. Nice to meet you all. Kda said with a smile as they went to eat in the canteen, talking about various topics from all of the hard work they are doing to how to handle various situations. While also giving Kda advice on how to take rest between work, as overworking will only reduce efficiency in the long run. This is not the work which will be completed with hard work of 1 or 2 days, boy. With how things are, we may have to pull this off for months. If you keep the pace you are going at, you may even have to be among the patients after 1 or 2 weeks. Norio said. I understand, sir. I will try to take constant breaks from now on. Kda said, but he knew there was no actual need for that at all, due to him constantly using shadow clones for training, combined with Sharingan for chakra control and Senju body to handle the strain. It could even be said that he was taking it easy in the hospital. But saying these things would only look like showing off, so he simply agreed with the advice he was getting. After a quick lunch, all of the members who took the break went back to duty so that the remaining members could also eat. With the number of ninjas and civilians coming to the hospital, the staff didn't have much time to think about anything else other than duty and some rare and occasional rests. After nearly 10 hours, with the clock showing 6 p.m., Kda had completed all of the tasks on the schedule given to him by Mitsuru, along with many other tasks performed by his shadow clones. Kda had sent 10 shadow clones to different locations of the hospital and in Hidden Leaf Village, getting 12 medical ninjas with almost specialist level skill. The workload of the other medical ninjas reduced considerably, which resulted in increased reputation for Kda, which he only gave some thought. If he was planning on building his career as a medical ninja, then this reputation would have been very important for him in the long run. But with his goal being completely different, the only good thing that would come with this reputation is the free promotion he would be able to do in the future. I hope the talk about the stadium is going fine, though considering the time, even getting a chance to meet the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village regarding this is hard. Well, it is not like I am in urgent need of money or something. All of this is for the future anyway, Kda thought, going toward Mitsuru's office. Good evening, sensei. Kda said, entering the office only to find a heap of paperwork in front of Mitsuru, with only her hair visible from the front. Good evening. It's good that you are here. I was almost on the verge of collapse. Mitsuru said, standing up and going towards the fridge in her office. You want some? She asked, taking out a bottle of cold beer. No, thanks, sensei. Kda said. Okay. Mitsuru said and emptied the bottle in one go. You are doing great in every place. If someone else was at your place, I would have given them the promise of promotion or higher salary. But you don't need both of them. So, do you want anything? Mitsuru asked. It is unnecessary, sensei. I don't want any reward to help you or the village. Kda said with a smile. It is good to be modest, but it will be hard to maintain this level of dedication for the next couple of months without any rewards. So just tell me, is there anything you want? Mitsuru asked. If possible, is there a way to increase chakra reserves, aside from the traditional way, of course? Kda asked. Yes and no. Aside from the traditional approach, you can use Fuinjutsu to forcefully increase your natural chakra reserves. But not only is that process expensive, but it will also mess up your chakra control. It is better to use your chakra efficiently than artificially increasing it. Mitsuru said. Then how about increasing body's defense? 2 ways, one is training, the other is a little painful approach of taking lightning chakra mixed with yin chakra in your body. It slowly damages your body, but on healing, it will be a little more tough than before. This is classified information which is not available to all. But since you are already close to becoming a jonin, there is nothing wrong in telling you this. Mitsuru said. Kda nodded his head. So that's why those Rukongai had such extremely tough bodies. This lightning chakra is much more versatile than I initially thought, Kda thought. Sensei, then as a reward, can I ask you to arrange a way for me to access this lightning chakra for body strengthening? Kda asked. Sure, it is not hard. I just have to pull some strings. Now that you know your reward, make sure to come to the hospital daily. I will see about your holiday after checking up the schedule. Mitsuru said. Okay, sensei. Kda replied and then left for his house, leaving 10 of his shadow clones behind until they lose all of their chakra. As Kda went home, all of the other members of his house were already present. Welcome back, brother. Naruto shouted as he saw Kda entering the house. So how was your day at the hospital? Shizue asked, with a mischievous smile on his face, clearly knowing the condition of the hospital. It was fine, brother. Things were a little hectic, but everyone is doing their best to help as many people as possible. Kda said with a smile, as he sat with others, taking a glass of water from Yami. How was your day, brother? Kda continued. Nothing, just some mission escorting a noble who had to attend a party during such times. I am telling you, they really don't use the body part we know as brain. Shizue replied in a little frustrated tone. Ha ha, how about you, aunt? Kda asked. Since those 6 girls have started working as temporary secretaries for the business, the days have become much more manageable. But I was unable to have any progress with that stadium idea of ours. Even getting permission for 5 extra shops took way more work than necessary. I think we would have to wait for everything to settle down before thinking about doing anything for the stadium. He said. Even though they were going to wait for the construction anyway, from the looks of it, even taking permissions for it would also have to wait. We are not in a hurry anyway, so there is no need to rush. Let's just focus on the bathhouse. With how busy the hospital is, this is prime time for us to promote the bathhouse a little. I will share a medicinal paste for injuries that will go well with the herbs in the bathhouse. Let's reduce some of the workload of the hospital. Kda said with a smile. It was one thing to not hurry about making more money, but losing the opportunity presented on a silver platter was completely different. Are you sure you want to be a ninja? I can see a very bright future for you as a merchant. Shizue said, impressed by Kda's idea. I am fine as a ninja only. Kda replied with a smile. Comment 0 Comment vote Chapter 316, Chapter 318, Supercharging a Jutsu. So you are now going to focus on the hospital for the time being. That means your jutsu practice has to wait, right? Shizue asked, changing the topic. Yes and no. I am planning on coming back from the hospital at 5 p.m. from tomorrow onward. By doing that, I would have enough time to barely manage a single jutsu a day. I want to learn all of them before my Jonin promotion. Kida replied. Once again, you are working way more hard than necessary. The medical work is already high enough for them to call you. Now you want to train while doing that as well? But I know you will do it anyway, so I can only ask you not to push yourself too much. He said. Don't worry, Aunt. The hospital work is actually really manageable. In a sense, I am taking it easy there. Kida said with a smile. Yeah. He said, at which Kida could only give an awkward smile. So, brother, tomorrow is your holiday, right? Kida asked. Yes, and I am not doing anything other than that security thing. I am going to enjoy my holiday completely by laying on my bed for the entire day. Shizue said firmly. Okay, brother, but please teach me how to supercharge a jutsu at evening. Kida said with a smile. Very smart, but no. I am not going to do anything tomorrow. Shizue denied. Then are you going to teach it to me on your regular working days? Kida asked. Ugh, fine. But I will only teach you for 1 hour. If you can't learn it in that amount of time, then spend those contribution points you got for free on learning it. Shizue said. You are the best brother. Kida said. While they were talking, Naruto and Yami simply went to the backyard to play with Kinta, since they didn't have much to do anyway. Next day, Kinta went to the hospital an hour earlier than his usual time of 8 a.m. He and Shizue went to the bathhouse to complete the simple brain read on the 5 women he had chosen as her secretaries. Since they will be the people who are going to work with her not only on the bathhouse and shops but also on the stadium, with how big the things are, even a small betrayal may bring down their business. That's why he didn't want to take any risks. With the high amount of salary and job security he had offered, all 5 girls agreed for the brain read without much thought. Though uncomfortable, it was not unheard for business owners to do that. Though when Shizue went there, all 3 of them were a little intimidated. Being a civilian in Uchiha Jonin was a little too big of a person for them. Luckily, the process ended in a couple of minutes. Just as Shizue activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, the memories of all 5 of them were like an open book. Them not having chakra to defend their brain was a good reason behind that as well. Because a ninja will unconsciously defend against such an attack, getting a little injured in the process, but they didn't even feel discomfort. After completing the process, he turned toward the room he was in as he signaled all 5 of them to go back. All of them are clear, Mom. It is just that she is a little too money-minded and may do something unsightly if someone offered a decent sum. Shizue said. So you want me to fire her? He asked, but her tone was like she was testing Shizue. That's what I think is best. Shizue said after some thinking, but he shook her head at that. Son, it is good to be thinking about safety, but think it from a business perspective. The person who is money-minded is the most easy person to control. All I need is to maintain a watch over her, and she will be the most hard-working employee. Also, there is not actually much she could do now that I know I have to be wary of her. Also, it is not like she is a bad child. It is just that she has seen what poverty is, so it is only natural for her to think about money a little more than normal people. He explained. As you wish, Mom. I am not good with this whole business thing anyway. Shizue said with a shrug of his shoulder, then continued, if there is nothing else to do, can I go back now? Okay. He said. At 5 p.m., I am home, brother. Let's go. Kida shouted in a huffing voice, showing how fast he came back for training. Just give me half an hour more. You also take some rest. Remember, I am going to give you just 1 hour. Make sure you are in your perfect shape. Shizue said in a sleepy tone, completely oblivious that he was just saying all that to get some more sleep. But there was no problem in doing that too, so Kida went to the bathroom to freshen up and take a quick bath before going out to meet Kinta, where Yami and Naruto were already present. Weirdly, Yami was sitting on the ground near Kinta with her back leaning on him, and reading her book, while Naruto was telling Kinta how his day went and what he had done. You are becoming more popular in my family than even me. Kida said, patting Kenta's head. Gwa. Kenta released a small growl which almost sounded like a chuckle. Kida also sat there, spending some time with Yami and Naruto while waiting for Shizue to wake up. After 5:30, he also came back. Welcome back, Aunt. Kida and Yami welcomed her, while Naruto went running toward the kitchen to fetch some water for her, insisting on doing that. Welcome back, Aunt. He said, bringing a glass of cold water with his tiny hands. Thank you, my little gentleman. He said, patting Naruto's head as she took the glass of water from him. And where is my lazy son? He said, almost already knowing the answer. I am here, Mom. Shizue said, running out of his house, still having sleepy eyes. You were sleeping till now. I know you were tired, but still, isn't it too much? He asked. I was not sleeping, Mom. I was about to go and teach Kda some stuff. Come on, Kda, let's go before it's too late. We have to come back before dinner time, right? Shizue said. He grabbed Kda's hand and dragged him out of the house, while he could only shake her head with Yami and Naruto smiling in the background, all of them knowing that Shizue was just running away from scolding. So you want to learn how to supercharge a jutsu, right? Shizue asked as they came at a clearing in the largest training area of the Uchiha clan. With how busy everyone in Hidden Leaf Village was, the training area was mostly empty. Yes, brother. Nearly everyone who is teaching me is showing two versions of the same jutsu, and the supercharged version is far better than the normal one in all cases. Kda said. It is generally the case, but there is a big weakness of supercharging a jutsu. Were you able to pick that up? Shizue asked, now coming out of his lazy state and becoming completely alert. Are you talking about the larger preparation time? Kda asked. Yes, see this. Shizue said. He quickly made a series of hand signs and, even before a second could pass, released a stream of fire from his mouth. Fire style, fire breath jutsu. An area of 10 meters in front of Shizue was scorched black in an instant, leaving nothing behind but ash and hot earth. Now, second time. He said as soon as he stopped turning his face in the opposite direction. This time, he once again made hand signs, but after that, he stopped. Kda activated his Sharingan to see what was going on, shocked at what he was seeing. It was like multiple rivers of chakra were flowing inside Shizue's body, all merging at his throat one after another. After nearly 3 seconds, 3 times the time required to perform the jutsu normally, Shizue released one more fire stream jutsu, but this one was completely different from before, so much so that even calling them the same jutsu would be an insult. This time, the flames covered nearly 50 meters of the area, and the ground didn't just burn completely but even turned into glass at some places, meaning the flames exceeded the temperature of 1,700 degrees Celsius. Any normal person would have vanished from the planet if they faced such an attack. As you saw, supercharging a jutsu trades swiftness with range and destructive power. Shizue said, looking toward Kda, who was still mesmerized by what he saw. That was so cool, brother. Kda said as soon as he came out of his thoughts. I know. Shizue took the compliment with a smile. Now, let's start learning it. He continued. Chapter 319, 2 months. Shizue stood in the middle of the training ground, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a serious expression. He raised his hand, signaling to watch closely. Now listen closely, supercharging a jutsu is all about patience, precision, and control. The initial steps are the same as performing a regular jutsu, hand signs, chakra molding, and transformation. But here's where it changes. Shizue paused to emphasize his point. In a normal jutsu, once you mold and transform the chakra, it is immediately released. However, when supercharging, you hold the jutsu in its final phase, right before it's executed. While maintaining that state, you repeat the molding and transformation process as many times as you can. The more cycles you complete, the more potent the jutsu becomes. But Shizue's voice turned stern. This is where the risk comes in. Overdoing it can lead to severe strain on your chakra pathways, potentially damaging them permanently. Kda nodded thoughtfully as he absorbed every word. So, if I understand correctly, each repetition is like stacking chakra layers on top of each other, right? It increases the density and power of the jutsu? Almost. There is more to it, but initially this much should be fine for you. Shizue smiled, then continued. The trick is finding the balance. Without a proper amount of chakra, it will be just a regular jutsu which took extra time than necessary. Too much, and you risk more than just wasted chakra. The pathways in your body can only handle so much stress before they start to crack under pressure. Think of it like a water pipe. If you keep forcing more water than it can handle, it'll burst. Kda frowned slightly. This sounded a little too dangerous. Is there a way to tell when you're pushing too far? Like a warning or a signal? Shizue nodded. Yes, but it's subtle. You'll feel a burning sensation along your pathways or subtle pain which is different from muscle pain. The moment you sense that, stop. It's your body telling you that you're nearing the limit. The more you practice, the more your limit will increase. Best is you start with small jutsu and gradually work your way up to more complex ones. So, it's more about precision and control than just raw power. Kda said, after comprehending each of Shizue's words completely. I think I can handle that. He said after that with a confident smile. Good attitude. Shizue said, patting him on the shoulder. Now, let's practice. Start with the fireball jutsu. Perform the hand signs, mold your chakra, and hold it at the release phase. Once you're there, try to cycle the molding process again, but don't rush it. Feel each step. Shizue said and activated his Sharingan as well, just in case. Kida took a deep breath, forming the hand seals with precision. Tiger, horse, rat, snake, dog, tiger, his chakra surging as he molded it into the fire nature. Holding the jutsu at the release point, he focused on repeating the molding process, carefully layering his chakra. Good, keep it steady. Shizue encouraged, observing closely. Seeing the flow inside Kida's body clearly, feel the flow and make sure it's even. Don't let the chakra spill out of control. Kida clenched his teeth as he cycled the process a second time. The molding process was not the one which was difficult, it was holding an almost complete jutsu at its final phase which was difficult. As he completed his second cycle, a faint warmth began to build along his pathways, a warning he immediately noted. Brother, I'm feeling some heat along my arms. Kida said, his voice tense but steady. That's your cue to stop the process now, and release the fireball. Shizue instructed, not much alarmed as he could see that Kida was not at his limit, though he still said to release the jutsu. There was no need to strain the body too much in practice. Kida nodded, releasing the jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, far larger and hotter than usual. It surged forward, scorching the training ground ahead. Shizue grinned as the flames dissipated. Not bad for your first try, Kida. You managed 2 cycles without losing control. With practice, you'll be able to go further. But remember, your health is much more important than anything else. Always stop before you reach your limits. He said. Kida exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Understood, brother. Kida said. Good. Now do you know any other jutsu, a little different from the one that releases in one burst? Shizue asked. I know Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Iron Skin Jutsu as well. Kida said. Excellent, these 2 should be enough to cover all types of supercharging, as they need a little different approach like. Shizue said and began explaining how to supercharge different types of jutsu, while also showing it practically from time to time, to make it easier for Kida to understand. 1 hour passed before he was even in the middle of the explanation, but neither Shizue nor Kida paid any attention to that. As time went by, Kida slowly learned all of the ways to supercharge a jutsu. By the time the training ended, it was already 10 p.m. Shit, Mom is going to kill us. Shizue said as soon as he saw the time. Let's run and hope that we get away with a few broken bones. Kida said with a chuckle. 2 months, from the next day, Kida started going to the hospital in the morning, while learning a jutsu using contribution points in the evening, though it was occasional as he needed time to at least master the basic version of those jutsu as well. So in a week, he learned jutsu on 2 days while training them for the rest of the 5 days. The only jutsu he was training continuously was the Iron Skin Jutsu. Since he was using shadow clones for the practice, the use of Iron Skin Jutsu was becoming more and more apparent. Now his clones were able to take some hits, which in turn made the efficiency of the training much higher than before. Also, after supercharging the jutsu, even tanking some B rank and weaker A rank jutsu was also possible for the clones during the training. An outrageous idea came into Kida's mind. What if Naruto learned this jutsu, an army of 1,000 ninjas each capable of tanking B rank or lower jutsu? Just the thought of it was unsettling, obviously from an enemy perspective, but Kida's thoughts with a cheeky grin on his face were different. I have to surely pass on this jutsu to him when he grows up. While Kida was busy with his training and medical work, Shizue was doing one mission after another. The number was so large that he was even rivaling the revenue of the whole bathhouse and shops combined, which after 2 months had reached more than 15 million ryo per month, thanks to the idea of medicinal baths along with complementing medicines, of course. This not only helped in healing but also drastically reduced the recovery and rehabilitation time. The efficiency was so high that Hiruzen even booked a bath specially for Anbu ninjas. Luckily, he had a team of capable assistants to share the workload, otherwise, she may have passed out from all that work. With the bathhouse as an excuse, she even got a meeting appointment with the Hokage, discussing the stadium. Obviously, Kida and Shizue accompanied her as well. Initially, Hiruzen was skeptical about this, since their ninjas will fight openly in the stadium, and enemy spies can openly gather data about them, making the preparation of counters against them very easy. Lord Third, they will be just spars, and there will be no reason for ninjas to show their full capabilities. Aside from that, it will be an excellent way for ninjas to be always in shape. Shizue said. Aside from that, there is this benefit as well. Kida said, passing a file forward. The file contained all the possible revenue the stadium would generate, along with the village's share of the profit. After thinking for 10 minutes, Hiruzen nodded his head. As Shizue said, this will be an excellent way for ninjas to have experience fighting against various opponents. The pros far outweigh the cons of this. But then a glint passed in Hiruzen's eyes. The share Da had written in the file was 15%, 20%, and I will allow Anbu ninjas to participate in the stadium as well. Hiruzen said. Deal. This time it was he who agreed to it before either Da or Shizue could say anything. Then I give my approval to it. Hiruzen said with a smile. Chapter 320, Undercurrents. Then I will give it my approval. Hiruzen said with a smile, but then he turned to Da once again. Being old and that too in such a high position, Hiruzen's perception was top-notch, maybe the highest in whole Hidden Leaf Village if not the world. From the conversation so far, he was able to deduce that it was Da who was behind the idea of the stadium, so he decided to have a direct conversation with him. So how are you planning on bringing other clans into this idea of yours? Hiruzen asked, because even though the benefits like winning rewards are enough for some civilian ninjas, ninjas affiliated with various clans can't actually do something this major without clan approvals. Da smiled, already expecting this question. That's why the family of Shizue, P, and Da had already had this conversation before coming here. Simple, Grandpa. We are planning on doing this. Da said, giving another file to Hiruzen. It had the details of the profit share every clan would get from the stadium, just like the village, but unlike the village, the most a clan was getting was 4%, given to the 3 royal clans of Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha, Hyuga, and a Burame clan. Aside from them, every major clan was getting 2% of shares. All in all, almost 25% of the profit was going to be distributed among the clans. But there was one anomaly that Hiruzen noted. Nara clan is getting 3.5% of the shares. Interesting. There was hardly any other better person aside from Hiruzen to know the meaning of this. Nara were not only good in finding the best tactics on the battlefield or in small skirmishes, but they were also great politicians. With their help, the stadium could grow considerably. But Hiruzen's eyes looked toward Da. Is it him who had the foresight of adding the Nara clan in such a way? If yes, then I may have underestimated this boy. Many people knew about Nara's intelligence, but very few actually utilized it with anything other than battle tactics. Them being added to any merchant business was almost unheard of, but that was such a waste of their talents. A brain that can analyze a chaotic battlefield while taking into account the various personalities of tens and hundreds of leaders can certainly find the twists and turns of trade with little challenge. It was just their laziness that prevented them from working on any business aside from their traditional medicine industries. Otherwise, the Nara may have become the most wealthy clan of Hidden Leaf Village long ago. But this same weakness would prevent this proposal of leveraging Nara intelligence. Let's see if this boy has just taken into account their intelligence or even their laziness, Hiruzen thought, his gaze becoming analytical for a second. But then he turned his attention away from the point and focused on the profits. With 20% to the village, 25% distributed among various powerful clans, and the rest 5% to other nobles to stay away from the business, the family would only have 50% of the profit even after doing all of the hard work. For others, this may be seen as a steal, but for any experienced person, this would be a very lucrative offer. Just the expectation of the profit the stadium would generate was so high that many people from higher-ups, clans to nobles, would jump at it like vultures. If it was opened by any civilian, the stadium would have most likely fallen under the village, with that civilian getting 10 to 20% of the profit, and that too when the time was peaceful. But with Da and family being under the Uchiha clan and having 2 powerful ninjas, one S rank and the other above elite Jonin level, the amount of deterrence they had was not low, resulting in a smooth process flow. This should do the trick. So do you want village help with the construction or something? Hiruzen asked, offering a loan which would give the village many benefits aside from the construction cost. Hiruzen may also just try to increase the profit percentage, with his goal being simply increasing 2 to 3%, and he would bear all of the construction costs. In the long run, he could see the profit far outweighing the cost, but Da also knew this. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the offer, Grandpa, but we will be able to manage it somehow. With how bad the situation is around this time, we don't want to increase the village's burden any further." It was a reply which was not a clear denial, but a refusal out of care for the village. Spoke like a politician. Maybe I should consider him as well, Hiruzen thought as he looked toward Da, maintaining the same grandfatherly smile the entire time. "As you wish, but do come to me if you want any help during any time of the construction," he said. Da and the others nodded their heads one last time before going out. As they left, Hiruzen rang the bell on his table, and an Anbu ninja appeared in front of him. "Bring me the details of all of the business of this family," Hiruzen said. The Anbu ninja bowed his head and left, as Hiruzen was now responsible for both light and darkness. It was now his duty to maintain the security of the village. The Anbu ninja who initially only maintained data on enemies and other villages now also do the same for Hidden Leaf Village. Within minutes, a file was present in front of Hiruzen. As he read the details, his eyes went wider and wider. No wonder they didn't want the village's help. They are already making tens of millions per month. Heck, when the stadium starts running, they will have more money than many minor village economies, Hiruzen thought, going through the complete process. Finding nothing wrong with it, he just sighed and closed the file. With money gone, there were very few ways he could reward them, which meant fewer ways to control, influence them. But since there was nothing he could do, he turned back his attention to other details plaguing him. In 2 months' time, other villages had done everything they could, from assassination attempts on various nobles to sending rogue ninjas as bandits and even attacking Hidden Leaf Village ninjas openly with some excuses. Even though they also suffered, the combined effort of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village, with some attacks from Hidden Sand Village in between, had stretched Hidden Leaf Village forces thin. The effects were not limited to the injured ninjas. Many Chunin and Geinin lost their lives during missions that were supposed to be easy training missions. But on a bigger scale, Hidden Leaf Village was not only holding on its own but was also doing much better than before. From getting more economic activity than the 2 previous years combined to an increase in reputation, the trade was worth it not only for Hiruzen and other higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village but even for the ninjas who were doing the missions. Though the efforts of other villages were not completely in vain either. They not only managed to poach some of the merchants back but by making their stance clear, they prevented other merchants from their village from having any plans of leaving for Hidden Leaf Village or building any ties. With all of this happening, all the Kages of 3 villages were working on overdrive, Hiruzen included. Even giving time for such a meeting was only possible because of Shishui and Kda's importance to him. Both of them had potential of reaching S rank, he couldn't ignore them. In a remote cave of unknown location, a Venus flytrap-like plant emerged from the ground, with a man with half-white and half-black body emerging from it. Things are getting more and more interesting day by day. Hidden Leaf Village is going back to its previous strength, and the major role in this is being played by your own clan. Uchiha are shining like the sun in Hidden Leaf Village. There are rumors that 2 people have eyes similar to yours in the clan, while other 2 are talented enough to have them in the future. If that happened, our future plan may get affected. Black Zetsu said, but the man he was saying that to didn't react to any of that. He kept doing meditation, trying to control the rampaging chakra flowing inside his body. Even though it had been months since he had implanted Hashirama cells, he still couldn't control the surging boost of chakra it provided. Even with the training he got from the Madara Uchiha, he still was not in complete control. But those words were not completely empty for him either. He slowly opened the eye visible through the orange spiral mask on his face. You already gave me these details. Nothing will change by repeating them. I will do something about this soon. Obi said. I know, but there's something more interesting going around as well, which may alter something you are planning on doing. Chapter 321, Flow of Wind. I know, but there's something more interesting going around as well, which may alter something you are planning on doing. Zetsu said with a mysterious smile on his face. What is it? Uchiha clan is slowly integrating in Hidden Leaf Village. Zetsu said. What do you mean? It has been almost 70 years, and you think they can integrate in Hidden Leaf Village now? The thing that didn't happen in 70 years is going to happen now. Obi asked. Haha, why do you think Uchiha were never able to integrate in Hidden Leaf Village? Zetsu asked. Because of that Senju Uchiha scenario and this whole Uchiha evil thinking. Obi said in a frustrated voice, not liking Zetsu playing with his important time. No, it was because of individuals like Obirama Senju and Danzo Shimura. They were always in power, and because they didn't want Uchiha to share that power, they always kept them in check. That's why Uchiha were never able to assimilate in the village, but now with Danzo dead, and Hiruzen who is, though against clan getting too much power, fair toward all of the clans, the Uchiha can finally integrate in the village. This will make things more complicated in the future. Obi said. Initially, when Zetsu told him about 4 possible S-rank ninjas from Uchiha clan in Hidden Leaf Village, he was concerned but still at ease. Hidden Leaf Village always discriminated against Uchiha, so even the S-ranks from the Uchiha clan didn't usually show their full potential in the village. But if they get integrated into the village, Hidden Leaf Village would get 4 S-rank ninjas along with their already high reserves, and this is not a small number in any case. Along with hundreds of Jonins and ninja army, Hidden Leaf Village will become very stable, and getting the 9 tails from them will become highly difficult, especially with Uchiha protection. If it came down to it, they could become all-seeing eyes for Hidden Leaf Village along with Hyugas. You said 2 ninjas can become S-rank, but they are still not at that stage, right? Obi said. Yes, both of them are above elite Jonin level, but still not among S-rank level. Zetsu confirmed. Keep a watch over them. When I am ready, I will reduce some of the troubles. Obi said, going back to his meditation. Troubles, you say? A small smile formed on Zetsu's face, and it went back into the ground. Hidden Clouds Village, Raikage-sama, we can't continue this any further. Sending ninjas to Fire Country as rogue ninjas is now becoming a suicide mission, and even the threats we had given to others had produced results. As much as possible, we were able to retain 3 merchant firms, but continuing it any further will just increase our losses. One of the council members and elders of Hidden Clouds Village said. So what do you want? Let Hidden Leaf Village develop normally. After suffering from the Third Great Ninja War and Nine Tails attack, it was assumed that they will at least need 10 to 12 years to recover, but they were able to recover so much in just 5 years. If allowed to develop openly, them returning to their peak strength in just a couple more years is not impossible. Another elder said. So to stop their development, you want to throw the lives of our ninjas? Who said we are throwing away their lives? And it is not like Hidden Leaf Village had not suffered any casualties. Enough. A shouted, with his fist slamming on the table. Is this our council meeting hall or children's playground? Sigh. Call our ninjas back. We are not calling off this bandit facade and all. A said. Raikage-sama, this will let Hidden Leaf Village. You want to challenge Hidden Leaf Village in recovery speed? If both us and them take the same damage, it will be our loss. They will recover much faster because of that treasure trove of talent they have. Also, attacking from behind is never our style. We have to do something to send a message to Hidden Leaf Village that their wings are spreading too wide. A said. Listening to that, all of the elders nodded. Similar meetings also happened in Hidden Stones Village, with Hidden Clouds Village falling back. The amount of attacks Hidden Stones Village ninjas were facing was too much for them, and Onoki also decided to call off the mission for now. Though he also planned to not stop everything at that. As for Hidden Sand Village, they never were in the attack in the first place. After all, they were allies of Hidden Leaf Village. While the whole world was walking on landmine-filled land, Da and family were simply preparing for the construction of the stadium. With Hokage's permission done, all that was left was getting all clans on board before the plan started. Negotiating all of the profits, rewards, and additional benefits a clan ninja will get in the stadium was a monumental task to say the least. But at last, when all guessed the revenue, all clan heads agreed to the proposal, though some tried to refuse as a ploy to get more percentage of profits. Uchiha family simply backed down and decided to not include the clan altogether. With all 3 royal clans on board, even if some clans decided not to participate, there would not be any loss for the stadium. At last, the percentages pre-decided by the family were finalized. With only an interesting case being the Nara clan. We don't want 3%. Shikaku said in a firm voice. Please, Shikaku-sama, if you want, we can increase it to 4%. Heck, even 5%. Kda said to the shock of he and Shizui. You don't understand, boy. I am too busy with all of the tasks given to me by Lord Third, and other members of my clan don't want to move a single finger aside from the tasks that were forced on them by Lord Third. So how could I assign some of them for the stadium? Shikaku asked. At least let me have a talk with them, please. Kda said. Sigh as you wish. I will let you have a meeting with the top 30 ninjas from my clan, with their intelligence vouched by me, but they are lazy at the same level as well. Shikaku said. Fine by me. Kda smiled. Chapter 322, Investing in Intelligence. What is this, Shikaku? Hiruzen asked, sitting in his office. A number of applications I got from ninjas of my clan to join the new stadium project by that Uchiha boy. Shikaku said with a chuckle. 10? How can a Nara be this proactive for work? What did that boy do? Hiruzen asked, genuinely shocked for the first time because of Da. Of all Da's achievements, this was the one even Hiruzen himself had always wanted to accomplish but never succeeded in. Sure, he could rely on Nara intelligence in times of need, but aside from emergencies or potential village troubles, the Nara clan, including their clan head, rarely put in any hard work. They only completed the missions necessary to meet the bare minimum quota. Heck, there were even cases where a Nara ninja wanted to leave the clan just to avoid compulsory missions, preferring the lower quota assigned to civilian jonin. Even though the perks were limited for civilian ninja, they were happy with low workload even though it meant low perks. Yet here they were, clan ninjas submitting applications for working. How was that even possible? That was the thought running through Hiruzen's mind, a thought Shikaku had already anticipated, which was why he chuckled in the first place. But Shikaku wasn't finished yet. 10? No, Lord Third. These are the 10 ninjas who could actually become part of his grand plan. When he requested a meeting with the top 30 ninjas of my clan, I didn't think all 30 of them would become eager to work for him. I had to do my best to make sure half of them didn't resign from their jobs here. Shikaku said, chuckling again. What exactly did he say to them to make them this eager? Hiruzen asked, now more curious than shocked about the tactics a young boy could use to get such results. That's the interesting part. He presented an offer to everyone. They could work at the stadium for their lifetime, and the workload would be minimal. Even one of them would be overqualified for the tasks there. So, if 10 people worked together, there would be next to no work for them. Shikaku explained. And why would I allow this? Hiruzen asked. This was just his proposal. The real brilliance came next. After presenting the idea, he asked all of them to come up with a justification for why 10 Nara clan ninjas of their caliber would be necessary for the stadium. Shikaku replied. Hiruzen nodded. Using Nara intelligence even before they started working for him, quite a clever tactic. So, what was the result? Since there will be fights in the stadium, it's not far-fetched to assume some might get out of hand. And who's better at stopping such conflicts than a Nara? With shadow techniques of the clan perfect for such cases, aside from that, the revenue, which will be divided among the village, clans, and nobles, needs to be well documented. Talented Nara are required for such tasks. These are just a few of the reasons they came up with. Honestly, they found so many justifications that all 30 of them could resign and join the stadium project. I had to carefully cut that number down to 10. Shikaku said with a tired sigh, the extra work he had to do evident in his voice. But seeing the shocked expression on Hiruzen's face made it all worth it. All of that was worth it, Shikaku thought. That boy keeps surprising me. What would happen if all of them actually left their posts all of a sudden? Hiruzen asked, now even a little worried about losing such a workforce. Pretty much nothing. Even though they are among the best, there's no shortage of ninjas in my clan. I can assign others to train in the meantime. With the stadium under construction, everything should work out fine. Shikaku replied, which eased Hiruzen's worries a little. Good. Now, about the second topic, what do you think about him? Hiruzen asked. I'm not entirely sure. He's deeply affiliated with the Uchiha clan. Even though he has Senju lineage, with a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he's almost marked as an Uchiha. Considering him for the Hokage position is complicated. Shikaku said, deep in thought. Hiruzen didn't have to point out the topic he was worried about. And what if we disregard his Uchiha affiliation? Hiruzen asked. Then he's an excellent choice. Our initial candidate, Kakashi, is much older than him but is at almost the same level. Beyond strength, He has the keen eye to identify talent and utilize it effectively. His ability to account for shortcomings and use them to his advantage is remarkable. He's actually one of the best candidates for the Hokage seat after Lord Jiraiya and Kakashi. Shikaku admitted. Below Kakashi? Hiruzen asked. You've been training Kakashi for this post for years, giving him leadership missions and making him a general of small armies during border skirmishes. He is already exceptional in military strategy. Taking that into consideration, he's better than Kda, at least for now. Shikaku explained. Hiruzen leaned back, releasing a puff of smoke from his pipe, lost in thought. You know what Danzo was planning with the Uchiha clan, right? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Lord Third. And it would have been disastrous for Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku replied, a shudder running down his spine at the thought. Losing 4 S-rank ninjas, along with hundreds of Jonin and Chunin, all equipped with such a powerful jujutsu, would have crippled Hidden Leaf Village's strength. A single Uchiha was already feared on the battlefield because of their Sharingan and Ganjutsu. Let alone a Jonin level ninja with a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he can become a significant deterrent on the battlefield. Removing an entire clan of such warriors from the equation could make Hidden Leaf Village a target, even for villages like Hidden Sand Village. Had Danzo succeeded, Hidden Leaf Village might have become a target for other villages. Hiruzen said, releasing another puff of smoke. Yes, Lord Third. Shikaku agreed. I don't want to repeat something like that. The Uchiha clan currently has 2 S-rank ninjas and will likely have 2 more in the future. Hiruzen stated. Fugaku, considered Minato's equal, was already a formidable force. Adding Shizui to the mix only tilted the power scale further. While many pretended Shizui was no longer part of the Uchiha clan, they all knew it was not true, though his association with Hiruzen was enough for most. The Uchiha had become an inseparable part of Hidden Leaf Village, especially after proving their loyalty and strategic value. Sidelining them further was no longer an option. If Kda and Itachi reached S-rank status, Hidden Leaf Village would truly achieve the peace it always sought. So, you want him to be a Kage candidate? Shikaku asked. Him and Itachi Uchiha as well. Of course, he would no longer hold his clan heir position, but I will propose this to Fugaku. Hiruzen replied. Lord Third, don't you think it's a bit early for that? We need more stability in the village first. With everything happening around us, it wouldn't be wise to stir the hornet's nest. Shikaku pointed out, hinting at how other clans might react to such news. Especially the Hyuga clan. They had maintained status quo with the Uchiha clan for so long, even though they don't have any S-rank ninja. The number of Jonin rank ninjas in the Hyuga clan is actually higher than the Uchiha clan, so it was not the right move for such an announcement to be made in such chaotic times. If the conditions were a little more stable, things could be managed, but Shikaku knew that Hiruzen would have considered this as well. Yeah, let's wait for some time, but start hinting that I am looking forward to their growth. Hiruzen said, dismissing Shikaku. While all of this was happening, Kdo was having a talk with his family. Why did you increase Nara clan percentage by your own? They didn't even ask for it. He asked. And, do you know what the Nara clan is famous for? Kdo asked. Their intelligence in battlefield? He asked. No, Mom, their intelligence. They are much more than just tacticians. Shizue said. That doesn't mean they are important in business as well. This is not some battlefield? He asked. No, Aunt. This is the true battlefield. Why do you think all of those ninja wars have happened? It is for resources, for money, and this business will become a money-making machine for us and Hidden Leaf Village, and indirectly will become a battlefield. So for this battlefield, we will need some tacticians, and who are better at it than Nara ninjas. Kdo asked. I still don't understand. Was that worth millions of ryo per month? He asked. Mom, do you know who is the Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village? Shizue asked. Yeah, Shikaku-san, but that is a different thing. No, Mom, it is not different at all. I have worked with them countless times and know about their intelligence. They can consider hundreds of factors on the battlefield in seconds. Considering some small business opportunities for them is easy. And for those millions of ryo per month is actually a steal, and anyway, it is not like we are in need of that much money anyway. Shizue said. At that, he then remembered how much they are going to make. According to a conservative guess, the amount is around 50 million in profit per month, and since they are going to get 50% of that, it will be 25 million. That, along with 10 million from the bathhouse, the money they will get per month is frightening. Fine, I think I don't know much about this matter, so I would let you guys decide about Nara clan. He said and then went to the kitchen. Even with all of the money, she still wants to cook for her children. Chapter 323, Ripples of Change. The news of the Nara clan's unprecedented involvement in the stadium project spread through Hidden Leaf Village like wildfire. In the Hyuga clan's main house, Hayashi Hyuga sat in his private study, a carefully folded document detailing the project resting on the low wooden table before him. 10 Nara clan members? Hayashi muttered, his Byakugan-trained eyes narrowing. For a stadium project. An elder of the Hyuga clan, who stood nearby, chuckled softly. Not just any project. This is Uchiha's project. The implications were clear. The Nara clan, notorious for their minimal effort and strategic laziness, had somehow become part of the project. If things went according to the norms, even getting one of them to join should have been difficult, but there was talk about 10 of them leaving the Hokage building to join the stadium. Normally, such details are not available so easily to others, but this is the Hyuga clan we are talking about. The village would not want to keep them in the dark about such big details, so they were provided with some details, though not a complete report. This resulted in Hayashi believing that Kdo and family may have somehow forced the Nara to join the stadium. If he were to know that the Nara themselves wanted to join the business, he would have been much more shocked than he already was. The revenue projections are substantial. The elder continued, sliding another document across the table. 50 million ryo per month, with the profits split among various stakeholders. Hayashi's fingers traced the financial breakdown. The numbers were impressive, but what truly caught his attention was the strategic brilliance behind the project. By involving multiple clan ninjas, starting with the Nara, Kdo was creating a complex web of economic interdependence that transcended traditional clan boundaries. Even though the percentage for the Hyuga clan was not much, it was not so low that they would outright deny it. Aside from getting better treatment for their clan ninjas, they became part of the plan. Now, getting the details in front of him, a single thought was running through Hayashi's mind. Why didn't anyone think about something like this before? But there was nothing he could do now, with Hokage approval and Uchiha clan backing the plan. He just sighed and moved forward to the next part of the meeting. Across the village, similar conversations were happening. In the Akimeki clan's restaurant, Choza Akimeki discussed the project with his son Choji and clan elder Genma. For a stadium? That is quite a revenue. Our 5 top restaurants don't make that much. Choza said, being the clan heir he was being trained in such affairs. Hence the discussion. The top restaurants of the Akimeki clans were no joke, one was even in the fire capital. One could say they were golden egg-laying hens, and if those restaurants paled in comparison to the stadium, The thing was bound to shift the economic balance of Hidden Leaf Village. Genma, who had extensive knowledge of clan politics, explained, "It's not just about the stadium. It's about creating a new economic ecosystem. The Nara aren't just working, they're strategically positioning themselves." Being among the Inoshikacho trio, they also knew about the details, which was a big shock for them as well. Choji, usually more interested in his meals, found himself intrigued. How? By making themselves indispensable. Genma replied. Shadow technique security, financial monitoring, conflict resolution, they've turned a simple construction project into a multi-layered opportunity for clan advancement. With Nara and Uchiha combined, along with the Aburame and Uchiha clan alliance from before, the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more powerful. And I'm not talking about physical strength, this is strength through connection, which was the only strength the Uchiha were lacking. The expression of all of them turned serious, all having thoughts of making connections with the Uchiha now before they become too big for them. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha compound, an even more tense talk was going on in a house. 10 million from the bathhouse, 1 million from my mission, and 500k from this job at hospital. Shishui calculated, spreading the financial documents on the table. That's 11.5 million ryo per month. And from the previous 2 months of revenue, we have around 25 million ryo because of brother's extra missions, which should be enough to begin the construction, right? Da asked. It should be. The main cost will be the Grandmaster and Seal Masters we would need for the stadium. From creating safe barriers for the civilians to the safety and security arrays, and the voice amplification arrays for the theater. If these are not enough, the temperature regulator array for the stadium and the premium cabins for the nobles and VIPs. Just the seals and arrays are going to cost us more than our reserves. Luckily, most of them have to be applied after the construction, so we should be able to begin the construction for now. He said, researching the topic for quite some time. Then it's all good. With how big the project has become, we would need at least 6 to 7 months to complete it. That much time should be enough to get all the funds from the bathhouse and missions. Kda said. Yeah, this is going to be difficult to build even in 6 months, so by then we should have the necessary funds. He said. Also, we can now use Nara ninjas to modify our plan to make them as optimal as possible. Shishui said. But that would mean sharing every source of our income with them. He said. Mom, if they want, they would just need an hour max to find them out anyway. So there is no benefit of hiding something like that. Also, they really don't care about money. Shishui said. Huh, now I am really feeling you guys are overestimating those guys. What the hell is this? He was sitting in her office in the bathhouse, with a Nara ninja named Shinji standing in front of her. He had presented a report to her with a detailed plan of all the construction timing, when to contact which person for the construction, and the timing of the funds was also impeccable. If they followed this plan, the process would not stop even for a second and might even get completed in just 5 months, almost a record. To say he was impressed would be an understatement. I think I understand why my children were praising you so much. Thank you so much for your hard work. This will be enough for today. You can enjoy your day now. He said. Even though she would have loved to squeeze every bit of work out of such a talented individual, one thing she had understood about the Nara was that they loved their lazy time too much. So it was better to give them that to maintain their positive relationship. With the use of their intelligence clear, she was not going to miss something like this ever. While that was happening, Kda was treating multiple patients at the hospital. In 2 months of time, the number of shadow clones Kda was using for medical operations had almost doubled, not because of an increase in the number of cases, but because of the practice he was getting. Aside from obvious medical jutsu experience increase, his chakra control was becoming better and better day by day. The training, which was fruitful for Kda, was actually seen as torture by others. Even Mitsuru called Kda multiple times to her office so that she could teach him how to maintain a balance. But Kda insisted he was fine with the work and could even take more if the need arose, which was really true. Because aside from the hospital, he was also using a similar number of shadow clones for training as well, and the result. Chapter 324, Checkup. He was also using a similar number of shadow clones for training as well, and the result. The best result was the sheer versatility in his ninjutsu list. For every chakra nature, he had something unique, and the possible combinations he could make now were astonishing to say the least. In 2 months, he had been learning new jutsus every week and then using shadow clones to perfect them. The result was nothing but astonishing. One day he was sitting with Shishui, discussing how much he had progressed, and the list he made was this. Fire Style, Fireball, Fire Stream, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, and Demon Lantern Earth Style, Hiding in a Mole, Earth Wall, Iron Skin Jutsu, Bottle Swamp, Rock Shelter, First Rock, and Earth Spear Wind Style, Wind Blade, Gale Bomb, Wind Instantaneous Movement Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Rotating Shuriken, as well as Divine Mountain Wind, which he was practicing for fire combo attacks only, Spiraling Wind Ball, which somehow resembled more like Resin Shuriken, and Beast Tearing Gale Palm No Nature, Body Flicker, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Supercharging a Jutsu, and Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu. With Wind Style having the most number of jutsus, but it was mainly because they paired really well with his fire jutsus, which in comparison were least in number. But if one asked Kida which were his most lethal jutsus, his answer would simply be fire style, because from when he had learned supercharging a jutsu and the effect of mixing yin and yang chakra on the jutsu, he had gone crazy with his experiments. The number of times the jutsu exploded and his clones got dispersed were shocking, almost more than 700 times. And that number was only this much because of the Iron Skin Jutsu, because the number of blasts had been almost thrice of this number. But the results were worth it. The new jutsus, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu and Demon Lantern, already had the process of applying Yin Chakra in the attack so that the attack could be controlled easily even after it was released. The Great Dragon Fire Jutsu simply compresses a large amount of fire and Yin Chakra inside the user's body, molding it in the form of a dragon. Once released, the color of the dragon depends on the amount of Yin Chakra. If more Yin Chakra is used, the color is whitish, but the temperature drops in exchange for super control. Then there is Demon Lantern, where many demon face-like fireballs appear near the ninja, easily controllable. It is a jutsu somewhat similar to Itachi's S-rank fire-style Great Flame Flower, and may be one of the reasons to learn this jutsu aside from the obvious benefit of targeting multiple weaker enemies at the same time. But even though these two techniques were higher than the ones he knew before, by modifying them with Yang Chakra and joining them with other jutsus, Da had created some deadly combos like Great Fireball Jutsu, with its destructive power amplified with too much Yang Chakra while also supercharging it with 5% of his chakra, resulting in an almost blackish-red color. Yet they had the property of almost inexhaustible flames. One can say they were inferior copies of Amaterasu. They were so deadly that even Shisui learned them after seeing them once. But the most important part was if they combined with the spiraling wind ball, they created a missile, a targeted missile, fired at a speed almost close to 400 km per hour. Luckily, his practicing partners were either Shisui or clones. Otherwise, someone may have died when he used this jutsu for the first time, destroying a part of the forest along with tens of trees. His second combo was also deadly at the same level. Divine Mountain Wind full of Yin Chakra and Fire Stream Jutsu full of Yang Chakra was a perfect combination. With wind control, Da was able to keep the flames at one position, resulting in increasing the temperature of that area so much that even rock started to melt, and the ground got converted into glass. In 2 months of time, Da had actually gone a little overboard with his training. But aside from training, there was something else he was focusing on as well. How many times do I have to say, I got a full body checkup from the best medical ninja of our clan? He said I am perfectly fine. Then why should I go to your sensei for the checkup? Itachi asked. Because Tsunade is not here, Kida thought, but his words were completely different from his thoughts. Because I am getting a gut feeling that something is off about your health, and what would you lose with a small checkup? Kida asked. This is the third time you are asking the same question. I had already gotten 2 checkups. What would change in the third? Itachi asked, due to Kida's constant pestering. He had gone through 2 full-body checkups along with chakra scans of his body. There were no problems, aside from some minor fractures which a ninja normally gets from training. So there was actually nothing wrong with him. Whereas Kida was in a different dilemma. You are going to fucking die in the future because of an incurable disease, and I am trying to find it before it reaches that stage. Is it that difficult to let someone save your life? Kida thought, with anger visible in his eyes, which somehow unsettled Itachi a little, like he was being accused of something he had not done. What? Just get this checkup done, and I will not ask any more. Kida said. Okay. Itachi said. Itachi was lying clothless in front of Mitsuru. One of the reasons he didn't want to get the scan was seeing Kida glancing from around the corner. Mitsuru chuckled and said, Don't worry, I am going to take good care of your boyfriend. Sensei, please focus on the task. Jokes can wait. You are no fun anymore. Mitsuru said as she started scanning Itachi's body from top to bottom. Itachi was just laying motionless when Mitsuru completed the scan and said, He is perfectly fine. Itachi was about to sit straight when Kida cut Mitsuru off. Sensei, please scan his chakra network as well. I think there is something wrong with him. Kida said. It is? Or are you making an excuse so that you can find a reason for your low? Mitsuru was making another joke before her words stopped. Bingo, Kida thought as Mitsuru's expression turned serious. Nurse, bring me Ikakusa, Hikariana, and Kikaiuryu right now. There was seriousness in her voice. Is there something wrong, ma'am? Itachi asked, a little worried from Mitsuru's expression. I am not sure. Wait a little. I will tell you soon. Mitsuru said in a sisterly voice, trying to soothe her little brother. Soon the nurse brought the herbs, along with water and needles. Mitsuru quickly made a concoction and dipped the needles in that, then using those to poke Itachi at various points. Soon many veins bulged on Itachi's body, and his eyes and back started to hurt a lot. Ma'am, it is hurting too much. Itachi said. I can see. Mitsuru said with a sigh as she fed Itachi something, resulting in him going back to normal. What was all that? Itachi asked. Chapter 325, Family. How were you able to sense that? Mitsuru asked Kda, ignoring Itachi's question altogether, which only resulted in his increased worry. Because with things said and done, he was just an 11-year-old boy, and seeing a doctor, not just any doctor, but one of the best Hidden Leaf village has, doing this, he was understandably worried. What do you mean, sensei? Is he really sick? What happened to him? Kda asked. Since it was never exactly stated in the anime about Itachi's illness, Kda was actually curious as well as worried whether it was one of the diseases which could be treated in early stages or not. Because in his previous life, even diseases like cancer could be treated if they were identified early. So he was hoping for such a case with Itachi as well, but Mitsuru's behavior was increasing his worries as well. Huh? Don't worry, you are not in danger. For now. The disease you are having is very unique. This is known as chakritis, a chakra decay disease common among clans like Uzumaki and Senju because of their potent chakra. In later stages, it is almost fatal. Luckily, you are still at the beginning. Even though I have to do some tests to check the exact level of your disease, but it should be curable, so don't worry. Mitsuru explained. But if it is common in Uzumaki and Senju, why does he have it? Kda asked. To be clear, it is not common for them as well. 1 in 100 has this disease. As for why he has it, I can only guess it is because of his potent chakra and overtraining. Mitsuru said. So what is this disease actually? Itachi asked. Your chakra pathways are decaying. But since our chakra also has healing properties, the speed of decay is very slow. So, if left unused, you will not even feel anything for your life. But when you use chakra for any use, the speed of decay increases, decaying your chakra networks slowly. The ease of your chakra usage will begin to decrease. If left untreated, it will start to pain to use any jutsu. Then at the second stage, it will start affecting your body too, starting from lungs, the one part we use most during medication and also the one with many tenketsu points as well, resulting in it being targeted first. Your lungs will hurt like crazy, and coughing blood will become the norm. Then it is only a slow and painful death, the more you use your chakra. Mitsuru said with a sigh. Then isn't it simple to just not use chakra? Kda asked. Well, some do. But having this disease in itself means your talent as a ninja is exceptional, and very few can resist the temptation to become stronger once they know how it feels. Anyway, I am sure Itachi doesn't have to worry about such things. He would be fine after treatment, though I will need to do some tests to be sure. Make sure to come back tomorrow at the same time, and just to be on the safe side, don't use any chakra till I give you permission. Mitsuru said. But I have already taken some missions. Do you want me to have a talk with your father? No. Itachi said. Okay, then no chakra till I say. Now you guys can leave. Mitsuru said as she went back to her work, because the hospital was as busy as ever. With Mitsuru gone, Kda and Itachi decided to walk back home. When are you going to do it? Kda asked as they were going toward the Uchiha compound. What? Itachi asked. You are not going to thank me for saving your life. I swear these rich kids take all things for granted. Kda said, acting like he was some elder talking about a youngling. It is your duty to serve me, as I am your next master. Itachi said, which resulted in Kda going wide-eyed. Wait, did you really try to make a joke? Huh? Is this how you feel seeing kids grow up? Kda said, wiping away a fake tear from his face. You know that I am older than you, right? Itachi asked. But I am more powerful. Kda said. I was going easy on you during our last fight. Itachi said. And I was not even trying. Kda said. Ha 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 ha. Kda and Itachi chuckled as the tension from getting such news faded away. Thanks. I don't know how you were able to guess something like that, but I guess I owe you one now. Itachi said after the laugh. Don't worry about it. Anyway, are you going to tell your father about this? Or should I help you with that? Kda asked. Thanks, but I think I can handle that myself. Itachi said. At that, Kda and he parted ways after a firm handshake. What do you mean, you can't take missions? Fugaku asked. Today Kda once again came to me. Itachi reported the scenario to Fugaku without a speck of emotion on his face, because he was talking to the clan head of the Uchiha clan and not to his father at the moment. But as his report progressed, Fugaku's eyes went wider and wider, with his heartbeat increasing as well. His son had such a dangerous disease. Ding! Fugaku rang a bell as soon as Itachi finished his report. Yes, sir. His secretary came to his office as soon as he did that. Cancel all of my meetings for today. And tomorrow as well. Also, schedule an official meeting with Lord Third as soon as he is free. Sir, but you have a meeting with all of my meetings. Am I clear? Fugaku asked, his pitch increasing a little at the end. Yes, sir. The secretary said and left the office. Dad, I am fine, and so fine that I don't even feel anything at the moment. Also, please don't ask for any favor. There is really no need for this. Itachi said, clearly understanding what was about to happen. Fugaku was so worried about Itachi's health that he was going to ask Hiruzen to bring back Tsunade to Hidden Leaf Village for his treatment. And from what he knew about the scenario, Fugaku would have to return this favor with interest. Do you think I worry about some favor above your health? For now, shut up and come with me. We are going back home. Fugaku said as he and Itachi silently walked back to their house. Even though they didn't exchange any words, Itachi could easily feel the worry of his father, and he knew the situation was only going to get worse at his house. And man, was he correct. As soon as his mom and little brother found out about the disease, the house was turned upside down, with calling doctors to getting all of medicines and food recommendations. That fucker had to bring this smoke thing up, Itachi cursed in his mind. The medical ninja of the Uchiha clan recommended an herb whose smoke was usually used for the cure of the disease. And the next hour, his whole house was filled with the smoke of this herb, with all of the herb purchased by his father not just from Hidden Leaf Village but from nearby villages as well. And the person who was behind all this was eating lunch at his house leisurely. With this, I have handled one more problem successfully. My super team is coming along well. With Itachi training once again, Might Guy as motivated as always, Shizui's survival guaranteed, and Itachi's health secured, just these people were enough to handle almost all of the stuff the future held. That is, if things happen normally. But things are not going to be normal with how much I have fucked all of these scenarios. So let's keep on increasing the members of this super team. Focus on your food, young man. You can think about whatever you were thinking after eating. He said as she socked deep in thought. I was just thinking how good the food tastes today, Aunt. Kda said with a smile. Yeah. Chapter 326, Check-up. In the past 2 months, aside from doing medical work and training, Kda has also been finding excuses for bringing 2 of his next teammates into the village, like there is no way he could just raid a village like Hidden Grass Village, which excels in diplomacy, and just say it was out of curiosity. Now can we keep these 2 people? Well, that was actually his plan, but not that crude. There is a war going between Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. Both of these villages were between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, resulting in them having suffered multiple times during the wars. But since after the war, they had to choose between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village multiple times, there were also times when they chose different villages, resulting in them having bad blood among them as well. As time progressed, it got blown into full-scale hatred. And according to the news Kda got from the ninjas he was treating, accidentally, not because he inquired about that at all, Hidden Grass Village somehow suddenly became too powerful. Though it is not their strength that has increased, it is just that their ninjas are getting healed at an unnatural pace, and to take advantage of this chance, they have started a war against Hidden Waterfall Village on their own. Obviously, Hidden Leaf Village had nothing to do with that at all. The one thing that shocked Kda the most was, how the hell does no one know how Hidden Grass Village is getting treated? Shouldn't other villages be curious about this? Though it was a valid doubt, there were many reasons why this was happening. But there was no way Kda could find them from some low-rank ninjas like Chunin or Jonins. Only higher-ups knew what a village was doing in the shadows, and it was not pretty to share. Aside from the reason why they are hidden till now, I don't want to wait any longer. With war started, it is not long before Karen's mother will die, and she is too good of a power card to lose for a minor village. Wait, did I really think that a person should be saved because of their usefulness, and not because it is right? I am becoming more and more cold-hearted. Kda thought, and this was true as well. In Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, though there were many cases where the ninjas were saved, the number of cases where their hands and legs were crushed before they were brought to the hospital were not small either. In such cases, the ninjas' careers were almost over. Unless a miracle happens, there is no way they would be able to fight again. The pain they were feeling from the injury became numb to those people when they got this news. The power they worked so hard for is taken away from them, the source of income is also taken away. For clan ninjas, the shock is not that big, but for a civilian ninja who is the sole breadwinner of the family, His whole life shatters at that moment. Seeing the eyes of a living person becoming lifeless is more painful than seeing someone dying truly. The more Kda saw, the more he accepted his reality, and the more he wanted to save himself and his family from ever having the same feeling. That's why he was working so hard to get financial stability. Once the business starts running, the price of the land they own will become 10 times or even more, and the possibilities of starting new businesses will be endless as well. Just this will be enough for them to have 50 million per month, and an amount enough to start or subsidize war in minor villages with finances taken care of. Now the second part was strength, with Shizui and now even himself, that was also complete. With brother being Kage level and me having above elite Jonin level strength, the strength is enough for the time being, well till the start of the main storyline that is. So let's use this time to increase the general power of Hidden Leaf Village as well, so that the thing I am working so hard for remains the same and not become dust in front of some self-proclaimed god. The thought. Next day at hospital, what do you mean you want to take missions? Have you seen the condition of the hospital? You are doing almost 10% of the work here. If you suddenly leave, the whole working structure will crumble all of a sudden. Mitsuru said, and she wanted it to be exasperation, but it was not. Kda was already a specialist-level medical ninja from all of the training and experience. With his chakra reserve and mental capacity, there were times when he even made 40 shadow clones to handle the increased number of cases, though it was his limit as well. But still, 30 to 40 specialist-level ninjas easily make 10% of the top working force of the hospital. I am not saying I am going today, sensei. I just want to take some missions as well. You know that conditions have stabilized a lot, and there is no need for such intensity anymore. So, I am sure the hospital will run just fine even without me here. Kda said. Sigh. Fine. Give me 1 week, and I will free your schedule. But came to the hospital in between your missions as well. The situation is not back to normal as well. Mitsuru said. With both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village pulling their forces back, the number of injured ninjas in the hospital were decreasing day by day. But still, the number of bandits and rogue ninjas are still there, so there is still some time before things really went back to normal. Don't worry, sensei. I will still come 3 to 4 days a week. Kda said with a smile. Okay, then now go. You still have to complete your duties for 1 week. Mitsuru shooed Kda away as she went back to her work. But sensei, today you were going to run some tests on Itachi, right? Kda asked. Yeah, he will be here in 1 hour. What, do you want to be there as well? Mitsuru asked. Yes, sensei. Kda replied. And what about your patients? Mitsuru asked. Kda just smiled and made a shadow clone with almost 90% of his chakra, and Mitsuru knew what that meant. Fine, but you have some important operations lined up as well. Make sure you go for them by yourself. Mitsuru said and went back to her work, after Kda nodded. There was a difference between the shadow clone and Kda, and that was the Sharingan, a powerful tool that can easily turn an impossible task into an easy one. The operations Mitsuru was talking about were for Jonins, and the hospital didn't want to take any risks in their cases. Losing a Jonin is like losing a tank, too expensive. Kda was going through the disease and its symptoms, present cure, and the level of the disease for 1 hour when he was informed that Itachi and family are here. Hello bro. Kda said, entering the room Itachi was waiting in, only to find Fugaku and he sitting with Itachi as well. Good morning, clan head. Hello, Aunt. Kda quickly changed his joyful tone to a respectful one. No need to be so formal, Kda. Today I am not here as clan head but as a father whose son's life is saved by you. I can't thank you enough. Fugaku said, patting Kda's shoulder. I really did nothing, uncle. Also, he is my friend, so there is no need for thanks. Kda said. As you wish. Fugaku dropped the topic, but not because he was over with it. He simply left it because he was not the person who repaid his favor with words. The favor he got now will be repaid by him. If the discussions are over, should we start the checkup? Mitsuru asked, and Kda could see 2 other chief medical ninjas of the hospital following her as well, which was almost as rare as seeing an S rank on an A rank mission. There was obviously no need for them here, and it was an overkill, but considering who was the person who requested this treatment, it was easily acceptable. Please all of you sit there. Mitsuru said, pointing toward the chairs. Fugaku and Mikoto went toward the chairs. I meant you as well, Kda. She said, turning toward Kda. But we are more than sufficient enough. Now go and sit. I don't have all day. Mitsuru said. This time, Kda just went to the chair. Even though he had not faced the anger of Mitsuru head-on, he had seen its effect multiple times, and it is easy to say that he doesn't want to be on the side facing the anger. After everyone left the area, 3 of the best medical ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village began performing tests on Itachi. Mikoto was visibly tense, seeing her son punctured all across his body with needles and getting so many scans. Fugaku was holding her hands, trying to comfort her, but he was worried as well. Just that Kta could see the tension in his posture. These are the parents who simply choose death by their son's hand without any fight, even though they were more than capable enough to resist if they wanted. Man, this family is weird. Kta thought. But then he focused his eyes on Itachi. From what he had read about the disease, it is easily treatable if it is in the first 3 stages, and the 4th stage needs some operation, though chances of damaging some chakra nerves were high. But still, it could be treated in that stage as well. The main problem arises at the 5th and later stages. Kta desperately hoped it was not at that stage yet. As the time progressed, his worries. Chapter 327, 4th stage. As the time progressed, his worries subsided. He was not at stage 5 till now, though it was still bad, and he was not the only one who could tell. What happened? Fugaku asked from the seat. Fugaku-sama, there is nothing to be worried about. He is not at the stage where it becomes incurable, we can still treat him. One of the chief medical ninjas said. I can see you guys are worried about something. Tell me the truth, what happened? Fugaku asked once again. Mitsuru stopped another doctor who was about to say something. Fugaku-sama, there are many stages of this disease, and from stage 5 and forward, it becomes incurable and deadly. Luckily, he is still not at those stages. The stages from 1 to 3 are safe and could be treated easily with just medicines and some other techniques. It is the stage 4 that lies in the gray zone. It is still curable, but the disease has spread enough that no medicine will be enough to cure it fully. So, we would need to operate on the infected area, remove the infected part, and stitch it back. If done perfectly, nothing will happen to the patient. But even the slightest mistake may become a big obstacle for his future. His chakra pathway will become damaged, the patient will be able to use chakra, but not with the same ease as before. Mitsuru said. And let me guess, Itachi is at the 4th stage? Fugaku asked. Yes, sir. Mitsuru said. How much time do we have for the operation? Fugaku asked. That is actually a good thing. We have all the time in the world. The disease will not spread until he doesn't use chakra, so we can take our time. First, we have to put him on medication. After 6 months of medication, he will be fit enough for us to operate, and the chance of a successful operation will also increase. Though the medicine will be a little expensive. Mitsuru said. And you think I will care? Fugaku asked. I am talking from your perspective, sir. Nobody makes medicine for this disease in Hidden Leaf Village. You know about the village of the Howling Wolf, right? Mitsuru asked. Yes, the one at the end of the Land of Lightning. I have heard about it quite a few times. Fugaku said. Mitsuru nodded and then continued. There is a clan in that village known as the Kodon clan. Only they make medicine for this disease, and from what I know, they somehow use their life force for it. That's why the price of this medicine is not going to be cheap, especially considering how long he has to take it. Mitsuru said. Ma'am, can you give me an estimate about the cost? Itachi asked. You don't have to worry about that. Go back to our home. I will come back after some time. Fugaku said, with his strict tone leaving no room for discussion. It was true that the Uchiha clan was rich, very rich. But the Uchiha clan and Fugaku's family were two different things. He could use clan funds for his personal use, and there was not actually a need for that as well. With his strength along with Itachi's missions across the years, and the wealth his family had accumulated till now, he was among the richest people of the village. So there was no actual need for him to worry about anything. At most, he would just need to sell some of his properties. But that, no buts, young man. Go and rest. Also, don't even think about using any chakra. Fugaku said. Let's go, son. You can leave these things to your father. Mitsuru said with a smile and took Itachi back. So, do you know about the price of the medicine? Fugaku asked as soon as Itachi left. Yes, around 4 to 5 million ryo per month. So for 6 months worth of medicine, you would need around 25 to 26 million ryo. Mitsuru said. That is doable. Can I count on the hospital to get those medicines? Fugaku asked. Yes, we would arrange it. And if you want, you can send someone to verify the price as well. One of the elders was speaking when, there is no need for that. I trust you guys. I will send the price of the first batch tomorrow. Please arrange the medicines as fast as you guys can. Fugaku said, getting a nod in reply. He left the room followed by Kta. Uncle, if you have some problem in getting the liquid funds, please don't think twice about informing us. I am sure Auntie will be more hurt if you don't do that. Kta said. I know, Kta. But don't worry. The price is actually not that high and could be arranged. But I will ask for some help if needed. Fugaku said with a smile while patting his head like he was his own son. After that, Fugaku left, though there was one more thing he had to do. So instead of going toward the Uchiha clan, he flickered toward the Hokage building. "So, Fugaku, what was the need for this sudden meeting?" Hiruzen asked, a little intrigued by the urgency of Fugaku. "Itachi is suffering from chakritis and will need to have an operation to get back to perfect health." Fugaku presented the whole scenario completely, not wasting a second of either his or Hiruzen's time. Hiruzen understood the gravity of the situation. "What stage?" Hiruzen asked, a little worried. For both the Uchiha clan and the village, losing someone of Itachi's talent would be a big loss. "He is at stage 4. Fugaku said. Hiruzen sighed, then looked toward Fugaku, who was just staring back, not saying anything further. After 10 minutes of a staring contest, Hiruzen sighed. "You know I can't call her back. Her hemophobia is too much now. She can't treat anyone in such a case." Hiruzen said. "I will put her in a Ganjutsu myself. She will not see a single drop of red blood for the whole operation. And all said and done, I don't even want her to do anything. She could just guide others during the operation. And if she doesn't want to come back to the village, I will take everyone to her. Can you just ask her for that?" Fugaku asked, though his tone was still normal. Hiruzen could still find a little desperation in that. He sighed and asked, "When will the operation take place?" "In 6 months. Fugaku said. "That will be expensive." "I know. Fine. I will talk to Tsunade, and even though I will try my best to call her back, I can't guarantee anything." Hiruzen said. "That much is fine, Lord Third." Fugaku said and stood up. "After this, the Uchiha clan will be an ally of the Sarutobi clan." Fugaku said and left. The implications were clear. The request he had made was from Hiruzen Sarutobi and not from the third Hokage because no Hokage could order Tsunade, but her sensei can. So his payment was also for him. "Ally, huh?" Hiruzen said, taking out his smoking pipe from his desk as he called one Anbu ninja and told him to get a full report about this from the hospital. After 1 week, a lot of things happened in this 1 week. Hyuga and his family hired many architects who discussed many things with the family along with the Nara ninjas to make the best design possible, along with increasing the functionality of every part of the stadium to the max. After which they hired various construction companies according to the suggestions of Nara ninjas once again, to increase the construction speed by dividing the tasks and working hours. Aside from this, the condition of the fire country also became normal once again. Many rogue ninjas left the country since the support from the major villages stopped all of a sudden. And facing Hidden Leaf village without that was just pure suicide. With them gone, culling out bandits was just time-consuming but easy for Hidden Leaf village. And then there was the case of Itachi, who was living the most boring phase of his life. Aside from eating various medicines and taking many medicinal baths, he was only reading books. Not a single exercise, even though doctors said that some physical exercise was fine. Mitsuru strictly forbade him from doing anything, at least not until she got confirmation from doctors that he was improving. Da had visited Itachi once, and aside from the thanks, he also got, "Nice plan. Since I can't train now, you can now try to catch up to me now from Itachi. Man, he really is improving. No longer the usual strict Itachi, he was trying to make some jokes now. Though it may have been his personality with those who were close to him from the start anyway. Aside from all this, one more thing started mission board. Da was standing in front of his, a completed mission report in his hand. He was taking bandit extermination missions now, and the direction, toward the land of lightning or land of sand. In 2 days, he had completed 3 missions, each with an estimated time of 3 to 4 days, just showing how much he had strained his chakra to complete them this early. And the reason for this. Chapter 328, Political Chess. Da was standing in front of his mission board, a completed mission report in his hand. He was taking bandit extermination missions now, and the direction, toward the land of lightning or land of sand. In 2 days, he had completed 3 missions, each with an estimated time of 3 to 4 days, just showing how much he had strained his chakra to complete them this early. And the reason for this was fairly simple. He had to go to Hidden Grass Village if he wanted to save Karen and her mother, but there was 2 slight problems with this. He was just a Chunin at the moment and could only take C rank and some low B rank missions alone. Any mission related to Hidden Grass Village was a Ni rank because of definite involvement of ninjas. So there was no way he could take those missions alone and would have to wait for his promotion to Jonin rank for that. But even after his promotion, he couldn't just go to Hidden Grass Village and bring back 2 Uzumakis, saying it was just a coincidence. Because there was this question everyone was going to ask him, why did you go to Hidden Grass Village and that too alone? After thinking long, he decided to go with a simple approach, Training. I have been doing many bandit extermination missions, and even after pushing myself by doing them as fast as possible, I was still able to complete them easily. So I tried doing harder missions and found missions related to a minor village, so I took them. Though a little far-fetched, it was still his best option. And since he didn't have much time, he decided to do all the bandit extermination missions or any missions that could be considered training and could be completed within a day. So that when he actually became a Jonin, there would be no need to wait any longer, and he could finally bring in one of his future trump cards to Hidden Leaf Village. As days passed, he completed many missions while also going to the hospital in between. Soon the situation became much more tamed, with peace finally returning to Hidden Leaf Village. And with that, the discussion of the promotion of new Jonins also started. What do you mean you want to promote them as Jonins, Lord Third? They are not even Chunin level in knowledge. How could they even be considered for Jonin promotion? Hyuga asked the question on everyone's mind. Because I gave my word to them about the reward if they won in the Chunin exam. Hiruzen simply replied. Lord Third, even though winning that Chunin exam was really great for the village and no doubt a big achievement for those young ninjas, but is it enough to consider them for Jonin position? Shimura Kazuma, the current clan head of the Shimura clan and a person named after his ancestor, asked. Even though Danzo's death had reduced their political power by a lot, they quickly cut off any ties with Danzo as soon as his misdeeds came to light, saving their reputation. This actually gave them enough breathing space to even question the Hokage's decision, but that was the extent of the leniency they were given. Hiruzen looked toward Kazuma and said, Are you saying that my word has no value? I wouldn't dare to think that, Lord Third. I was just thinking about those ninjas who would be led by someone inexperienced. The result could be disastrous. Kazuma said. Fine, let me prove to you that my decision is not wrong. Send any 3 Jonins from the Shimura clan for a duel with those 3. We can have this duel right now, without giving them any time for preparation. So if they lose, I will stop their promotion, and they will only get it when you yourself will think that they are ready. Okay? Hiruzen said with his famous grandfatherly smile. Kazuma cursed under his breath, this silly fox. Like others, he didn't want the Uchiha clan to have more Jonins, and that 2 ninjas who were so strong already. Considering their age, even becoming a Kage-level ninja was not impossible. If they became Jonins this early, they would have ample time to prepare themselves for the Hokage position, one of the reasons why Kakashi was promoted so early as a Jonin. Many other clan heads had similar thoughts in their minds, but sadly for them, Hiruzen had his mind fixed. And Fugaku was sitting along with them as well, so they couldn't actually speak their mind either. Considering how the Nara, Akimaki, and Ibarame clans were now allies of the Uchiha, nothing was official, but everyone knew about this closeness. With many major clans coming together, the weight of going against any of them was very high. Only clans like the Hyuga and Shimura clans could bear that weight. But what Hiruzen just said crumbled that possibility too. All of the people present in the meeting were of high position in Hidden Leaf Village, either clan heads, elders, or council members. That meant they had access to much more information than the general population about the village. Information like the true performance of the 3 candidates from Hidden Leaf Village in the Chunin exam, their strength levels, battle experience, and many more things. That's why when Hiruzen said to bring any Jonin from the Shimura clan, Kazuma was not even thinking of doing that. What would be the result of doing this much work other than getting humiliated and still allowing them to become Jonins? Kazuma just sighed in his mind while putting up a smile on his face. There is no need for doing so much extra work, Lord Third. Of course, we believe in your judgment. If you think they are ready for the promotion, then I don't have any problem with this either. Kazuma said and backed off. With no more objections, Hiruzen moved to the next topic, and the meeting continued. De just came back from the hospital when Yami and Shizue jumped toward him like there were springs in their boots. Guess what? Shizue shouted. I am getting a sister-in-law soon? De asked. No, you dumb brother. It is even better than that. You are going to be a Jonin soon. Shizue said. Really? De asked. Yes, here. Yami replied with a cheerful smile while passing a letter to De. Finally, chapter 329. Finally everyone is Chunin. It would not be an understatement to say that De was eagerly waiting for this news. Finally, he could resume many of his plans, but that letter was not the end of the good news either. Also, Yami is going to take her Chunin exam tomorrow. Shizue said, patting her head. Really? Did you revise your syllabus? What about the geography and political theory? You said you wanted more time for that. De asked. It has already been 1 week from that time. I have already completed the syllabus twice. Now that the exam could be taken after so long, I don't want to wait and miss this chance. Otherwise, I would have to wait for who knows how long once again. Yami said. If you are prepared, Then there is no need to wait anyway. I was just a little worried. Kda said. I know. Oh, and Ryota asked me to tell you that he will be taking his Chunin exam with me as well, so you two will be in the same rank once again. I think he will be a little shocked hearing the news of your latest promotion. Yami chuckled. Oh, I should be the one to share this wonderful news with my friend then. Kda said, sharing the chuckle with Yami. You don't have time for that, young man. Your promotion will also take place in 1 week, you should also prepare for that. Shizue said. But I don't have any tests to take. You know this is a reward from Hokage himself. Kda said with a smile. I know what it is, but I don't want others to think of you as some brute who got this position from just power alone, so here. Shizue passed chakra into the storage seal. Poof! Suddenly, tens of books appeared in front of him and Kda. You have to complete all of them in 1 week. You better start now. Shizue said. 1 week is too much for such a small task. Kda said with a smirk. Even though there was no reason for him to study all this, there was also no reason for not doing it. With things settled, there was no need for him to invest too much of his time in the hospital. He was just sending a clone there now anyway, and his training in jutsu was going smoothly. So most of his time was free anyway. Because of this, it was actually better to read everything necessary to become a jonin than regret it later. You will be brain dead if you used Shadow Clone to learn all this in 1 day. Shizue said. Even if I used this? Kda asked, taking out a medicine he got by spending almost 150,000 ryo per capsule. But it was all worth it because of the single effect of the medicine, increase in mental capacity. Don't get it wrong, it doesn't make you smart, just increases the capacity of your brain to process things at a faster rate and at higher load capacity. I know it is a good medicine, but it is too expensive to use it for something like this. Shizue said, sighing seeing his brother spending so much so easily while he had to consider so much when he was at his age. I know, brother. I was just kidding. I am going to take my time and learn all this slowly. Kda said. With the medicine, he could easily make 100 plus shadow clones and each of them learning a book while helping each other understand it as well, completing the task in just 1 day. But even without the pill, making 40 shadow clones for this purpose was not hard. Any more than that would increase the headache too much, and headache is one of the worst kinds of pain, which one would usually avoid if they can. Next day, hello Kda, where were you for so long? Woof woof, hey there, buddy. Kda gently patted Kiba's head, who was almost as big as a normal dog now, and it was still not an adult. I was busy saving lives, not like certain someone who couldn't find time to meet this friend. Kda turned to Ryota. In my defense, when I tried to find you, I got 20 different locations and even all of them were busy. Yeah, last couple of months have been really tiring. You don't know, man. I had to go on one mission after another with various teams. Luckily, I got a rest of 1 month, but my dad got me 3 tutors for this exam. I really am exhausted beyond belief. After all this, I am going to take a long break and go camping. Ryota said with a big smile. Count me in. Kda added. The exam will start in 15 minutes. Yami shouted from the front of the gate. Best of luck, both of you. Kda said with a smile. Thanks. After 5 hours, who the hell asks about the relation between Hidden Valley's village and Hidden Frost village? They are not even close to each other. Ryota cried on his way out of the exam hall. Yeah, but they had a history of war, and there is no new news of their alliance, so we could conclude that they are enemies. Yami said while trying to remember other questions. Man, I don't know if I will pass this or not. Ryota sighed. Woof woof. Came the voice of Kiba from under the tree where he and Kda were waiting for Ryota and Yami. How were your tests? Kda asked. It was fine. I think I will pass. Yami said with a smile. Man, I wish I could say the same thing, but I can't. If I fail this test, my old man will kill me. He had invested so much for this exam. You are taking too much tension, Ryota. You can always take this exam in 6 months. Kda said. Smack, I am sure you will pass, don't worry. Yami said after giving Kda a smack on his head. Oh. Yeah, you will definitely pass. Kda corrected his words. Yeah, we will find out soon anyway. Ryota said with a shrug, because in just 10 minutes, a ninja came out of the center and pasted a list on the board. I don't want to check. Kda, just check it out for me. Ryota said, sitting with Kiba in the shade of the tree. Kda nodded and went with Yami to check the scores. Out of 200 who had taken the exam, only 30 passed. Yami was third in the list. First 2 spots were taken by Nara ninjas, while Kda kept on searching, and at last, at 30th position was Ryota's name. Bro, you passed. Barely, but you passed. Kda said with so much enthusiasm that one might think he was the one who passed. But before they could celebrate, one more announcement was made. Those who have passed the first round, go to training area 12. You will have your second round there. As for those who didn't, just practice a little more and you will be able to clear it in the next attempt. The examiner said and went back. Let's go then. Celebration can wait till you guys become Chunin. De said, and 3 of them left for the training area. The test was relatively simple, they just had to fight a Jonin and show some elemental attacks. Both Ryota and Yami were able to do that easily. And as for sparring with a Jonin, there was no need to win, of course. They just had to show how they would do against a foe stronger than them, and after the test, both of them came with smiles on their faces. We are Chunin finally. Ryota said with joy in his voice. Both of his parents were ninja and were out for the mission, so he could only share this happiness with his friends. Great, all of us can be Chunin for at least 5 days together. De said. Yes. Wait a minute, what do you mean 5 days? Ryota took a second to process De's words. Oh, you don't know? I am going to become a Jonin in 5 days. It was a reward promised to me by Lord Third if we did great in the Chunin exam in Hidden Clouds village. De said with a smirk. You son of a beep. I worked my ass off to finally become a Chunin to catch up to you, and now you are skipping a whole level of elite Chunin and directly becoming a Jonin? How is that fair? Ryota cried. Life is not fair, child. De said with a sage-like expression. Put these wise words up here, why don't we go and celebrate our promotion than focusing on little things? Yami stopped Ryota in the middle and dragged them to the nearby restaurant. Chapter 330. From Chunin to Jonin. After having their fill along with some small banter and Ryota's claim that he would also soon reach Jonin position and Kda wouldn't be the only one to always remain ahead, Kda took the challenge happily. They returned to their houses, where he and others were waiting for Yami to return. As soon as they opened the door, packed congratulations. Everyone shouted as the ribbon which Shizue blasted fell on the ground before Yami. Thank you, but how did you guys know that I passed the test? Did Kda mention it? Yami asked. Nope. We were already sure that you would be able to become Chunin easily, with the amount of hard work you have put into it. He said gently, patting Yami's head. Congratulations, sis. I also knew you would pass. Naruto said, passing a handmade card to Yami. Thanks, brother. Yami gave a happy smile and patted Naruto's head. Gwa. Came a voice from the background. Oh. Yes, he has also prepared something for you. Shizue said with a smirk. Hearing that, Yami nodded with a smile and went toward the backyard followed by everyone, only to be surprised by what she was seeing. The bear had a full leg piece on his plate, completely untouched. With how much he loved his food, it was not an overstatement that he had taken a huge amount of willpower to stop himself from eating that food for so long. You saved your best piece for me. Thank you so much, but you know I can't eat this much. Let's share it, okay? Gwa. Came a joyous reply. So cute, but you are still going to train with me from tomorrow. Kda said. Gwa. Kenta roared in defiance, but seeing no change in Kda's smile, it could only turn to he and release another plea. He's right, Kenta. You are getting fat, a little exercise will be good for you. He said. In return, Kenta made a face none of them present there thought was possible for him to make. It was the look of betrayal a 5-year-old child would give when his mother tells him that he is adopted. Even though it was super funny, none of them laughed, because they were sure Kenta would start crying at that. Because of only eating 2 times a day and sleeping for the rest of the time, Kenta was gaining weight faster than should have been biologically possible, now appearing more like a round furry ball. While it looked exceptionally cute, it was not healthy or practical. That's why Kda decided to put Kenta on a strict exercise schedule from then on, though it kept pushing it further. So Kda had given it time until Yami's exam to get ready. Don't worry, exercise is from tomorrow. Today we are going to have a party. Yami said, patting its head, bringing back a little life to its face, and in turn bringing smiles to everyone's faces as well. Things progressed normally for 1 week, with everyone focusing on their tasks. Yami also had to take a group of 3 Geinin for a mission, all of them older than her, and being part of the Geinin force of Hidden Leaf Village, the ninja who didn't have much talent and were not able to reach the level of Chunin even after giving their best for years. They comprised the majority of force of every village, with only a few becoming Chunin or even fewer ever becoming Jonin. Such people were normally put under a Chunin and took C or sometimes B rank missions once or twice a week, to get enough money to live a mediocre life. Aside from the mission Yami took, there was nothing out of the ordinary, until at last a message came to 3 houses in Hidden Leaf Village, with a Hokage's seal on it, making it an official letter. The contents of the letter were simple: they were being promoted to Jonin rank due to their exceptional merits in the Chunin exam, and they had to be present in the Hall of Leaf, a fancy name for a building used for such promotions, near the Hokage monument. Getting the letter, Both Kida and Kabuto were super happy, though their reasons were different. Kabuto was happy that he would now have enough money to effectively help his orphanage, whereas Kida was happy that he could finally complete some of his plans. But the third person who got this letter was in a gray zone. Even though he was happy, that happiness was doused by the fact that he would not be able to do anything even after becoming a Jonin. Being a prodigy, he was a person who had been using chakra from the time he was just 4, always performing physical tasks way above the limit of his physical body. One could say he had gotten a proper taste of what power felt like. Now if you tell such a person not to use chakra for even a second, he would live the most boring phase of his life then and there was nothing he could do. Not when he was seeing his father liquidating some of their family shops for funds for his medicines. Even though getting 3 to 4 million per month wasn't a big deal for their family, most of it was going to other business. They didn't have much liquid funds at hand, and Fugaku sold 2 of their family shops in the main central part of Hidden Leaf Village for the funds. Being the clan head of one of the most powerful clans, he had a reputation to maintain, so there was no way he was going to ask for it from the clan's funds, even though he could easily do that. Itachi was the clan's most prized ninja, comparable to Shizui, so no one would raise a single complaint if money was taken for his healthcare, but Fugaku, being an upright father, couldn't do that. And Itachi, seeing all this, couldn't bring himself to defy his parents' order to never use chakra until he was perfectly fine. So he was always controlling his urge and reading books to pass his time, and in such a scenario, there was nothing a Jonin promotion would change other than making him an ill Jonin from an ill Chunin. But there was nothing he could do anyway, so he went to the hall along with Kabuto and Kida, obviously followed by their family members. In Kabuto's case, some of the children and orphanage caretaker Nano came too. She was the person who deeply cared for Kabuto and taught him all the medical jutsu he knew till now. She basically treated him like her son. But as cruel as fate and Danzō could be, he had somehow pitted her against Kabuto during a mission, in which Kabuto killed her thinking her an enemy, which was one of the major reasons for his personality during the later part of the story. Luckily she was still alive and was managing an overly large orphanage by herself, a very resource-consuming thing. All of her savings from her time as a medical ninja en route were almost spent, and the orphanage sustained itself from donations and help from the village. While she did some medical work as well to get extra cash, providing for the needs of more than 100 children was a money black hole. No amount was enough, so the living conditions were modest at best. That's why Kabuto was happy that he could help now. The Hall of Leaf lived up to its name, with sunlight streaming through tall windows adorned with the village's symbol etched in stained glass. The wooden panels along the walls displayed carved scenes of Hidden Leaf Village's history, from its founding to present day. 3 rows of seats faced the raised platform where the third Hokage sat, flanked by the village council and several distinguished Jonin. One of the most powerful and influential groups of Hidden Leaf Village, it had to be noted that they were the group responsible for selecting a new Hokage through votes. Kida, Kabuto, and Itachi stood at attention before them, each wearing freshly pressed uniforms. Behind them, their families and supporters filled the guest seats. Nano sat with her orphanage children, who could barely contain their excitement at seeing Kabuto in such an important ceremony. The Uchiha clan members maintained their characteristic dignity, though Mikoto's eyes along with Fugaku's shone with pride as they watched Itachi. Shizui, he, and Yami sat together, sharing the same prideful look, just differing in whom they were directed at. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose from his seat, and with his movement, the murmurs in the hall died down as everyone showed proper respect he deserved. Today, we gathered to recognize 3 exceptional shinobi who have demonstrated skills, judgment, and dedication far beyond their years. His voice carried clearly through the hall. In times of peace, it becomes even more crucial to nurture those who can protect and guide the next generation. These 3 have shown not just combat prowess, but the wisdom to know when to use it. His gaze swept over each candidate. Their exceptional performance in the Chunin exam held in Hidden Clouds Village has helped the village in more than one way, and I along with other elders have decided to give them proper reward for such an achievement. The third Hokage's eyes lingered briefly on Itachi, a flash of concern crossing his features before he continued. The rank of Jonin carries not just privileges, but heavy responsibilities. You will be entrusted with our village's most crucial missions and the training of future generations. He gestured for them to step forward. One by one, they knelt before him. Do you swear to uphold the principles of Hidden Leaf Village, to protect its people, and to pass on the will of fire to future generations? We swear. Their voices rang out in unison. Do you accept the responsibilities of a Jonin, to lead by example and place the village's needs above your own? We do. Hiruzen nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Then by the authority vested in me as the third Hokage, I hereby promote you to the rank of Jonin. As they rose, 3 senior Jonin stepped forward, presenting each with a new flak jacket, darker green than their Chunin vests, with additional utility pockets marking their new rank. That, along with new headbands much harder and having better seals than previous headbands, was presented to them as well. The hall erupted in applause, the orphanage children being particularly enthusiastic in their cheering for Kabuto. With this, Hidden Leaf Village got 3 new jonins in their ranks. Chapter 331, Hope. While Hidden Leaf Village was taking their time enjoying their regained peace, at least on the surface, the other villages were not so idle. Sir, both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village have brought back their forces from Fire Country as well, and Hidden Leaf Village has already taken care of most of the bandits and rogue ninja we were able to plant in the Fire Country. In a sense, they are now more safe than before. Mabui said. So Hidden Leaf Village is back to their shell, I guess? I asked. Yes, sir, and according to the recent report from our spies, they have brought back most of their forces to recuperate, with only the border having the same number of forces as before. Hokage is not taking any chances in that regard. Mabui continued. So what do you think, Mabui, is this much damage enough for Hidden Leaf Village? I asked. Not at all, sir. As far as damage is concerned, Hidden Leaf Village has not actually sustained any substantial damage at all. The most they have lost is just a couple dozen gained-in and some unfortunate Chunin, a force insignificant to even weakened Hidden Leaf Village, let alone today's Hidden Leaf Village, which is going back to its prime at a rapid rate. Mabui said. Yes, with the stunt they have pulled, it is a very light loss, and if they got away with such an easy price, they may get many more bold ideas in the future as well. I said, leaning back in his chair. Sir, you are not thinking of sending our forces back to Fire Country, right? Our losses are already on the higher side. We have lost 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin and many more gainin during our plans to attack Hidden Leaf Village. With Shizui of the body flicker active, the losses have been mounting like crazy, and we can't commit to an attack like that. Mabui said. I know, but that will be the case if we took the same approach. How about this? I said, passing a letter to Mabui. Sir, this will bring us very close to launching a full-blown Great Ninja War. Mabui said. But Hidden Leaf Village will not start the war. I said, shrugging his shoulders. Even though it was a known fact that Hidden Leaf Village was almost back to its previous strength, the key point was almost. Like other great ninja villages, Hidden Leaf Village was also not in a condition to go to war either. Sure, Hidden Mist Village was in civil war and Hidden Sand Village was an ally, but the situation would become completely different if an actual war started, because Hidden Sand Village would surely become an enemy in a jiffy. Their alliance was forced in the first place anyway. With other 2 major villages ready to join at any moment as well, there was no way Hidden Leaf Village could start a war in any case. Understanding this, Mabui nodded her head in understanding. Send a letter to Anoki, tell him I am willing to cooperate with him for this plan if he is up for it. I said. And what if he demands some form of compensation for this? Mabui asked. Then there is no need to proceed with the discussion anymore. Tell him that if that is the case, then we will drop this plan altogether. I said, because he knew like them. Hidden Stones Village was also searching to show that doing stunts like the one they did had consequences. Sir, should we consult with elders for this? Mabui asked. I have already informed 2 grand elders, rest of them will just complicate this further. I said. Mabui nodded her head and left the office. With her task clear, there was no time for her to waste anymore. Let's see how you react to this, Hiruzen, I thought. With a letter in front of him, Anoki was sitting in front of Hidden Stones Village's councils. Sir, this is too risky, and if Hidden Leaf Village actually decides to attack, then the losses will be tremendous for us. One of the elders said. And you think they have military strength to fight Hidden Clouds Village and us at the same time? Also, 2 of their S rank are not with Hidden Leaf Village anymore, with the 3rd one dead. Tsunade can be brought back if the situation becomes dire, and we don't know if Orochimaru actually defected. It may very well be a ploy, and he can become a variable during the war. Also, there is talk of Fugaku being an S rank now. An S rank Uchiha will be a menace on the battlefield, let alone 2. And do you think we are weak? So what if they have S rank ninjas? We are not weak either. Also, we can't allow Hidden Leaf Village to continue their earlier stunt, otherwise, we will lose much more than just some business partners. The discussion continued, but Anoki was sitting there with his mouth shut and his hands massaging his own back. After 10 minutes of hearing non-stop banter from the elders, Anoki finally sighed and said, we all know that we were planning something like this anyway. Now that we can ally with Hidden Clouds Village, there is nothing wrong with it. Even though I would have liked Hidden Clouds Village to take the initiative, they have made their intent clear that if we don't participate, they will also fall back, which is a very bad outcome. Because if that happened, we can't attack Hidden Leaf Village on our own. Even though Hidden Clouds Village will also not want to give Hidden Leaf Village so much breathing room either, we can't bet on Rukonga's volatile nature for this either. So we don't actually have a choice in this matter. So why the hell are you guys taking so much time to reach such a simple conclusion? Being a fence-sitter for so long, the higher-ups of Hidden Stones Village had become very mild in their approach against any enemy, which though having benefits in some cases, couldn't always be used, and this was one such scenario. I really worry about the time when I will not be here. These fools will be responsible for handling Hidden Stones Village, Onoki thought. But Tsuchikage-sama, if we agree to this, then who are we going to send for this mission? One of the elders asked. Kitsuchi and Deidara will lead the mission along with 5 squads of Chunin, each led by an elite Jonin, and 20 Takebutsu Jonin and 3 medical ninjas. Everyone became shocked by this. Committing such a force for an attack was rare even during times of war, let alone in time of peace. If they lost this force, it would not be an overstatement that Hidden Stones Village would be the one to suffer. Sir, both Deidara and Kitsuchi are irreplaceable assets of the village. We can't put them up for such a dangerous mission. What if Hidden Clouds Village uses this chance to weaken us? One of the elders said. Do you think Rukongai or Hidden Clouds Village is so dumb that they will try to start a death conflict with us when our common enemy is getting powerful every second? May be hot-headed, but he is by no means a fool. Also, Kitsuchi doesn't need anyone's worry. He didn't become military commander of Hidden Stones Village by playing safe in Hidden Stones Village. As for Deidara, he needs some challenges to grow. With how much training he has been doing after coming back from the Chunin exam, I think this is the perfect opportunity to put it to good use. Onoki said. With such sound reasoning, there was nothing the elders could say anymore, and they agreed to the proposal. With this, an impromptu alliance between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village was formed against Hidden Leaf Village. My mom has not recovered from previous healing, please wait some time and let her recover, please. A small girl not older than 6 years cried. Her vibrant red hair, though messy, was strikingly full of energy. Move aside, girl. We don't have time for this. The ninja she was pleading against mercilessly pushed her aside and brought in 3 injured ninja along with him. One of them was at Jonin rank while the other 2 were of elite Chunin rank, though it was by the standards of a minor village. If they were in any major village, even considering them Chunin would have been a stretch. But for a minor village, they were assets, though not strong ones, but still assets. That's why they were here. All 3 of them had various injuries on their bodies, along with low chakra reserves. In front of them lay a woman having striking similarity to the girl crying at the doors. With her red hair tied, she was sitting on her bed, but the vibrancy of life that accompanied those red hairs was missing in her. She was both low on chakra and utterly exhausted as this was the 12th time in a day she was going through this procedure. Without wasting any time, the 3 injured ninja bit the arm of the lady, their injuries healing at a pace visible to the naked eye while their chakra reserves filled back in no time. The lady's face went a little more pale after that. Even though she had shared her chakra with more than 15 ninjas, it was not her chakra reserves that were empty. On the contrary, they were still more than half filled. It was her life force that was at its limit. Healing so many people continuously took a toll on her, and it was just going to get worse. Mom, are you alright? Please mom, let me heal you. I don't want to lose you. The girl came running back after the ninja left. I am perfectly fine, Karen, so don't cry, my child. Reina Uzumaki, one of the last surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, said, with her shaking hand wiping away the tears of her daughter. Mom, let's run away from here. This place is very bad, all of the people here are so selfish. Karen cried. We don't have any place to go, my child. Now this is our home, and don't worry, things will get better once this war is over. Reina said. With their Uzumaki bloodline, they couldn't go to any major village, because other villages would become wary of them and would try their best to eliminate them. No village would want their enemy village to get a powerful clan like the Uzumaki clan among their ranks, so their best bet was to stay hidden here, hoping that things would become easier once the war was over. Chapter 332, Mission. Aside from using 2 Uzumakis for their gains, Hidden Grass Village was also having another meeting. Hidden Leaf Village has left us to fend for ourselves for so long. Why do we have to keep depending on them? This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer, Kazekage-sama, please consider it. Ryoshi Kageyama, the first elder of Hidden Grass Village, said with a highly compelling tone. But allying with Hidden Stones Village will mean we are betraying Hidden Leaf Village. With its recent resurgence, it will be a risk I don't want to take. Sairi Unazama, the Kage of Hidden Grass Village, said. But Lord, it is not like we will be against Hidden Leaf Village, and we can always say that it was Hidden Stones Village who forced us into this alliance if things go south. Tsubasa Akimura, the second elder of Hidden Grass Village and head of one of the strongest families in Hidden Grass Village which contained 20% of Jonin of Hidden Grass Village, said. His word carried quite a say in Hidden Grass Village, just below the Kage and the First Elder, who was the only other person in their ninja force powerful enough to be considered an elite jonin in a major village, the first one being their Kage. It was apparent to Shiryu that both of the elders had taken Hidden Stone's village's side, and some deal had already been made between them, but there was little he could do in this matter. He had asked Hidden Lee Village for help multiple times by now, but they had turned down his requests multiple times as well. With both his village and Hidden Waterfall Village allied to Hidden Lee Village, there was little they could actually do. Even though Hidden Waterfall Village was their recent ally, whereas Hidden Grass Village had been allies with Hidden Lee Village from its foundation, still Hidden Lee Village decided not to involve them in this matter. Even though he could understand their reasoning for this, by no means did others in his village share his thinking. With two of the major forces already planning on defecting from the alliance, it was getting harder and harder for Shiryu to manage things on his own. At last, he decided to fold in because this time the intention of the elders was clear. Either he sided with Hidden Stone's village on his own, or Hidden Grass Village would get a new Kage who would form an alliance with Hidden Stone's village. But there was one thing he didn't take into account: Hidden Lee Village, who had been allies with Hidden Grass Village, was bound to have some spies in it, and some of the spies might be part of the council as well. When Shiryu decided to ally with Hidden Stone's village on these ministers' requests and persuasion, a report was sent to Hidden Lee Village with full details about the events. A mission was posted on Hidden Lee Village's mission board, though details about the mission were hidden and only location and type were mentioned. The rest of the information had to be collected by ninja who wanted to take this job from the Hokage himself. 2 days before, after the two of his clan ninjas were promoted to Jonin rank, and they were both among the youngest ninja to become Jonin in the clan, though not the record holders but still in the top 10, Fugaku himself threw a party, inviting all of the clan. Obviously, Da and Itachi were the stars of the show. "So how are you feeling?" Da asked as he inhaled his second plate of the most expensive beef available in Hidden Lee Village. "Shit. Do you know how it feels to not use chakra for so long? I am falling behind so much," Itachi said. "What are you talking about? Who are you falling behind from? You know how many people are jealous of your strength gaining speed? Just 11 and already a Jonin, there is literally no reason for you to hurry," Da said. "Your brother was more powerful than me at this age, also you are younger than me and already so close to my level. He doesn't want to be the clan head, and Dad has high expectations of me. If I have to be clan head, shouldn't I be the best? And how can I be the best if I don't train regularly?" Itachi asked. Listening to that, Da could only look toward Itachi. "I really should forget about the anime. The boy in front of me is not a spy of Hidden Lee Village in Akatsuki but a young ninja who has too much burden on his shoulders, burden of clan, burden of village, burden of peace, and he is carrying it on his own." Seeing Da looking toward him in a strange way, Itachi frowned and asked, "What?" "Nothing, you just sounded so childish. Who said you have to be the best among the clan to be the clan head?" Until Uncle Fugaku had shown his Mangekyō, many people considered brother to be a tad bit stronger than uncle, but does that in any way change the fact they respected uncle as a clan head? No, all of the Uchiha clan members respect him dearly. A leader doesn't have to be all-powerful. Sure, strength is important, but what's more important is respect from the ones you have to lead, understanding their needs, their emotions, and that will be enough for you to be a good clan head," Da said coolly. "And how do you know the requirements of being one?" Itachi asked. "Because I am smart," Da replied proudly. "Ha ha, well said, boy." Fugaku laughed as he made his way toward the duo along with Mikoto, P, and Shisui. "You don't have to burden yourself, Itachi. I am already proud of you, son," Fugaku said, placing his hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Also, don't compare yourself to him, he is just not normal," he continued, pointing toward Shisui. "I will take that as a compliment," Shisui said with a smile, getting a chuckle from the crowd. The party concluded on such a lighter note, and everyone went back to their daily life. Da waited 2 days for things to settle, going to the hospital in the meantime to have some work to do as well. But after waiting for 2 days, he went to the Hokage building to search for any mission he could get regarding Hidden Grass Village, and lucky for him, there were many present. But most of them were about helping the villagers so that the ninja of Hidden Grass Village could focus on the war. While these were present before his promotion as well, there was a new mission present as well, one that intrigued Da a lot. It was a low-rank mission, which he understood was low rank from the reward money, which was comparable to a B-rank mission. This should be something related to the village itself and not the civilians, but the only problem with this one is this, Da thought, focusing on the last line of the mission card, head to Hokage office for further details, required rank Jonin, and if this was not the case, things would have been much better, but with getting a mission related to the infiltration of the village, it would be tough to explain how he found out about the Uzumaki family. So with this as his last option, De picked the mission card and went toward the Hokage office. Lord Third is busy, please wait for some time. I will call you as soon as he is free. The receptionist said, directing De toward the sofas. After half an hour, he was called into Hiruzen's office. Why do you want to take this mission? Hiruzen asked. He was actually happy that this task could be handled this fast because most of his Anbo Jonins were already out, and the ones who were not were busy with tasks which couldn't be transferred to others, so he had to wait for them to come back. But it was the person who was asking for this mission that worried him a little. He had the necessary strength to handle this problem easily, there was no doubt about that, it was the experience that was the problem. Lord Third, I have been doing many C and B rank missions these couple of months, and even though I have myself tried to increase the difficulty by completing them as fast as possible, there's still not enough training for me. So I decided to give A rank missions a try, but I don't want to bite more than I can chew. That's why I chose the easiest one on the board, and since for this mission I had to consult with you as well, I thought it was perfect since if it is out of my league, you would stop me anyway. De replied with the perfect answer he had been preparing for the past 2 months, an answer which was enough to satisfy Hiruzen's curiosity. Chapter 333, Infiltration Kda. This mission is a little complicated. Here we have to show that it was us who did this, but we also can't leave any proof behind which can point out that it was us who did this. I think you will need some more experience before attempting such crucial missions. Hiruzen said. Even though he could easily tell Kda what to do and the job would be done without a problem, there was a slight variable that stopped Hiruzen from doing that. He had decided to choose Kda for the Hokage candidate position, so he couldn't be like other ninja who just follow orders. That's why Hiruzen wanted to check Kda's thought process, about how he would handle this problem. If you say so, Lord Third, but I am a little curious now whether I would be able to meet even the bare minimum criteria for it. Can you please tell me what we have to do in this mission? I want to tell you how I would have attempted it, just to check my level. Kda asked with a serious expression. Even though he didn't know why, he could tell that it was a type of test for him. Okay, let's assume one of the elders of an allied minor village is trying to persuade them to join another major ninja village. We have to eliminate that elder. Now we have to show that minor village what would happen if they actually broke the alliance, but on the other hand, we can't leave any evidence behind so they can use that against us politically. Hiruzen explained. Now he was also curious how Kda would approach this mission. I think I really am too young for this, Lord Third, because I can only think of some simple approaches regarding this. Kda said, sulking a little. Let me hear those simple approaches of yours, Kda. Hiruzen said. Well, if I have to do this, there are 2 ways I will approach this. Since that elder is already trying to persuade them, they already know that he is in alliance with the other major village. In this case, I will just go there, read his memories, let him write a note that he was wrong and he understood his crime and that's why he is committing suicide, obviously leaving enough signs that it was staged. In the other case, I will do exactly the same thing, just this time, rather than making him write a suicide note, I will leave behind some proof pointing toward Hidden Stone's village, which we can leverage further. Kda ended his explanation. And why did you think those were bad ideas? Hiruzen asked. Because they are so simple. I am sure you would have been able to come up with something much more detailed and complex, which would help the village better. Kda said. But that doesn't make your ideas bad. In fact, they are really great, so great that I am considering giving this mission to you, and you are also free to choose any of your plans according to the situation you find out. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Lord Third. Kda said with a smile, then bowed and left the office. Since the mission was the one Kda had been waiting for quite some time, he left in an hour just after informing his family, mainly he and Yami, about his mission and then jolting away toward Hidden Grass Village. Man, I hope they are alright. I don't want to reach there after Karen's mother dies, it would be such a huge loss, and her death would be totally meaningless, dying for a war of a minor village, a war that would end as soon as a single S-rank ninja appears on the battlefield. Losing an Uzumaki for such a meaningless war would be the epitome of foolishness. With such thoughts in his mind, he raced through the field. Since he had to cross a country and go to another for this mission, this one was going to take way longer than his other missions. Hey, why are you sleeping? It is just the start of our night shift. One of the guards said, standing upright in front of Hidden Grass Village. Because I have been doing this job for the past 3 months. Not a single person uses this gate to enter our village, not even spies. You will become like me too when you complete your first month. Rustle before the first guard could reply, a small rustling sound came from the bushes. What was that sound? He asked. It must have been some small animal. What do you think, an enemy ninja will be foolish enough to make such sound even if they want to enter our village? The second guard laughed. You are taking this job way too lightly. The first guard said, cursing the higher-ups who had made this fool the guard. So what if he is the son of an elder? While having a burning desire to kick him in the nuts, the first guard went to check the sound. Even though he himself had thought that it must have been some animal, when he reached there, all he saw was 2 pairs of red glowing eyes. Normally, any ninja with even a tad bit of experience of war would look away with the first glimpse of those eyes if they could, that is. But sadly for this ninja, he was just a geinin, a talented one by minor village standards but still a geinin. As soon as he saw those eyes, his mind became blank. What is it? Hey, I asked, what is it? I swear if this is your way to make me move, then you will regret. If the first guard was inexperienced, this one couldn't even be compared, and he also became still as soon as he saw those pairs of red glowing eyes with 3 tomoe rotating in them. Man, these Sharingans really are cheats. If I'm not fighting an S-rank ninja, an undying man, a self-proclaimed god, a god's son, a real god. If I'm fighting normal ninja. Well, that aside, what should we do now? Kda said it out loud. He had already searched the parameters, there was not even a trace of a ninja coming toward this direction, so he was a little relaxed. First, let's search for a place to get intel. Kda said and started scanning the mind of the second guard. Well, all things considered, Hidden Grass Village is still an ally of Hidden Leaf Village. I can do it a little favor by removing this lazy fool from their ranks, but sadly for them and luckily for him, they decided to betray us, so I will let you live to go and destroy the village, Kda thought, but his eyes turned deadly the next second. With his Sharingan activated, he looked into the lifeless eyes of the second guard and said, but put your hand on any civilian once again, and I will give you a death so gruesome you will cry in your 10 next lives and will be born without your jewels too. Even though both guards were in a complete blank state at the moment, they both shuddered at that, and the one it was directed at pissed his pants. But since Kda didn't want to announce his visit to the village, he let the fool live, who once again reminded him that this was the world where there was no such thing as justice, and the one who had power was the one who decided the fate of others. And for that, he left quite a good mental note in the first guard's mind. With the information he wanted now in his mind, Kda went inside the village. After 10 minutes of his departure, both guards came back to their senses, but with a new memory, they both went to check for the sound, and it was just a small fox, but the second guard got spooked by it and pissed in his pants. Ha ha ha. Shut up, it was an accident, and why the hell is my head aching so much? Yeah, nice try. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone about this. Why don't you go and change? Humphrey. Chapter 334, Inside the enemy territory. Kda melted into the shadows of Hidden Grass Village's narrow streets, his footsteps silent against the worn pathways. The village's architecture was a unique mix of traditional wooden structures and newer concrete buildings, all intertwined with the massive grass stalks which went along with the name of the village, Hidden Grass Village, the village hidden in grass. Under the cover of darkness, these towering plants cast intricate shadows that made perfect hiding spots. That's why Kda didn't even have to transform into a Hidden Grass Village shinobi and just went into the village in his normal uniform, though he had already stored his headband and now wore an Hidden Stones Village headband, a copy he brought along with many other things, just in case he had to go with his second plan. Luckily Hidden Grass Village is really exploiting the Uzumaki family, so even a low-level guard knows their location. Otherwise, I would have had to search a little more seriously. According to the guard's memories, the Uzumaki family lives in the Eastern District, Kda thought, forming a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He whispered, and a perfect copy materialized beside him having more than 70% of his chakra. You know what to do. Kda muttered to his clone. The duplicate nodded and headed toward the village center, where the elder's residence stood. Their plan was simple but effective. While Kda located Karen and her mother, his clone would gather intelligence on the elder who was pushing for an alliance with Hidden Stones Village. Moving through the Eastern District, Kda noticed the stark difference in living conditions. Unlike the well-maintained central areas from where he had just passed, these streets were poorly lit and showed signs of neglect. Though his Sharingan picked up traces of chakra signatures everywhere, security seals, detection barriers, and surveillance jutsu, though basic, were even present in these rundown places, the same places which didn't even have proper lighting. Well, even though it is a minor village, that still doesn't change the fact that it is a ninja village. They are serious about security, even though it is really basic. Covering the whole village in seals must have been tough. I need to make sure not to set off some alarm or something, he noted. Meanwhile, his clone had reached the administrative district. The elder's compound was a traditional mansion, its gardens meticulously maintained. From his elevated position on a nearby rooftop, the clone observed the guards' patrol patterns and started making mental notes of the elder's schedule. Back in the Eastern District, Kda had his Sharingan activated, looking for the house in the memories of the guard. That has to be them. No one else in this district would have chakra reserves this large, he thought, looking toward the house. Inside were 2 chakra signatures. One, which was smaller of the 2, was nearly thrice his chakra reserve, let alone the larger one which was almost 12 times larger. And it had to be noted that none of them were actual ninja, just normal Uzumakis. With a sigh in his heart, he continued to monitor the house in which the Uzumaki family was living. It was a modest 2-story building, its exterior deliberately weathered to appear abandoned. Clever. They're hiding in plain sight. As he drew closer, he detected multiple layers of protective seals, not standard hidden grass village patterns which were laughably simple. No, they were clearly advanced. In fact, they were so complex that he couldn't even comprehend even 10% of the seals, and the ones he could were those which were most likely set by Hidden Grass Village, which were somehow integrated into a much larger and complex array. Definitely Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu, Kda thought, leaving behind any thoughts of entering the building mysteriously and silently taking the ladies out. That looks like a nice spot, Kda thought, looking toward a house in the area which had a clear view of the Uzumaki family's house but was also not very big. Without wasting any time, Kda went toward the house, entering it like he owned it. As soon as he entered, the man inside, a 30-year-old with a fairly decent build, was spooked by the sudden appearance of someone in his house. But as soon as he saw the headband of the ninja who had entered his house, he quickly went for the pouch in the drawer right next to his chair, most likely for weapons. But he had already made the fatal mistake of looking toward the face of the intruder. Just below the headband were 2 glowing eyes that looked both beautiful and deadly in his dimly lit room, but he was not given any time to either appreciate the beauty or fear the implications of those eyes. His hand froze midair, and then he went back to calmly sit at the table. Kda gave a cursory read to his memory. Just some genin retired after sustaining injuries, lives alone, wife died, no children. Man, you are one depressed fellow. Fine, since I am going to use your home for some time, let me repay this favor to you, Kda thought, and put him under a Ganjutsu. The moment he would wake up, he would feel full of energy and want to achieve something in his life. Kda had given him a basic version of the taijutsu style as well, the one he was using before joining the Uchiha clan. With his already decent chakra reserve, he could become a chunin, only in a minor village, but still, and also move on with his life. Kda patted the shoulder of the man whose eyes closed on the chair itself. He was going to sleep for 12 hours, and even after he woke up, he would just eat, drink, and go back to sleep. I have to remember to bring him out of Ganjutsu before leaving Hidden Grass Village, Kda thought before placing the man in his room, and then went to the hall from where the Uzumaki family house was crystal clear. After that, Kda made a shadow clone to keep watch at the house, while he went to the sofa to get some much-needed rest after a journey of hundreds of kilometers and doing so much work while keeping his Sharingan active most of the time to search for seals or any possible ninja who could find him. This had taken a toll on both his mind and body, so with his eyes closing and 2 of his shadow clones keeping watch on 2 of his targets in Hidden Grass Village, a silent night passed in Hidden Grass Village. What do you mean Hidden Stones Village doesn't want to share the resources now? It was the deal we had. The elder spoke in an angry voice. Sir, this is what they said. Hidden Waterfall Village is ready to ally with them with just half of the resources you have been asking, so they are thinking of supporting them. The messenger said. And you think Hidden Leaf Village will just sit on their ass if that happened? Our relation with Hidden Leaf Village is still rock solid. There is no way Hidden Stones Village could openly do that. The elder said. Elder, Hidden Leaf Village is already facing silent attacks from 3 major villages. Do you really think they have time to consider about a minor village? The messenger asked. Sai looks like I have to show all of my cards for Hidden Grass Village to get any benefits. The elder said out loud and then gestured for the messenger to leave. Being the first elder of Hidden Grass Village and second most powerful person in the village, he could easily get a messenger inside the village. Due to that, he was having a conversation with the messenger from Hidden Stones Village inside his house. After the messenger left, his son, who was almost 30 years old and was already a jonin of Hidden Grass Village, appeared from the back door of the meeting room. Father, Kage-sama gave strict orders about not disclosing the information of those mother and daughter to anyone. Are you really going to go against him? Not for now. They are really useful, and if Hidden Stones Village or other ninja villages don't involve themselves in this war, then with just the healing of those 2, we would surely win this war. But the problem is if they decide to involve themselves. Because in that case, we will stop having injured ninja, and they will be replaced by dead ones. At that time, those 2 will lose their importance to us, and we can then trade them for the support of any major village. The elder said. I understand, father. The son said. According to them, their conversation was private, but there were 2 eyes monitoring their every move from the nearby house. Just as soon as the messenger arrived, The shadow clone created another shadow clone and then dispersed itself, sending a message to Kda about the event. As soon as Kda got the memories, he jolted toward the elder's house and secured a perfect spot for him to watch the conversation. Though they had closed the curtains, what were some curtains in front of a 3-Tomoe Sharingan? Kda could easily see all of their movements in detail. But that was it, he could only see them, not hear them. Luckily, he was not the first person to have Sharingan, and his predecessors also faced the same problems. Due to this, every Uchiha is taught how to read lips. Though Kda was not in the Uchiha clan from childhood, Shisui had advised him of this training, and he had completed it in the 2.5-month break as well. Thanks to that, he was able to get all of the conversation that happened inside the elder's house. It is not his fault that he wants betterment of his village. Sadly, that will be the reason for his death as well, Kda thought, making up his mind to complete his mission today only. Chapter 335, Please don't kill me. Aside from getting this crucial information, Kda also picked up one more detail in the same day. 5 ninja entered the house of the Uzumaki family after pushing aside a 6-year-old girl who was saying something, her posture close to begging. But since Kda was at the elder's house and his shadow clone was keeping watch, he couldn't hear what she or those ninja said. But from what he knew, there was no need for him to hear anything in the first place. 4 out of 5 ninja were injured, and Karen's mother must have been tired after healing the previous batch. That's why Karen was saying something about letting her mother rest. Sigh. Once one of, if not the most powerful clan in the world, now it has been reduced to a stage where even ninja of a minor village could harass them. But they must be really scared of other major villages because from what I can see about the array, it is more than capable of killing anyone inside of it, Kda's clone thought, then started pondering on what should be his first words during the meeting, as he couldn't just go in and say he was there to save them. No, that would not work. If they wanted, they could have easily asked Hidden Leaf Village to shelter them instead of a minor village like Hidden Grass Village in the first place. They must be really wary of Hidden Leaf Village as well, even though it didn't attack Hidden Eddy Village, it didn't come to help either. Because anyone could tell that if Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Eddy Village combined their strength, no one in the world could contend against them. Their elders thought that Hidden Leaf Village must have been wary of their strength and must have wanted to remove the only other village which was equal to it in power. Even though Kda didn't know this, he had guessed this much himself. Let's stick to the previous plan, no need to change it, Kda's clone thought and then kept his watch. After just 5 minutes, the ninja left the house, all in perfect condition like the previous injuries were all lies. Even the best medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village will not be able to achieve that, as he remained keeping his watch. After 1 hour, Kda came back and the clone dispersed itself. As expected, they are not in good condition either. Well, let's start then. Kda went out of the house, went to the house of the Uzumaki family, and knocked on the door. Knock knock. How many times are you going to come? Can't you guys understand that she also needs rest? Karen opened the door but stopped as soon as she saw who the person was. Who are you? There was a sudden wariness in her voice. Hey, don't worry, I am not an enemy, and I am here to talk. Can I come in? No. Can you at least ask your mom first? Fine, but who are you? Oh, tell her that Uchiha is here and he just wants to have some talk. Also, please don't kill him. Kda said with a small laugh. Karen nodded her head but didn't laugh, and went to her mother. What? Did he really say Uchiha? Reina asked. Yes, Mom. And he even knows about the seals. Looks like our luck ends here. Reina said and then asked her daughter to bring him in. Good afternoon, ma'am. Kda said, bowing a little. Karen darling, can you please bring sugar from the shop? We should serve our guest with some tea, right? Reina said, giving her daughter a kind smile. But Mom Karen. Okay Mom. Karen said, gave Kda a last look which was shouting do something to my mother and I will kill you at any cost. Why the hell are they thinking I'm the villain? Kda cried in his mind. After Karen left, the smile on Reina's face vanished. So Hidden Leaf Village has found us. Now what do you want, to kill us or bring us to your village to become breeding machines? I am sorry ma'am, but there must be some misunderstanding here. So please give me a chance to clear that. Kda asked. Go ahead. Ma'am, my name is Kda Uchiha, and as you have already guessed, I am a Jonin from Hidden Leaf Village. We found out that Hidden Grass Village is trying to ally with Hidden Stones Village, and an elder is taking an active role in that. I am here regarding that. When I entered the village, I found out about some red-haired ladies who were very good at healing when I read the mind of the guards, but at that time I thought you were some good medical ninjas. But when I was monitoring the elder, I got to know his plan of offering Hidden Stones Village something so great that it will be impossible for them to resist. When I searched a little, I found out about you guys. I am sorry, but I also saw the previous scene. Since the Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village were previous allies, I decided I should try to help you if I can, but I think you don't want that, and I don't have any problem with that. Also rest assured ma'am, no one in Hidden Leaf Village knows about you guys. De said, but regretted saying that the next second. Because he saw a flicker of killing intent in Reina's eyes, but it vanished in few seconds. She must have weighed the pros and cons of doing that, De thought. Even though he was confident in the mitotic regeneration jutsu, he didn't want to find out what Uzumaki seals could do, and he was pretty sure killing him was on the easier side of that list. You said Ryoshi-sama is trying to use us as a bargaining chip. Is it true? I can swear on the name of my ancestors. No need, just step on that array and repeat that. Reina said, but De hesitated a little. As you have said earlier, if I want to kill you, you would die on the place you are standing. It is just an array for lie detection. Reina said. De didn't like to be in a situation where his life was in constant danger, and that too when he was trying to help, but there was nothing he could do now. Also, he could understand the reason behind their wariness, so he complied with the request. So what do I have to do now? De asked. Just tell me the same thing. Reina said, and De felt a string of chakra getting attached to the array, which also connected to his chakra. First Elder of Hidden Grass Village is really planning on using both of you for bargaining against Hidden Stones Village, and no one in Hidden Leaf Village knows about you guys other than me. De said, only the truth. Sai ma'am, please don't kill me. I was really trying to just help you guys. De said with a little awkward smile on his face, and now that he was still standing in the array, Reina could tell that he was telling the truth. How can you help me, child? We can't go to Hidden Leaf Village. All of the Uzumaki that were sent there when we were allies are dead, none of them is alive, not even their children. Reina said with a sigh. That's not true ma'am. The child of Kushina Uzumaki is still alive. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the one and only Jinchuriki of Hidden Leaf Village and my little brother. De said. And what does that mean? Nothing. I can totally understand your doubts, but I can assure you that whatever you are thinking about the village may have been true in the past but not anymore. De said. Why? Because Danzo Shimura is dead. He was the one reason behind many problems in Hidden Leaf Village, and he even planned to massacre my whole clan. With Senju already on the verge of extinction, he would gain extreme power by that. But now he is dead, thanks to Uncle Fugaku and others who worked hard to bring his true face. Now Hidden Leaf Village is a little safer than before. And if you want, I can assure you that no one will be able to lay a single finger on you guys once you come to Hidden Leaf Village. De said. Quite big words for someone so young. Words of the brother of Shizue Uchiha, one of the S-rank ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku Uchiha has a favor to repeat to the same person, a person who became a jonin at the age of 10 and... Fine, can you give me some time? I need to think this through. I understand ma'am, but even if you choose to not come to Hidden Leaf Village, just let me know. I will help you guys get out of Hidden Grass Village at least, and rest assured I will not tell anyone about you guys. De said, and since he was still standing on the array, Reina could trust his words. After that, he left the house. Chapter 336, Decisions and Promises. Reina sat quietly in her modest bedroom long after De had left, her mind wrestling with the weight of the decision before her. Kushina's son is alive, she thought, her hands absently tracing the intricate seal patterns on the table. But is that enough reason to trust Hidden Leaf Village again? They could have kept him since he is just a child and will be quite easy to control. But doesn't that mean we have more reason to go there? But should I put my and my daughter's lives in danger just because of that reason? But Mom. Karen's voice broke through her thoughts as she returned from the shop. Why do you have such a serious look? Did he say anything? Yes, he said that he wanted to help us after finding out about our state. He was not here for us in the first place. Reina looked at her daughter, seeing the fierce protective gleam in her eyes. Karen, sit down. We need to talk about this properly. Karen placed the sugar on the table and sat across from her mother, her posture tense. They'll just use us like Hidden Grass Village does. At least here, we know what to expect. Karen said, not because she trusted Hidden Grass Village, but because she knew she and her mother had some power to run away if things turned for the worst. But in Hidden Leaf Village, they would lose those privileges. Do we? Reina's voice was soft but firm. First Elder plans to trade us to Hidden Stones Village when it suits him. We're not guests here, Karen. We're assets. But Mom, your seals can protect us. They can't touch us if we don't want them to. Karen argued, adjusting her glasses nervously, all her thoughts about their safety becoming meek. Reina shook her head. Hidden Stones Village will spare no efforts once they find out that they can get a clan as powerful as ours in their village, sending every Fuinjutsu grandmaster they have. Then we will become sitting ducks here. And even running away is not good either. If we run, Hidden Grass Village will leak our information and we will have the whole ninja world behind our backs. Meanwhile, across the village, near the house of First Elder, Kda sat in his borrowed residence, planning his next moves. The dying sunlight painted the walls orange as he considered his options. The elder needs to be dealt with, he thought, his Sharingan spinning slowly as he recalled the man's conversations. He's too dangerous to be left in power. Now the question is, do I have to leave some fake proof of Hidden Stone's village's involvement or not? He created a shadow clone, sending it to continue surveillance on the elder's compound. The clone disappeared into the growing shadows while Kda remained focused on the larger picture. Aside from this obvious choice, if Reina-san agrees, I'll need to move quickly. Both elders' death and loss of two of such great assets will cripple Hidden Grass Village, and they will spare no expense in finding the perpetrator. His fingers drummed against the windowsill as he planned multiple scenarios. But then he finally decided on leaving proof of Hidden Stone's village's involvement behind so that Hidden Leaf Village could use this best, and now it was better than ever. Back at the Uzumaki residence, Reina had made her decision. We can't stay here forever, my dear. And if what he says is true about Danzō being dead, perhaps it is the safest option for us to go to Hidden Leaf Village anyway. After 8 hours, Kda arrived at their house again, and he found both Uzumaki women waiting for him. Kda simply went to the array for truth detection because he found out that it was literally the easiest and simplest way to prove your point to these red-haired women. I've made my decision, Reina stated, her red hair seeming to glow in the lamplight. We will consider going to Hidden Leaf Village, but I have conditions. Kda nodded, staying within the array's boundaries. Please, go ahead. First, we need your personal guarantee, as a member of the Uchiha clan, that you will help us settle in Hidden Leaf Village. Not just bringing us there, but ensuring we have a place to live and means to support ourselves. I can do that. Kda replied without hesitation, the array confirming his sincerity. Second, we need the Uchiha clan's protection. Written and sealed, stating that they will defend our interests within Hidden Leaf Village. Kda's eyes widened slightly. That's. In exchange for these guarantees, we will teach Fu Injutsu to the Uchiha clan. Reina completed the deal. But your seals are, Kda started. Our heritage, yes. Reina cut in gently. But they were meant to be shared with allies, not hidden away until they die with us. The Uchiha clan has offered help when we need it most. This is a fair exchange. Kda nodded with a smile, still standing within the array. I accept these terms without reservation. The Uchiha clan will be honored by this trust, and I swear we will not betray it. The array pulsed once, confirming his words. Very well. Reina said, finally allowing herself a small smile. When do we leave? Tonight. Kda replied, his expression turning serious. But first, I need to deal with the elder. His plans for an alliance with Hidden Stone's village could destabilize the entire region. And after what he planned to do with you. Reina's eyes hardened. Will you kill him? Yes, that is my mission. Kda nodded his head and then continued, I hope you don't have any problem with that. None at all, it was just a curious question. Reina said. Kda nodded and then asked, can you be ready to leave by midnight? I'll handle the elder first, then return for you. Reina nodded. We don't have much to pack. Most of our possessions are sealed in scrolls already. She paused, then added with a hint of pride, old Uzumaki habit. Then I'll return at midnight. Kda said, stepping out of the array. And Reina-san. Thank you for trusting us even though I don't have official power to form such alliance. From what I know about Uncle Fugaku, he will be more than happy enough to agree to your deals, and if you face any problems in this regard, I will make sure to bring you out of Hidden Leaf Village myself. As he left to deal with the elder, Karen turned to her mother. Are you sure about this? Reina pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. No, my dear. But sometimes the brave choice and the right choice are the same thing. And I believe that young man was telling the truth, not just because of the array, but because of how he offered to help us even if we refused Hidden Leaf Village. She released Karen and began gathering their scrolls. Besides, it's time the Uzumaki clan stopped hiding. We were once a proud people who helped build the ninja world. Perhaps, with the Uchiha clan's help, we can be that again. Chapter 337, Chaos in Hidden Grass Village. After leaving, Kda waited until almost midnight. At 11:00 p.m., the security of the mansion was as tight as ever, but movement in the streets was now minimal. Kda moved into action, sliding silently through the shadows toward the elder's mansion. His Sharingan activated, scanning for guards and security seals. After monitoring the compound all day, he knew exactly when the guard rotation would leave a brief opening. This was also one of the reasons he chose this timing. Perfect timing, he thought, slipping through the gap in security. The elder would be in his bedroom at this hour. Being old comes with an early bedtime, both for civilians as well as ninja, a routine Kda had found through his clone's surveillance. Inside the mansion, Kda detected two chakra signatures, the elder in his bedroom and his son in the training grounds behind the house. Better deal with the son also. He is following the same steps as his father and knows too much. If he's alive, I can't point toward Hidden Stone's village after doing this. He created a shadow clone to keep watch while he approached the training grounds. The son was practicing advanced earth techniques which were honestly way above the level a Hidden Grass Village ninja could afford, completely focused on his training. Looks like Hidden Stone's village gave some gifts to the elder for his support, Kda thought, but then went into action. He opened the gate of the training area. The son thought it was some servant there to deliver news, so he turned to find why someone decided to interrupt his training when he had specifically ordered not to be disturbed. But as soon as he turned, his movement froze, because two red eyes with three tomoe rotating in them were looking straight at him. In the battlefield, ninja would naturally guard against Genjutsu all the time, but in his own house, not many would do the same. In his last few milliseconds, the elder's son cursed his luck. Aside from death, the most regretful thing for him was not reaching his full potential. After getting the technique from Hidden Stone's village, he was seeing rapid progress in his stagnated strength, and if he had time, he would have most likely reached the level of his father and Kage of the village. But alas, his life came to an end then and there. A stone spear pierced him, leaving him standing even after his death. This feels wrong, but there is nothing that could have been done otherwise. Now for the main target. The elder was sleeping on his bed when he suddenly heard a sound from the balcony. The sound was very soft, but being an elite Jonin level ninja, he was sensitive toward everything in his surroundings. He swiftly woke up but didn't leave the bed for the next 10 minutes, waiting to see if it was just some animal or an assassin. When even after waiting for long no one entered his room, he went to the balcony to do a last check. As soon as he opened the door, he also saw two red eyes, glowing beautifully in the darkness of the night. Hidden Leaf Village was all he managed before falling into the most powerful Genjutsu Kda could muster. With the elder being an elite Jonin rank ninja, it would be impossible for Kda to eliminate him silently if he was given even a little bit of fighting chance. That's why Kda didn't take any chances and used all the senbon in his arsenal to block the tenketsu and acupuncture points, leaving him unable to use any chakra or even his body, paralyzing him in a sense. I'm sorry, but your actions forced this outcome, Kda said respectfully. The elder, who was already out of the Genjutsu, could only sigh internally. In all of his 54 years of life, the only thing he wanted was the betterment of his village. He had fought in countless wars and missions, suffered through many injuries, all for his village. Though he didn't want to betray Hidden Leaf Village, there was just too good an offer given to them from Hidden Stone's village. Not only would they win the war and get the territory of Hidden Waterfall Village, they would have also gotten support from Hidden Stone's village to teach their new generation, a win-win scenario which they would not get from Hidden Leaf Village in any case. Though he knew Hidden Stone's village wanted to make them an outpost against Hidden Leaf Village, they always were in this position anyway. Either from Hidden Leaf Village's side or from Hidden Stone's village's side would not change the fact. With Danzo dead, he had thought that Hidden Leaf Village would go a little soft and would not react like this, especially since they were already busy with so many things. But how wrong was he? In front of him was a boy in his teens who would kill him for sure, and for some reason, he was not doing it swiftly. Then a dread spread in his soul. Is he going to torture me? But thankfully, Kda had no such plan. He just used his Sharingan to find out all of the secret places in his house and then swiftly killed him, using Earth Chakra in his kunai, leaving a rougher cut mark on the neck of the elder, a classic sign of Hidden Stone's village ninja attacks. The fake messenger's note should be found by morning, he thought, placing the final piece of evidence suggesting Hidden Stone's village's alliance with Hidden Waterfall Village and the elder's anger over that, suggesting he would leak Hidden Stone's village's secrets to Hidden Leaf Village. Everything was positioned to create maximum diplomatic chaos while directing suspicion away from Hidden Leaf Village. Even though the news was true, there was no actual note since the message was in oral format, but Hidden Grass Village didn't know that. Kda hid the note in a location which was known by some of the trustworthy aides of the elder, hard to find but not impossible, especially after Hidden Grass Village went into full alert after finding about the elder's death. With everything done, Kda knew that time had started ticking against him now. The death of the elder would be revealed in the morning, or if the smell of blood spread faster, even before that. So he swiftly went to the Uzumaki residence. By the time he returned to the Uzumaki residence, Reina and Karen were ready. It's done, he said simply. We should leave immediately. They moved swiftly through the village's eastern sector, Kda's Sharingan guiding them past patrol routes he had memorized. And the few guards who were in between and couldn't be avoided suddenly found themselves very tired and wanting to catch a quick nap. Within minutes, they were beyond the village walls, racing through the darkness toward Fire Country. We'll travel through the night. Da explained as they leaped through the trees. By dawn, we should be far enough that pursuit won't be a concern. If he was on his own, reaching Hidden Leaf Village in one day wouldn't be a problem, but the ladies with him were not ninjas and would need more time, especially since Reina was still not recovered from sharing so much of her life force and Karen was all but a child. Even though they tried to run the best they could, it was clear that they would not be able to match his speed, so he created 2 shadow clones and asked, "We can't leave traces behind, so for some distance let me carry you guys." "Okay," Reina said. With Kda's shadow clones carrying Reina and Karen, they reached 430 kilometers away from Hidden Grass Village in just 6 hours, a distance enough to evade any pursuit. Dawn broke over Hidden Grass Village with screams. "Elder Sama! Elder Sama!" A servant's panicked voice echoed through the mansion. The guard captain arrived moments later, his face paling at the scene before him. "Send the message to Lord Kage immediately," he ordered. "And find Ryoshi-sen's son." The village erupted into controlled chaos as word spread. The Kage arrived within minutes, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of the crime scene. He quickly noticed the earth spear going through the body of Ryoshi's son and the wide cut in Ryoshi's neck, clearly the use of earth chakra. Chapter 338, Evidence. The village erupted into controlled chaos as word spread. The Kage arrived within minutes, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of the crime scene. He quickly noticed the earth spear going through the body of Ryoshi's son and the wide cut in Ryoshi's neck, clearly the use of earth chakra. But he didn't make any assumptions based on that. All villages, even minor ones, have 1 or 2 experts of earth chakra. He quickly ordered the search to start and ordered Danbu Ninja to gather every aid of the elder in his office. "This is the last time I am asking you. Did anything unusual happen in recent days at Elder's house?" Sairyu asked the crowd standing in front of him, consisting of servants, guards, and the first Elder's trusted officials. "If I find out anything in my investigation which you knew and still tried to hide from me, not only you but all of your families will be charged with treason, so if you have nothing more to say, all of you can leave." Getting tired of the silence, he gave his ultimatum, and the color drained from the faces of the crowd. With their master dead, there was no use maintaining the silence, so a servant came forward. "Sir, a guest arrived at Elder's house day before yesterday, and they had some talk in the study room, but I don't know anything more than that. Do you know any location where the elder may store important items?" he asked the servant. "I am nothing but a servant, my lord, please spare my family." The servant fell to his knees from fear. Giving no response to him, Sairyu directed his attention toward the trusted aides of the elder, and finally, he got a good reply. "I do know some locations where the first elder used to store important scrolls, my lord." "Okay, Etsuo, go with him and retrieve all of the scrolls from elder's storage," Sairyu said. Etsuo, the trusted aide and leader of Anbu Ninja of Hidden Grass Village, bowed his head and took the aide toward elder's house. "Sir, these are the scrolls we got from his study." Etsuo presented the scrolls to the Kage, who quickly dismissed some of them which were related to property and jutsus. At last, he reached the message Da had left, and his face darkened, as aside from that letter, he had also found one letter in which the elder was planning on using the Uzumaki family as a bargaining chip for Hidden Stones Village's support. "Send someone to the Uzumaki residence. I want them escorted here now," he said to Etsuo, who quickly nodded his head and sent a squad to complete the order. The squad returned within minutes with a message that sunk Sairyu's heart further. "Sir, the Uzumaki residence is empty," a jonin reported. "No signs of struggle, but they're gone. Complete disappearance." The Kage sat heavily in his chair, piecing together the puzzle. The messenger's note about Hidden Stones Village's alliance with Hidden Waterfall Village lay before him, along with the evidence of their supposed betrayal. Too perfect, he thought. The timing, the evidence, the Uzumaki's disappearance, it completely points toward Hidden Stones Village's involvement. But it is also so perfect that it almost reeks of a setup. But he couldn't ignore the political reality. With tensions already high between nations, this incident could easily spark open conflict if mishandled. "Your orders, sir?" his advisor asked. The Kage stared at the documents before him. Even if this was a setup, they had no proof. More importantly, they had no choice. With the Uzumaki scan and the threat of war looming, they needed allies. "Send word to Hidden Leaf Village," he said finally. "Tell them we have evidence of Hidden Stones Village's hostile actions and request to strengthen our existing alliance." "But sir, if Hidden Stones Village really did this," Etsuo began, "then we'll need Hidden Leaf Village's ninja to come into our country, and they will make a base here, and we will become completely dependent on Hidden Leaf Village." The Kage finished. "But we don't have any choice now. Sir, shouldn't we try to find those two? It's still just 6 to 7 hours from the incident, they may not have reached far," Etsuo said. If any major ninja village is involved in this, they could have easily transported them out of the country way before we got to know about this, and even in the off chance we find them, it will just lead to more casualties. Uzumaki are way too big of a resource for a village as small as us. Just send some scout squads but don't do anything extensive. Sairyu said. Etsuo just nodded his head. There was nothing he could do in this situation other than following orders. Meanwhile, Reina, and Karen had covered significant distance. They stopped briefly at dawn to rest and eat, having crossed well into Fire Country territory. I should send a shadow clone while we are resting so that Lord Third will not be surprised by your arrival. Da said with a small chuckle, already imagining the look on Hiruzen's face. Okay, but also make sure to tell him that we will not be at the village's mercy and would leave any time we want. I don't want to be arrested inside Hidden Leaf Village. Reina said. I have already said it multiple times, and I will say it once more, don't worry. You guys will become citizens of Hidden Leaf Village from now on, fully allowed to do whatever you want, no restrictions. I mean, not crime, but aside from that, anything. Da said. Knock knock sir, here is your food. The hotel owner of the single hotel in the village brought fresh and hot stew and bread for them along with some green salad. Thank you, old man. Here, for your trouble. Da said, giving a bill of 2,000 ryo to the owner. Thank you, sir. Please just give me a call if you need anything. With how much devotion he spoke, Da was sure this man would even consider cleaning the floor with his tongue if he asked, though he had no intention of finding whether his thoughts were true or not. He took the food and went to the small table in the room. Breakfast is here. Da said. By now, he had already sent a shadow clone toward Hidden Leaf Village with 50% of his chakra, barely enough for it to reach Hidden Leaf Village and give the message, but it would not have chakra to do anything after that, though this was enough in itself. This doesn't seem right. Are they trying to save taxes by saying they work for Daimyo now? Maybe I should have a meeting with Daimyo about this. Sir, Uchiha is requesting an urgent meeting with you. Urgent? Send him in. Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. Good morning, Lord Third. Da's clone bowed his head. So little chakra. Wait, you are not Da. Yes, sir, as you have guessed, I am a shadow clone. I have a really important message I have to deliver. Go ahead. Lord Third, when I went to... Da started to recount the whole mission detail about how when he went to Hidden Grass Village, he found out about Hidden Stones Village's plans and the Elder's response, plight, and at that time, his plan to use the Uzumakis for bargaining. How he saved them and killed both the Elder and his son, leaving behind evidence about Hidden Stones Village's doing, and also taking 2 Uzumaki with them. He also shared the demands of those 2 Uzumaki girls for which they agreed to come to Hidden Leaf Village. As the details progressed, Hiruzen's face changed many expressions from understanding, shock, worry, and then at last, a sigh escaped from his mouth. Of course, those emotions were only visible because Hiruzen wanted them to be. Where are you at the moment? Hiruzen asked. We should have completed resting at a village near the border and should be on our way here. We will reach Hidden Leaf Village by around 12 p.m. tomorrow. Da's clone said. Fine, I will send an ambush squad for you just as a precaution. I assume you are going to have a talk with Fugaku after this? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Lord Third, though I will not share anything about the mission. Da said. No need, this mission is not below his rank. He can know about it. Just tell him to meet me in the evening. Hiruzen said and then dismissed Da. Chapter 339, Uzumaki's and Hidden Leaf Village. So you are saying that we will have Uzumaki, the Uzumaki clan teaching us Fu and Jutsu, and in return, we just have to guarantee their safety? Are you sure they are really Uzumaki and not some fraud? Fugaku asked, because the person standing in front of him, no matter how talented, was just a child. Da just chuckled and said, we will be here by tomorrow afternoon. You can check for their authenticity by yourself then. Fugaku pinched his temple. He was just doing some paperwork when his secretary barged inside his office. Sir, Da is here, and he wants to meet you urgently. Did he threaten you or something? Why are you in so much hurry? Fugaku asked, a little shocked because this type of behavior would have been more suited for Hokage, not for a 10-year-old. But seeing an awkward smile on his secretary's face, Fugaku just smiled and said, send him in. As soon as he said that, Da entered the office. Good afternoon, clan head. I have something important to report. Is it about the mission you have just went on? Fugaku asked. Yes, sir, I have Lord Third's permission to share the details. Go ahead. So I went to Hidden Grass Village. And the current scenario? Fine, bring them to my office as soon as you enter the village. I will handle things from then on. Fugaku said. I would do that, clan head, but I am sure they will have some measures to make the deal completely permanent, binding our lives to it in some way. I hope you will consider that in the meantime. Also, Lord Third asked me to inform you that he wants you in his office by evening for a meeting. Kda said. Fugaku nodded his head. Then I will take my leave. The clone said and dispersed itself then and there. Fugaku was left sitting in his office, thinking about all of the future headaches he would have to suffer due to this news. Also, what Kda said was now bugging him as well. It wouldn't be too absurd for an Uzumaki to have means to make a contract like that. Well, Kda said that because he knew about the Reaper Death Seal in which Uzumaki had developed a way to make a deal with an entity like a death god himself. But even though Fugaku didn't know about that, he knew much more about Uzumaki to make that argument valid in his head. Let's first have a meeting with Lord Third before finalizing the decision myself, Fugaku thought. After eating the meal and resting, Kda and party were once again on the move. But this time, instead of making shadow clones to carry the two Uzumakis, Kda transformed them into a cart and a horse. Since there was no hurry anymore, there was no need to rush. You are quite talented, Reina said, seeing the transformation jutsu herself. It is kind of a special technique of mine, Kda said as they boarded the cart and went toward Hidden Leaf Village at a steady pace, chatting and sharing some memories with each other. When Reina found out that Kda was also learning Fuinjutsu, their talks went in that direction only, where she shared many techniques to perform the task much better than before. After a journey of 12 hours, they once again took a rest in a village much better than the previous one because it was in the middle of fire country rather than on the border. Since there was no danger anymore, Kda had booked 2 separate rooms this time, one for the mother-daughter pair and one for himself. Wait, I think I can now understand why Fugaku-san was so shocked. In just one day, I think I have learned much more about Fuinjutsu than in months of practice I did before. Even though I have not learned any new seal, the efficiency of previous ones will surely increase by 50% with these new techniques. No wonder Uzumakis were at the top in this field, Kda thought and then started meditating, while his clones were keeping watch outside. While this was happening, a meeting about the fate of this Uzumaki family was happening in Hidden Leaf Village as well. The Hokage's office was unusually quiet as Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, carefully reviewing the situation before Fugaku Uchiha entered. The third Hokage had received this message earlier, and the gravity of the Uzumaki's potential contribution to Hidden Leaf Village's strength was not lost on him. However, it also posed a significant challenge, one that could disrupt the delicate power balance in the village. A soft knock at the door broke his thoughts. "Come in," he said, straightening his posture. Fugaku Uchiha stepped into the room, his demeanor calm. "Good evening, Lord Third." Fugaku greeted with a slight bow. "Good evening, Fugaku. Please, have a seat," Hiruzen said, gesturing to the chair opposite him. As Fugaku sat, the Hokage wasted no time. "I assume Kda has already briefed you on the situation?" Fugaku nodded. "Yes, Lord Third. For some reason, they have taken a liking to our clan. I assume because of Kda, though I am not sure." Hiruzen sighed, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. "The Uzumaki's knowledge is invaluable, but we must tread carefully. If not handled properly, this could lead to resentment from other clans or even disrupt the balance of power within Hidden Leaf Village. I'm sure you're aware of how sensitive this matter is." Fugaku's expression remained neutral, but his eyes glinted with understanding. "Are you suggesting we don't involve ourselves with them?" "Not exactly," Hiruzen replied. "But we need to ensure that their knowledge benefits the entire village, not just one faction. At the same time, we must protect their autonomy to make this alliance appealing to them. The last thing we want is for them to feel exploited." Fugaku folded his hands on his lap, considering the Hokage's words. If their Fuinjutsu knowledge is shared indiscriminately, it will truly shatter the power balance, but I assume you have something planned out for that, so I will not dwell on that topic. It will be completely up to them if they want to share the Fuinjutsu with us or not anyway. "Precisely," Hiruzen agreed. "Which is why I propose a measured approach. The Uzumaki's knowledge will be shared selectively, focusing on areas that strengthen Hidden Leaf Village's overall defense. Simultaneously, we will keep their involvement discreet to avoid drawing unnecessary attention." Fugaku raised an eyebrow. "And the Uchiha clan? What role do you envision for us in this arrangement?" Hiruzen's gaze met Fugaku's directly. "The Uchiha clan's cooperation will be essential. As one of Hidden Leaf Village's most influential and powerful clans, they have chosen your clan for their safety in Hidden Leaf Village. I assume they have presented some kind of deal too." Fugaku's lips curved into a faint smile. "As expected of you, Lord Third." "Yes, they have asked for." Hiruzen inclined his head. "So what are you planning on doing?" "And I assure you, your assumption of them having a method to ensure that contract is correct." Fugaku's gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained firm. I am thinking of accepting their offer. First of all, they will feel more safe that way in the village. Second, maintaining their safety inside the village will not be difficult for the clan, especially since we have your permission. And at last, the seals will be shared by them fully, and we don't even have to ask, so it is win-win for all of us. Hiruzen leaned forward, his expression serious. One more thing. The Uzumaki's presence will be concealed from the village. Officially, they will be registered as civilians, and their activities will be restricted to secure locations. Only trusted individuals will be privy to their true identity and purpose. Fugaku nodded slowly. A prudent strategy. And what about their demands for autonomy? To mention they wish to remain independent within Hidden Leaf Village. We will honor their independence to the extent possible. Hiruzen said. They will not be bound by typical clan regulations, and their contributions will be treated as voluntary. However, we will need their agreement to cooperate in critical matters, such as village defense. He didn't sleep because even though things were relatively safe, he was not going to take any chances here. Because this was a world where even Kage-level ninja die at the hands of some children, so to remain in active condition, he decided to meditate rather than sleeping for the night. Luckily nothing happened, and they continued their journey in the morning, finally reaching Hidden Leaf Village by afternoon. Do you guys want to meet Uchiha clan head, Uncle Fugaku first, or should we directly go to Lord Third? Ba asked. Let's go to Uchiha clan first. I want to get some things cleared before finalizing the decision. Chapter 340, Contract Kda, Karen, and Reina went toward the Uchiha clan grounds. On their way, they got some looks from pedestrians, but no one looked for more than a second. They were just curious about the red hair, but no one knew what it meant since the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out during the Second Great Ninja War. After that, more than almost 3 decades had passed, and many people had already forgotten about them. But still, Kda and group took a rather empty route, not wanting to announce to the village and, in turn, the spies about the new addition to Hidden Leaf Village. They reached the Uchiha headquarters in no time. As soon as the receptionist saw Kda with 2 other ladies, he quickly left his table and came toward them. Fugaku-sama is waiting for you in his office. Please let me guide you there. The receptionist said. Kda, why don't you take Karen and show her our new village, till then I will complete this meeting of ours. Reina said. Okay ma'am. Let's go, Karen. Kda said. He himself had no reason to go into this meeting, both Fugaku and Reina were much more experienced than him. No, I will stay here only. Don't worry, Mom, I will wait outside. Karen said, understanding why her mother was sending her out. She was a girl who had lived her whole life with her mother in a place where everyone was just trying to use them. There was no way she would be alright leaving her mother's side in an unknown place. That's fine too. I will bring something for you to eat. Oh. I remember there is a shop here which sells very good dango. Let me bring some for you. Kda said, gave Reina a smile, and went out, while Reina patted her daughter's head and followed the receptionist toward the office. Fugaku Uchiha sat in his office, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp with anticipation. Now that he had decided to form an alliance with these Uzumakis, it was not an understatement to say that the Uchiha clan would become much more powerful than before. When Reina Uzumaki stepped into the room, accompanied by the receptionist, Fugaku rose from his seat, offering a courteous nod. Welcome to the Uchiha headquarters. Fugaku said, gesturing for her to sit. I've been expecting you. Reina inclined her head politely as she took her seat. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. My name is Reina Uzumaki. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me on such short notice. Fugaku replied with a smile, no need to thank me, Reina-san. The potential alliance between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan is a matter of great importance. For both of us. Reina's lips curved into a faint smile. Very well. I'll get straight to the point. My daughter and I have lived our lives on the run, hunted by those who would exploit our abilities. If we are to settle in Hidden Leaf Village, I need assurances that we will be protected, not only from external threats but also from internal politics. Fugaku nodded. Hidden Leaf Village values the safety of its citizens. You and your daughter will be given protection from both external and internal foes. However, for the sake of discretion and to avoid drawing unwanted attention, I must request that you and Karen dye your hair black. The Uzumaki's distinctive red hair is too easily recognizable. And currently, it is Hidden Stone's village who is suspected of kidnapping you, so for some time please live a little discreetly. Reina's expression tightened slightly, but she remained composed. I understand the need for caution, and I'll agree to that. But in return, I have my own conditions. Fugaku gestured for her to continue. First, Reina began, we will need a house, a safe and secluded place where we can live without fear of intrusion. Second, I require a substantial income to ensure our independence. I've spent my life relying on no one but myself, And I intend to keep it that way. Fugaku leaned back slightly, his expression thoughtful. Those are reasonable requests. But I assume you are not going to ask for these things for free? Reina's eyes glinted with determination. I will provide Hidden Leaf Village with a truth sealing array, a powerful A-rank Fuinjutsu array even in the Uzumaki clan. Outside it could be considered almost an S-rank for its applications. It can determine whether someone who is standing inside the array is speaking the truth or not. This alone should be a significant asset for the village. Fugaku's interest was clearly piqued, but being an expert politician, he didn't show it on his face. A valuable tool, indeed. I myself assure you that for this array, we will provide you with a starting fund of 2 million ryo and a house in the Uchiha district. I am also willing to teach others the basics of Fuinjutsu. You can share it with the village if you want, but you will have to guarantee our safety till we live in Hidden Leaf Village. Reina said. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no hostility in his gaze. A cautious but understandable position. Rest assured, Hidden Leaf Village and especially the Uchiha clan will take every measure to ensure your safety. As for your conditions, I will personally oversee that you receive a house and a stipend. Your cooperation with the truth sealing array will be invaluable. Reina nodded, satisfaction flickering across her face. Then we have an agreement, Lord Fugaku. But first, let's sign this document. Reina said, bringing out a paper from her purse. Fugaku's eyes went wide as soon as he saw that paper. It was the densest collection of seals he had ever seen in his life. It was not just the density of the seals that shocked him, it was the warning he was receiving from his instinct that that thing was deadly for him. Ma'am, can I first get this checked? Fugaku asked. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. Reina said. She knew no ninja with even a little bit of awareness would sign something like this without confirming its use. Fugaku nodded and called a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to his office. How is it possible to keep these many seals on this single paper? By all reasons, it should have blasted long ago. And what does this seal do? This binds the intent of the user by scanning the yin chakra and soul energy. And what about this one? This is here to stabilize the third and fourth seal. Reina calmly explained the working of the contract to the Grandmaster, while Fugaku was cursing his luck. Even a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster didn't know the true working of the seal. Luckily, whatever Reina was saying was easy to verify, so they could be sure that the paper was not harmful to him other than breaking the contract, of course. After nearly 1 hour of explanation and testing, the Grandmaster was in tears. I can finally increase my study further now. I have been stagnated at the same post for so long. Ahem. Oh. Yes, Fugaku-sama. I have verified each of these seals. It is as Reina-sama says, this contract will bind the user to the words written here. If any of you break the words, your chakra reserves will be destroyed, but no one will die. Fugaku nodded. It was the best outcome because according to the contract, it just needed the Uchiha clan to try their best to protect the Uzumaki family, but there would be no consequence if they were harmed even after they tried their best. Reina-san, can you add the clause that we will provide you with VIP-level security? Because this best could also be considered as employing the whole Uchiha clan for your security, which would be a little troublesome. Sure. Reina said with a smile and took out a Fuinjutsu brush. She added the clause, and with no more loopholes present, both he and Reina signed the contract. As soon as that was done, Fugaku felt a wave of chakra scanning him, and not just some outer scan, but something much more detailed and deep. Now he understood that the discussion of soul between the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster of the Uchiha clan was not just talk but something really related to the soul of a person. But pushing those thoughts to the back of his head, Fugaku stood, extending a hand. Welcome to Hidden Leaf Village, Reina Uzumaki. May this alliance strengthen us both. Reina rose, shaking his hand firmly. Thank you. I hope this will be the beginning of a prosperous partnership. Till we finalize your house, please stay in the guest house of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku said. If it is possible, can you please find a house near this house? I have taken a liking to that boy. Reina said with a smile. I will see what I can do. Fugaku said. Reina nodded, bowed, and left the office. As Reina left the office, Fugaku sat back down, his mind already racing with the implications of the truth-sealing array and the possibilities of having an Uzumaki in Hidden Leaf Village. The alliance was a gamble. On one side, it could create even more tension between Hidden Leaf Village and other villages if the news about the Uzumaki clan forming in Hidden Leaf Village got public, but the sheer profit of that outweighed the risk. That's why they decided to go with this process. Chapter 341, Storms. While Hidden Leaf Village was going through the discussion of what to do with the Uzumakis, the rest of the world was not idle either. A scroll arrived at Hidden Cloud's village's gates as dawn broke over the mountain peaks. After the content of the scroll was read by the officials, the Rukonga's office was filled with his advisors gathered to read Hidden Stones Village's response. When the seal was broken, a satisfied smile crossed Hei's face. The Stone Village had accepted the alliance. "They're sending 45 shinobi," announced, scanning the detailed contents. "Kitsuchi and Deidara will lead them. 20 Tenketsu Jonin, 20 Chunin, and 3 medical ninja." He laid the scroll flat on his desk, studying the names and capabilities listed. Even though the complete information of ninja was not provided, just the superficial details were enough to tell that Hidden Stones Village was really serious about this mission as well. Darui, standing at attention beside the Rukonga's desk, being a recent addition to the office after his special training handled by both Rukongai and Killer Bee himself, exchanged glances with A. Hidden Stones Village was committing serious force to this operation. Kitsuchi's earth-style techniques and leading capabilities were undoubtable, and Deidara's explosive abilities along with his flying abilities would without doubt put him in above elite Jonin level rank. His performance in the Chunin exam was still vivid in everyone's mind. Even though he lost, they placed the blame on his immature nature. If he took orders from Kitsuchi, then he could easily reach the level of an S-rank ninja. Everyone there understood what that meant. "We can't send anything less than matching force," C stated, voicing what everyone was thinking. "It would show weakness. And that we are weaker than Hidden Stones Village, since we were the ones who presented the idea." The Rukongai nodded. "Darui, C, you'll lead our contingent. 30 Chunin, 30 Tenketsu Jonin, 2 Standard Jonin, 1 Fuinjutsu Seal Master, and 5 Medical Ninja. We will not just match their force, we will exceed it." No one objected to A's words because everyone there knew it was important, especially since they were attacking Hidden Leaf Village. If their force did not outrank and outnumber their enemy by this much, they would be the ones who would suffer much more loss than Hidden Leaf Village. In the following days, both villages carefully mobilized their forces in silence, stopping various ninjas from taking any missions, to give them rest before the mission, gathering supplies, and conducting some practice drills all of a sudden. To any onlooker, it was just routine military exercise. But the spies weren't fooled. In both villages, careful observers noted the unusual patterns. The specific shinobi being gathered, the types of supplies, the timing of it all, these seemed a little suspicious, so they decided to do their work and report their findings to Hidden Leaf Village. But Hidden Clouds Village's counterintelligence units had anticipated this. Teams of sensor-type ninja created a sophisticated perimeter around both villages, intercepting 3 of the warning messages which were being sent through messenger hawks or even normal birds, before they could reach their destination. The net seemed perfect. Yet when the spies found out about this, one spy proved more resourceful. Deep beneath the earth, a small messenger creature, no larger than a rat, carried a tightly rolled scroll through the stone itself. This was one of the reasons he had become a spy. His summoned animal was perfect for it. It emerged miles away in a civilian village, where another agent in deep cover received the message and immediately dispatched it to Hidden Leaf Village through civilian channels to not take any risk. The spies became inactive after that because both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village had become too diligent in finding spies in the village. The message reached Hidden Leaf Village through an unexpected channel, a merchant caravan arriving with regular supplies. Hidden among invoices and inventory lists was a small scroll, unremarkable to the eye but bearing critical intelligence. Within an hour, it was in the Hokage hands. Saratobe Hiruzen stood at his office window, the troubling report laid out on his desk. Behind him, Nara Shikaku studied the intelligence, and unlike his lazy attitude, he was much more attentive and serious while reading the information. 2 elite Jonin leaders, 43 combat ninja. Shikaku summarized, his fingers steepled in thought. This isn't a routine movement. They're assembling a strike force. Even though this was not the complete force Hidden Clouds Village was going to deploy, it was all the spies could find, and even this much almost led to their discovery, almost. Hiruzen took a long draw from his pipe. Your analysis? This is most likely a retaliation. Shikaku stated firmly. The Chunin exams in Hidden Clouds Village showed the world that Hidden Leaf Village remains the strongest hidden village. And their previous attempt failed miserably since they can't deploy enough force to make that move feasible anymore. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village are planning something different, and considering their timing, they must have formed an alliance. 2 of the major villages forming an alliance against us. Looks like Hidden Leaf Village is really close to reaching its full strength. Hiruzen released a soft chuckle, a chuckle without any joy but exhaustion. What do you think we should do now? He asked. Increase border security immediately. Double the personnel at our outposts, especially along the northern and northwestern approaches. We should also position reconnaissance teams along potential routes between Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku traced the paths on the map spread across the desk. Here, Here, and here, focusing on these convergence points. Hyuga nodded slowly. But if we move this suddenly, it will risk alerting them about our knowledge. Less dangerous than being caught unprepared. Shikaku replied. We can disguise some of it as routine rotation and training exercises. They'll know we're taking precautions but won't be certain we've uncovered their plans. Very well. The Hokage returned to his desk, pulling out fresh scrolls. Select the ninja for the border reinforcements. I want our best sensor types involved. And Shikaku. He paused, his pen hovering over the paper. Keep this information confined to essential personnel only. We don't need panic, especially with our current domestic situation. Shikaku bowed slightly. Understood, Lord Hokage. As the Jonin commander left to implement the defensive measures, Hiruzen remained at his desk, composing the necessary orders. Outside his window, Hidden Leaf Village continued its daily routines, unaware of the gathering storm. The will of fire would be tested soon, he thought grimly. They needed to be ready. Chapter 342, Family Got Bigger. Jiraiya was out on an S-rank mission once again, protecting the Wind Daimyo as he went on his business deal in the Land of Mist. It was a difficult mission because of the civil war going on in the country, and both factions were really bloodthirsty at the moment. At such times, it was not unusual for ninja to attack such caravans for rations and supplies and put the blame on the other faction. Jiraiya was focusing on the route ahead, sitting on top of the caravan while the rest of the squad of Anbu ninja secured the flanks, when suddenly a sound came from just behind where he was sitting. Poof! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya turned with a kunai in his hand while the other formed seals rapidly. The Anbu ninja in the surrounding area quickly surrounded the carriage as well. But when Jiraiya saw the source of the sound, he calmed down, giving the signal to the Anbu ninja to go back. Kalk-san, how many times do I have to tell you not to appear behind me so suddenly? I may have been in a fight right now. Oh, it is quite nice to see youngsters care about their elders, but don't worry, Jiraiya boy. I'm still not that old that I can't protect myself. An old-looking green frog with a large beard said. Being the messenger frog of Mount Mayabaku, it was obvious that he was here with a message. Did something happen at Mount Mayabaku, Kalk-san? Jiraiya asked. Nothing bad, just Great Sage Toad is now awake and had asked you to bring that boy to the mountain. Kalk said. It is good that Lord Sage is now awake, but as you can see, I am a little busy at the moment and can't follow the instruction. Jiraiya said, pointing toward the moving carriage. I see, but the orders were clear, bring that boy as soon as you can. Kalk said. The mission will still take 2 more days. After that, I will bring Kda to Mount Mayabaku as soon as I can. Jiraiya said. Okay, Jiraiya boy, I will tell Sage about this. Also, there are 3 ninja 3 kilometers ahead, though I don't think you guys have to worry about them. Kalk said, and then poof. Being from Mount Mayabaku, his nature energy sensing technique was already top-notch. Even though he was not proficient in Sage technique, that doesn't mean he didn't have any access to nature energy at all. Jiraiya just smiled at it and then gestured for the Anbu ninja to eliminate the danger before they reached its location. Present time, what, you are going to be my new neighbor? That's awesome. Kda said, thanking his luck that he would now be able to learn much more about Fuinjutsu in the future so easily. It is still not confirmed. Fugaku-san said he will see what he can do. Reina said with a small chuckle. Even though it was true that she had taken a liking to the honest boy in front of her, there was another reason she had chosen to live next to his house. So Naruto lives with you guys, right? Reina asked. Kda smiled, already guessing why she wanted to live next to his house. Yes, he will be in academy right now, but I will bring him to meet you soon. Kda said. No need, just tell us when he is home, and we will come there. I want to see the location of my potential new house. Reina said. As you wish. Now you guys should take some rest. I will come to get you when Naruto is back. Kda said, bidding his farewell to the Uzumaki family and going toward his house. Smack, you said this mission was of 1 day only, and now you are coming back after 3 days. Do you know how worried we were about you? He said, giving Kda a smack on the back of his head. I am sorry, Aunt. The mission went in the opposite direction, and many things happened because of which I couldn't come back in time. Kda said, rubbing a small bump forming on his head. Did something dangerous happen? Yami asked, a little worried. No, Yami. I mean, I should be able to tell you guys since they are going to be our new neighbors, right? Anyway, so when I went to Hidden Grass Village, Kda started retelling the same story for the 3rd time. So you are saying you rescued 2 Uzumakis from Hidden Grass Village and brought them here, and they are going to be our new neighbors? To say Shishui was shocked was beyond measure. Being in the higher fighting force of Hidden Leaf Village, he had knowledge of some information which the general public would have no knowledge about, and the knowledge about Uzumaki's was included in that repository. Uzumaki's, huh? So now Naruto will have actual relatives in Hidden Leaf Village, but they are not going to try to take him to live with them, right? He asked. They can't even if they want to. Naruto is the only Jinchuriki of Hidden Leaf Village, and they are still new to the village. There is no chance they will ever be allowed to take him. Kida said. Good. Then there is no need for you to keep standing here. Go take a bath, lunch is almost complete. He said. Okay, Aunt. Kida said. I'm home. Naruto shouted as soon as he entered the house. And, I'm hungry. Today I had matches against Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, and I won. He shouted all the way to the hall. All of the family members were sitting in the hall enjoying some tea, along with two more people, a lady with black hair and a girl not much older than him with the same black hair and features. Who are you guys? Naruto said while squinting his eyes. Naruto, manners. He said from her seat. Oh. Sorry. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Naruto said, bowing a little. Oh. Such a good boy. I am Reina Uzumaki, and this is my daughter, Karen Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Yes, Uzumaki. We are from the same clan as your mother. Reina said with a smile. Really? Did you know my mother? Naruto asked. Yeah, we were kind of friends when we were children, before she was sent to Hidden Leaf Village. Reina said. Wow. Naruto's voice trembled slightly, his blue eyes widening. You knew my mom? What was she like? His hands clutched his pants, trying to contain the surge of emotions boiling inside him. Reina's smile softened, seeing the hunger for information in the boy's eyes. Kushina was. She was like a whirlwind. Always full of energy, always ready to take on the world. She leaned forward slightly. She had the most beautiful red hair, long and flowing like a river of flames. And when she got angry, Reina chuckled warmly. Her hair would float up in the air. We used to call her the red-hot-blooded habanero. Naruto sat down quickly. Did she get angry a lot? Oh yes, especially when anyone made fun of her hair or tried to bully others. She had such a strong sense of justice. Reina's eyes grew distant with memory. But she was also incredibly kind. She would always share her food with others, stood up for others, and cared for her friends. And she never gave up, no matter how difficult things got. Tears began to well up in Naruto's eyes, but he quickly wiped them away with his sleeve. That's just like me. I never give up either, Dappeo. Reina's breath caught for a moment, and she exchanged a quick glance with he. That's exactly what she used to say. Databane was her catchphrase. Really? Naruto leaned forward eagerly, his voice thick with emotion. What else? Please, tell me more about her. Karen, who had been quietly watching the exchange, moved closer to her mother, her own eyes glistening behind her glasses. She'd never seen her mother talk about the past with such warmth. Reina and Naruto talked for quite a while before the stories paused a little. Naruto turned to look at his adopted aunt, brothers, sister, then back to Reina, then to Karen. His family had suddenly grown larger, and he could feel a warmth spreading through his chest that he'd never experienced before. Are you really going to live next door? He asked, his voice small but hopeful. If everything works out, yes. Reina replied. Would you like that, Naruto? Yes. He practically shouted, then remembered his manners and lowered his voice. I mean, I'd really like that. Could you tell me more stories about Mom? And about the Uzumaki clan? Of course. Reina said, her own eyes growing misty. We have so many stories to share. Karen offered Naruto a shy smile, and he beamed back at her, his heart feeling fuller than it ever had before. Around them, the adults exchanged glances, happy about everything that was happening. Chapter 343, The Three Sacred Places. On the next day, Kida was training in the training area, thinking about what to do next. He still had one more fellow to rescue, but going on a mission to Hidden Mist would not be possible at the moment because almost all missions were on the higher end of A rank, and there was no way he could do anything about that. While he could do many other tasks like mastering the mitotic regeneration seal, because as the chakra he fills inside is increasing, the repulsion is increasing with it. When he consulted Mitsuru about this, she said he would need to increase his chakra control and find out how to fill more chakra inside. In other words, everything now depends on training. There were many other things that required training as well, like the jutsu he had learned in the past month could be trained much more so that supercharging them would become easier. While he was planning what to do next, a familiar shadow fell over him. He looked up to see Jiraiya perched on the fence, arms crossed and wearing his usual joyful expression. Hello there, boy, did you miss me? Jiraiya said. Sensei. You're back. How was your mission? Kida asked. Of course it went well. I have a 100% track record of satisfaction in whatever I do. Jiraiya said with a wide smile. Now, we don't have time for that. Get cleaned up, kid. We need to talk, and then we have somewhere to be. Jiraiya said, jumping down from his perch. Minutes later, Kida was sitting in front of Jiraiya with a makeshift table and chair of earth in the training area. Do you know about the 3 sacred places of the summoning world? Jiraiya asked, unrolling the scroll to reveal ancient drawings of 3 distinct locations. Kida shook his head. Of course he knew about them, but he couldn't say that because their details were not even mentioned in the library. No sensei, I only know about summoning contracts and the animals they bring forth. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding and then continued. There are 3 places that exist not in our own world but in different dimensions: Mount Mayabaku, the home of the toads, Shikatsu Forest, where the slugs dwell, and Rechi Cave, domain of the snakes. Jiraiya's finger traced each location on the scroll. These aren't just homes to summon animals, they're wellsprings of natural energy and ancient wisdom. The animals there have similar intelligence to humans, and some even exceed us in that department. Sensei, the reason you are known as Toad Sages? Kida asked, studying the intricate drawings. Yes, I am contractor of Mount Mayabaku. There are more reasons for that nickname, but they are not important for now. The great sage there wants to meet you. Jiraiya stood up. Gamamaru-sama is one of the oldest and wisest beings in existence. And he wants to meet you for some reason, though he doesn't request meetings without reason. Are we going now too? Kida asked, excitement building in his voice. Yes, since we will be back as soon as the meeting is over, there is no need for any preparation. Jiraiya said, forming a series of hand signs. Hold on to my arm. And brace yourself, reverse summoning is a little difficult to handle at first time. The world blurred around them, colors swirling like paint in water. When Kida's vision cleared, he found himself standing in a place that seemed to exist in a dream. Mount Mayabaku stretched before them, a masterpiece painted by nature itself. Massive leaves, each larger than a house, created natural canopies that filtered the sunlight into 1,000 shades of green and gold. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountainsides in perfect arcs, their spray creating countless rainbows in the perpetual twilight air. But these weren't ordinary waterfalls, they were most definitely artificial, made by someone, but they blended with the environment so masterfully that they appeared to be part of it from the beginning of this place. Amazing, isn't it? Jiraiya smiled at Kida's awestruck expression. Those waterfalls were shaped over thousands of years by the toads using nature energy. They say each drop of water carries a fragment of wisdom. All around them, toads of every size and color went about their daily lives. Some were no bigger than Kida's palm, hopping between massive mushrooms that dotted the landscape. Others were as large as buildings. Kida counted at least 100 visible from where they stood, and he could sense many more in the surrounding areas. The air itself felt different here, thicker, more alive. Every breath seemed to carry more life in it, and Kida could feel a subtle energy thrumming through his body, different from chakra. Is this nature energy? He thought. The mountain itself is alive with nature energy, a different form of energy than chakra, but don't try to absorb it, just let it flow. Jiraiya explained as they walked along a path made of perfectly circular stones. Those rings you see in the rock? They're natural formations, but they align perfectly with the flow of energy. The toads say they're nature's own seal arrays. They passed through groves where giant leaves curled into natural pavilions, their surfaces decorated with patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Flowers as big as trees bloomed everywhere, their petals a riot of colors that shouldn't exist in nature, deep purples that seemed to glow from within, blues that shimmered like the depths of the ocean, and reds that burned like sunset. As they climbed higher up the mountain, Kida noticed how the various ecosystems blended seamlessly into one another. Misty valleys gave way to crystal-clear pools, their surfaces so still they mirrored the sky perfectly. Massive stone arches, worn smooth by time and nature energy, created natural gateways between different areas of the mountain. Finally, Kida stopped immersing himself in the natural beauty of the mount as they reached the top of the mountain. The top had various rock spheres going up, and between them was a path to enter inside. The path was dimly lit, and in front of it stood a toad not even 1 foot tall, but Kida knew he was one of the strongest beings in the area. Hello, Fukasaku-san, how are you doing? Jiraiya greeted his longtime friend and teacher. Fine until Gamamaru-san was awake, now I have to wait for you here and can't enjoy Ma's freshly made earthworm soup and insect fry. Fukasaku said. Don't worry, Fukasaku-san, I'm sure Ma will leave some for you. Jiraiya said. So this is the boy Sage wants to meet. Fukasaku said, looking towards Kida. Kida felt that he was being scanned inside out by him, but he still maintained his composure. Good morning, Fukasaku-sama. I am Kida Uchiha, student of Jiraiya-sama. Kda introduced himself. "Good morning, now let's go," Fukasaku said, and then the three of them went inside. There was a room quite similar to a dark underground laboratory. All the walls in the room were black, with many large scrolls with unknown symbols on them stacked close to each other. In front of those scrolls was a large seat where a very old-looking toad was sitting. It was difficult to say if he was awake since his eyes were almost closed. "I have brought them, Lord Sage. Lord Sage, I have brought them." This time Fukasaku said in a far louder tone. "Oh. Is it morning now?" Gamamaru said, opening his eyes a little more. So he really was sleeping, Kda thought in his mind. "Oh. Jiraiya, you are here, good. And who is he?" he asked. "He is my student, Lord Gamamaru, the one you asked me to bring here." Yes, what was his name again?" "Good morning, Lord Gamamaru. My name is Kda Chiha," Kda said while bowing 90 degrees, paying his respect. Chapter 344, Don't Lose Yourself. Gamamaru stared at Kda for a long moment, his ancient eyes seeming to peer through layers of time itself. "Fukasaku, Jiraiya, leave us," Gamamaru said, his voice carrying an unusual clarity compared to his earlier drowsiness. Fukasaku became a little tense at that. "Elder, are you sure about this?" he asked. "Yes," the great sage replied. With a sigh, Fukasaku left, followed by Jiraiya, who was a little confused by this behavior, let alone Kda, who was having the first-hand experience of this weirdness. The heavy stone doors closed behind them with a deep, resonating thud. "Young one," Gamamaru began, his voice now carrying the weight of centuries, "do you know why I have lived so long? Sensei said that you guys are more smart and powerful than us, maybe that's why?" Kda asked. Oh, no, many beings more powerful than me have already left this world while I am still here. It is because I have been blessed, or perhaps cursed, with the ability to see glimpses of the future. Prophecies, to be exact. Gamamaru shifted in his seat, leaning forward slightly. For centuries, these visions have guided the path of many. But recently, something unprecedented has occurred. Kda felt a cold sweat forming on his brow. "Does he know?" he thought, trying to maintain his composure. "The prophecies I have seen for decades have suddenly changed. A new variable has entered the equation of fate." Gamamaru's gaze fixed directly on Kda. "That variable is you. If he knows about my transmigration and tells everyone about it, I will be finished. I don't even want to think what will happen to me." Kda's thoughts were going wild with various scenarios when, "I don't know the reason for this change," Gamamaru continued. Relief washed over Kda, though he carefully kept his expression neutral. The great sage might sense something was different about him, but he didn't know the full truth of his transmigration. Unknown to Kda's inner turmoil, the great sage continued. "But before we discuss what I've seen, I want to ask you something." Kda nodded. "Yes, Lord Gamamaru? If someone were to kill your loved ones, what would you do?" Without hesitation, Kda answered, "I would kill them too, in the most brutal way possible." "And would that bring your loved ones back?" Gamamaru asked, his voice gentle despite the heavy question. Kda's jaw tightened. "No. But does that mean I shouldn't kill them?" "That decision is yours to make," Gamamaru said, closing his eyes momentarily. The world was not peaceful. If one person became gentle and peaceful and let such a person live, it would not result in making the other person good too. No, the chances were really high that they would target another family member next, or if they could, you too. The long life of the Toad Sage had shown him too many things to give such bad and destructive advice to a person, so he continued, "What I want to tell you is this, after whatever you do, always remember there are more people who love you and depend on you. Don't lose yourself in anger and do something which is unsolvable." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. But Kda became tense, a feeling of dread washing over him when he remembered that the Toad Sage could look into the future. "Is something going to happen to my family?" Kda asked. "I beg you, Toad Sage, please tell me, is something going to happen to my family?" "I can't tell you, child. All I can tell you is that fate can't be changed. If you do something to turn it around, it will restore itself, causing much more destruction in the process. Currently, it is already at its turning point." Gamamaru said and then turned silent, not speaking for a long time. Kda couldn't understand even half of what Gamamaru was saying, but what he could tell was that Gamamaru was not going to tell him about the future no matter how much he asked. "Thank you, great sage," Kda said as he bowed, and then left the room, but unlike when he entered, this time there was urgency in his steps. Just as he was about to go out, the Toad Sage gave his last advice. "Don't share anything I told you with anyone. I already took a risk by telling you the things I did." Kda nodded and left. Outside the room, on top of the mountain, Jiraiya and Fukasaku were standing in wait. "So the talk is over, huh? What did he say to you?" Jiraiya asked. Just not to turn evil. Can we go back now, sensei? Kda asked. Jiraiya sensed that something had happened, but since Kda was not telling him, it could only be because the great sage said so. With these thoughts in his mind, he simply nodded. See you next time, Pa. Jiraiya said while Kda also bowed, and then with a poof. Both of them were out of Mount Mayabaku. After they left, Fukasaka went inside the room once again. Gamamaru-sama, telling him about the future will change it, and your health will also deteriorate because of the recoil from fate. He said. The future I saw was too gruesome for the world to bear, Fukasaku. I had to take this risk, otherwise even the child of prophecy may not have been able to save this world. But now things don't look so bad. And don't worry, I didn't tell him much. I just need some long sleep and everything would be fine. Gamamaru said with a smile as his eyes closed once again. Fukasaka could only shake his head, hoping that the great sage's words would be true this time as well. I assume you have something important to do? Jiraiya asked. Kda nodded his head. Okay, I don't know what you guys talked about in there, but you can always count on me for help. Jiraiya said. Kda once again nodded, but this time with a smile. As they both were about to part ways, Kda turned. Sensei, why were you in such a hurry to bring me to Mount Mayabaku? It was the sage's order. Why? Nothing, I was just curious. Kda said and went toward his home. You want me to form the most powerful defensive array I know around your home, the most powerful one? Reina asked. I know this is a little sudden, but I really need this. If you want, I can pay any amount you want for all this trouble. Kda said. I don't want your money. I just want to know why you're in such a hurry and tension, and what is the reason for this sudden precaution. Because I can see your house doesn't lack a defensive array, even though it's not very powerful, it is sufficient enough. Reina said. That is something I can't explain to you. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen to me or my family very soon. I can't explain why, but I want to be safe just in case. Reina kept looking toward Kda for a long time. She could tell that he was hiding something, but there was sincerity in his voice. After a long time, she sighed. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want. Arrange these things for me and I will create the most powerful defensive array in all of Hidden Leaf Village, one through which only an S-rank ninja or above could break through. But remember, it will be very expensive to maintain even if I don't take a penny from you guys. No problem. Kda said as he took the list and went to get the ingredients. We don't have many ninja to deploy to the borders. Luckily, some of them got recently promoted to Chunin. Even though they don't have much experience, they could be sent to safer outposts like the ones with Hidden Sand Village or toward the sea. For the outposts near Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village's border, we would need experienced ninja, and some jonin as well. Looks like I will need to ask Lord Third to deploy some Anbu ninja as well, otherwise we are severely short-staffed. Shikaku was completing the list of ninja who were going to be sent to outposts and the routes between Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Leaf Village. After preparing for the whole night and many discussions with Eagle, head of Anbu Ninja in Hidden Leaf Village, the list was finally complete, and a letter was sent to all of the concerned ninjas about their roles. Chapter 345, Defenses. Kda bought all of the supplies Reina had asked for, and when she had said it would be expensive, she wasn't joking. All of the things combined cost him more than 1.5 million ryo, an astonishing amount for such a small place. With all of the supplies, Kda asked Reina to begin the process as soon as she could. What's with the sudden house renovation? Shizue asked, watching as Reina drew complex ceiling arrays around their home. Just upgrading our security. Kda replied casually. Since we have the option to get the best defensive array possible, why not take it? He looked concerned. It seems rather extensive for a simple upgrade and really sudden too. Is everything alright? Especially considering the price, she knew Kda would not spend so much for no reason. Of course, Aunt. It doesn't hurt to have extra precautions. Kda said with a reassuring smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Everyone felt something was off with Kda, but since he wasn't sharing it by himself, they didn't push either, thinking it would be better to give him some space. With this, Reina continued to build the array and talk with Naruto in between the process as well. Later that evening, Shizue pulled Kda aside in the garden. What's really going on? This isn't like you to suddenly strengthen defenses without reason, and that too with such extreme measures. Something is not right. Kda hesitated, then spoke quietly. Brother, recently, I've been having this feeling. Like something feels off. Like something bad is approaching. Shizue's expression turned serious. As a seasoned shinobi, he knew better than to dismiss such instincts. Sigh. Okay, if having this defensive measure helps in that part, then there is no problem in having them. He said with a smile and a pat on Kda's back. If you are worried about anything, Come and find me," he said reassuringly. Just as Reina was finishing the last of the defensive arrays, 3 messengers arrived at their home. Ga, Yami, and Shizue each received a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal. Da's hands trembled slightly as he read the deployment orders, not for himself, but because of the other 2. Because if he got those orders, then others must have something similar. After finding out that he was being deployed at the outpost near Hidden Sand Village and Yami at the other end of Hidden Sand Village outpost, and Shizue at the path between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village, a feeling of helplessness washed over him. Can't we decline? Request a different assignment maybe? At least going together? Ga asked. These are direct orders from Lord Hokage. They are given after deliberate thinking and planning and don't change normally unless you have a very solid reason. Shizue said, his voice gentle but firm. Yami touched Da's arm softly. I know you're worried about something, Ga, but don't be. Everything is going to be fine. Also, this is an opportunity for growth. We can't become stronger by always staying within the village's walls or by relying on others. Her eyes met his, filled with determination and warmth. Da wanted to argue, but seeing the resolve in her eyes, he could only nod silently, because even after arguing there was little he could do against it. Later that afternoon, Da found himself at the training grounds practicing taijutsu against one of his clones to calm his mind, which kept thinking about various scenarios. Hey, you are already a Jonin. What the hell are you training so hard for? Do you want to become Kage next year or something? Ryota, what are you doing here? Da said, dispersing his shadow clones and wiping away the heaps of sweat he had produced. I came to meet you. I am being deployed to the Hidden Sand Village's outpost soon, so I thought one spar before leaving would be nice. Woof, you are also going there? Da asked as brightness returned to his face. Yes, are you also coming? Ryota asked, a little expectant. No, not me, but Yami is also going there to the northern outpost, right? Da asked. Yes, but why are you so happy about it all of a sudden? Ryota asked, finding it a little off. I have a bad feeling about something going wrong recently, and then this sudden deployment order came. I know it sounds strange, but... Da's voice trailed off. Ryota clapped a hand on his shoulder. It's alright, buddy. We in Yuzuka always trust our friends' instincts. It's not a problem to worry about things, but don't worry, I talked to my clan member. That outpost is actually safest even during wartime, and if it still worries you, I promise I will keep an eye out all the time. Thanks, Ryota. That means a lot. Now how about the spar I came here for? Of course, whenever you are ready. On the next day, everyone was getting ready to leave. The defensive array was complete, and he was saying bye to all 3 of her children. Always remain careful and eat on time, have proper sleep, okay? She said to all 3 of them. Yes, Aunt, we will make sure to do it. Yami replied, and others smiled, waving their hands. One day I will become a cool ninja like them too. Naruto said, seeing all 3 of his siblings in green vests and metal headbands. Of course you will. You will become even cooler than them. He said, patting his small head as they went back inside the house. The bear, who was usually very lazy, was now fully attentive because of a pep talk with Kda about how he would reduce his meal quantity by half if something happened in the house while he was gone, the biggest threat he could have given to Kinta. Yami, you remember, right? Yes, you have told me this 100 times already. I will run without a second thought if a danger above our level arises. Now can you stop worrying? It is bad before a mission. Yami said. Da just nodded his head at that. The 3 of them separated and went in different directions to meet their respective groups leaving with them. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village both got reports about the increased movement of Hidden Leaf Village on the border. Like Hidden Leaf Village got the message from their spies in Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village, the same happened for the opposite side as well, about how hundreds of ninjas had left Hidden Leaf Village, and from the spies in various villages near the border, it was clear that Hidden Leaf Village had increased the security at the border. Due to this, a meeting was called between the higher-ups of both villages. Chapter 346, Change of Plans in the heart of Hidden Clouds Village, within a dimly lit council chamber, the 4th Raikage, sat at the head of a long table, his expression tense as he reviewed the intelligence reports before him. This is troubling. He growled, tossing a scroll onto the table. Our intelligence confirms that Hidden Leaf Village has significantly reinforced their borders. Kakashi of the Sharingan has been spotted along our primary trade routes, and Shizue of the Body Flicker is patrolling the eastern corridors. Even though they are only targeting the bandits in the area. Elder Masashi, one of Hidden Clouds Village's senior advisors, leaned forward. That's not all. Our sources indicate that Jiraiya of the Sannin has returned to Hidden Leaf Village. And even the number of ninja on the border outposts of Hidden Leaf Village have also been increased. Though finding exact numbers is difficult, this level of mobilization suggests they might have caught wind of our plans. Then perhaps we should reconsider our strategy, suggested another elder, her weathered face creased with concern. Engaging in conflict with Hidden Lee Village while their elite forces are on high alert would be unwise. Cowardice, thundered Elder Hyuga, slamming his fist on the table. Backing down now would make us appear weak in front of Hidden Stone's village, and all of the preparation will be for nothing. We also can't ignore that our reputation would suffer irreparable damage. The Rukonga's brother, Killer B, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. Yo, if direct confrontation's too hot to handle, why not strike what they least expect? That's the smart way to dismantle. The room fell silent, considering B's words despite his unconventional delivery. Normally he would be out on the valley practicing and would not participate in such meetings, but today was one of the rare occasions he chose to attend one. Elder Masashi's eyes lit up. B might be correct. Hidden Leaf Village has reinforced their borders facing us and Hidden Stone's village, but what about their other frontiers? Our intelligence suggests their southern outposts, particularly those near Hidden Sand Village and the sea, are not as active as others. Even though they still got some reinforcement, it is not at the same level as the one at our side. One of the intelligence officers reported, shuffling through his documents. The Rukongai stroked his chin thoughtfully. The sea route. It's further from our territory, but that very distance might work to our advantage. They wouldn't expect an attack from that direction. The terrain would be favorable as well, added another council member. Our lightning-style users can be particularly effective over water, and the coastal outposts typically maintain smaller garrisons. Elder Hyuga nodded approvingly. And striking there would still send a clear message without risking direct confrontation with their elite forces. It's both strategic and face-saving. But sending such a big force over water couldn't be hidden, and Hidden Lee Village will become alert if they found out about it. Also, the plan of sending our forces in smaller batches couldn't be achieved either. They will simply eliminate them individually considering they are already alert. Masashi pointed out. What about Hidden Sand Village? Asked one of the younger advisors. They're Hidden Leaf Village's allies. So Hidden Leaf Village will not think of an attack from their side. The desert poses its own challenges. Elder Masashi replied. But if we move swiftly through it, we can strike before either Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Leaf Village can mount an effective response. The key would be speed and surprise. Also, Hidden Sand Village will not do anything even if it finds out about it either. The Rukongai stood, his decision made. Send word to Hidden Stone's village. We are going to follow this plan. In Hidden Stone's village, the Sushi Kage, Onoki, hovered above his seat as he listened to Hidden Cloud's village's proposal. The message had arrived via their most secure channels, and now the Hidden Stone's village council debated its merits. It's an interesting proposition. Onoki mused, his back cracking as he shifted position. Attacking from the sea route would certainly be unexpected but will be difficult to complete. Though sand, though difficult, is easy to hide. Our Earth-style users can move through the sand easily as well, getting a better terrain advantage. One of his advisors noted. And we've maintained several hidden bases in the desert as well. They would also come in handy now, they could provide support. The risk would be significantly lower than engaging their forces directly. Another council member added. Especially with Hatake and the Uchiha positioned along our usual approach routes. Onoki nodded slowly. And there's another advantage, even if the attack doesn't achieve all our objectives, it will force Hidden Leaf Village to redistribute their forces towards Hidden Sand Village's side as well, effectively weakening their overall border security. After several hours of deliberation, Hidden Stone's Village's council reached their decision. A messenger hawk was dispatched to Hidden Cloud's village, carrying their agreement to the plan. The message was brief but clear, proposal accepted. Proceed with Operation Desert Strike. Our forces will be ready to move within 3 days. As the hawk disappeared into the cloudy sky, neither village could anticipate how their carefully laid plans would reshape the political landscape of the shinobi world in the days to come. Back in the Rokogai's office, a read Hidden Stone's village's response with satisfaction. Send word to our desert operatives. He commanded. Tell them to prepare for incoming forces, and begin gathering detailed intelligence on those outposts. We'll need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Yes, Lord Rokogai. His assistant responded, quickly departing to relay the orders. A turn to gaze out his window at the cloudy peaks of Hidden Cloud's village. Soon, he thought, Hidden Leaf Village will learn that they are not the strongest village they once were. The desert sun beat down mercilessly as Yami and Ryota followed Iza Yamanaka through their new posting. The outpost rose from the sand like a natural formation, its sandstone walls nearly invisible against the desert backdrop until you were almost upon it. This isn't like the training outposts you've seen before. Iza began, his voice carrying the weight of experience. The tall Yamanaka, who had been Yami's instructor in sensing techniques, gestured broadly at the structure before them. This is one of our critical defensive positions along the hidden sand village border. It doesn't look very impressive, Ryota remarked, earning a bark of agreement from his companion Kiba. Izao smiled knowingly. That's exactly the point. What you're seeing is just the surface, literally. He led them to what appeared to be a simple door set into the sandstone. After a series of hand signs, the door revealed a steep staircase descending underground. Most of our actual facilities are below ground, he explained as they descended. Cooler, safer, and much more extensive than what appears above. The whole structure is reinforced with chakra-infused materials to prevent collapse. They emerged into a surprisingly well-lit corridor. The real heart of our operations is down here. Living quarters, medical facilities, communication center, and supply storage, all protected from both the elements and potential enemies. What about monitoring the surface? Yami asked, her training in sensory techniques making her particularly interested in surveillance methods. Ah, good question. Izao replied, leading them to a room filled with various monitoring equipment. We maintain a constant chakra detection barrier around the entire outpost. Any unauthorized chakra signature triggers an alert. Plus, our watchtowers are equipped with specialized telescopic devices for long-range observation. He pointed to a chart on the wall showing shift rotations. Everyone here has specific roles, but we all need to be flexible. As new arrivals, you'll start with basic defense team duties, maintaining traps, checking barriers, that sort of thing. But you'll also train to fill other roles as needed. How many people are stationed here? Ryota asked, noting the various names on the rotation chart. We typically maintain a force of about 25 shinobi, led by our station commander. That includes scouts, defense teams, medics, and runners. Speaking of which, Izao turned to Yami, your sensing abilities will be particularly valuable here. We'll be integrating you into the scout rotation once you're familiar with the basic operations. They continued their tour, passing through the living quarters, sparse but comfortable rooms carved into the rock, and the medical bay, where a medicnin was organizing supplies. One thing you need to understand, Izao said, his tone growing serious, is that while we're technically in allied territory, we're still a forward operating position. We maintain constant vigilance. Every shift, every patrol, every maintenance matters. One slip in attention could mean, a sudden alert from the chakra barrier interrupted him. The outpost sprang to life as shinobi rushed to their positions. Izao's expression hardened. Well, he said grimly, looks like you'll get to see active operations sooner than expected. Follow me, and stay alert. This is where your real training begins. The alert turned out to be a false alarm, just a large desert creature passing too close to the barrier, but Izao seemed pleased with how the new arrivals had responded to the situation. Remember, he said as they returned to their posts, out here, we're not just watching for enemy ninja. The desert itself can be just as dangerous. Speaking of which, he checked the rotation chart again, you two are on evening patrol with me. We'll start your desert navigation training then. Yami and Ryota exchanged glances, the reality of their new assignment finally sinking in. This wasn't a training exercise anymore, this was real border defense, and they were now part of it. Chapter 347, Onami at the door. Just like Yami and Ryota, Kda also got a basic idea of how the outpost worked and how they swapped roles. Since he was a jonin, he wondered what his role would be and which team he would lead, but Kda couldn't pay much attention to these thoughts. His mind was constantly wandering to what the Toad Sage had said and how two of his family members were clearly in danger at the moment. Well, Shishui could be the last of his worries. Because of his body flicker technique, he could easily run away if the need arose. So his main worry was about Yami and a little about Ryota as well, because from his recent spar he knew that his friend was almost a jonin rank ninja but still not powerful enough to handle everything. The same thoughts kept repeating in his mind for one whole day, which was given to the new arrivals for rest before they actually started their duty. Fuck it, I am doing it. If they find it excessive, I can always apologize later, he said and made a shadow clone with 60% of his chakra reserves. Since the distance between these two posts was only 150 kilometers, the clone could easily reach there with more than enough chakra to spare. After sending the clone, Kda finally sighed in relief, because the main sense of anxiety always comes from the unknown. With that gone, he decided to focus on his duty at his outpost. Don't you think you are worrying too much, Kda? I know you are anxious about something, but this place is packed with arrays and seals, with 40 ninja. In a sense, this is the second safest place I have been after the village. Yami said. Yeah, and I am not here for your security. I am here just because the feeling of anxiety inside me was increasing with every second. With this, it is a little better, so I am here for myself. This clone said. Isao and Ryota had left the two lovebirds alone after confirming that he was really Kida and not some enemy ninja using transformation jutsu. After requesting for quite some time, Yami and others agreed to let the clone stay on the condition that he would not disturb them during their stay. With this, the normal working day started for Kida and group, but after every 30 hours, Kida had to send a new clone to the northern base because his shadow clone there would get dispersed by that time due to low chakra. It was highly wasteful, but with the sense of relief he was getting, it was totally worth it for him. In a remote desert oasis, hidden beneath towering rock formations, two groups of shinobi converged under the cover of darkness. The cool night air carried whispers of anticipation as elite forces from both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village assembled for Operation Desert Strike. Kitsuchi stood with his arms crossed, observing the area from the sky, as Deodara's claybird landed softly on the sand. The Hidden Stones Village forces, 20 Tenketsu Jonin, 20 Chunin, and 3 medical ninja, had already taken defensive positions around the meeting point. The arrival of Hidden Clouds Village's forces, led by Darui and C, completed their assembly. 30 Tenketsu Jonin, 30 Chunin, 2 regular Jonin, a seal master, and 5 medical ninja. C reported, stepping forward. The total force Hidden Clouds Village had brought for this mission. Let's get this meeting over with. Deodara said, his visible eye scanning the gathered forces with barely concealed impatience. Standing around in the open isn't my idea of art. Inside a hastily erected but still quite sturdy and luxurious command tent, the 4 leaders gathered around a detailed map of the region. Kitsuchi, being the most experienced among those present, stepped forward. The operation requires precise timing and coordination. He began. We'll divide our forces into 5 strike teams. Each team will approach the target from different vectors to overwhelm their sensor network. Darui nodded, his usually lazy expression replaced with sharp focus. The teams need to be balanced between our villages. It'll make it harder to trace back to either Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Stones Village. 3 teams of 20, 2 teams of 15. C suggested, marking positions on the map. Each with a mix of Jonin and Chunin. Medical ninja distributed among the larger teams. And 3 medical ninja on standby for any emergency case. Deodara leaned forward, pointing to several locations. I've already scouted the approach routes. The sand dunes here and here provide perfect cover. My art can create additional distractions if needed. No. Kitsuchi cut in firmly. Your techniques are too distinctive. You and I, along with Darui and C, are here only as insurance. The official story needs to be a group of rogue ninja who were part of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village at some time, bore resentment toward Hidden Leaf Village for killing their subordinates in Fire Country. That's why they banded together and attacked it. But what's the fun in that, if I can't show my art? Everything is not always for fun, Deodara. Kitsuchi said with a firm tone. Since he was among the few people who had taught Deodara in his childhood days, he was also among the few people Deodara listened to. The Seal Master can establish a chakra dampening field in the area Deodara has scouted. Darui added, continuing the meeting. It won't hide us completely, but it'll make it harder for their sensors to get an accurate read on our numbers. After hours of discussion, they finalized their strategy. The forces were divided into 5 teams. Team 1, 20 members, mixed Jonin and Chunin, 1 medical ninja. Team 2, 20 members, mixed Jonin and Chunin, 1 medical ninja. Team 3, 20 members, mixed Jonin and Chunin, 1 medical ninja. Team 4, 15 members, mixed Jonin and Chunin, 1 medical ninja. Team 5, 15 members, mixed Jonin and Chunin, 1 medical ninja. The outpost is a day's journey from here. Kitsuchi announced to the assembled forces. We move in scattered formation, maintaining communication through C's sensory network. Upon arrival, we'll rest for 24 hours before launching the attack. The Seal Master, a quiet Hidden Clouds Village ninja with elaborate tattoos covering his arms, was one of the few people who got the protection of the 4 people as well, because among all the ninja present there, aside from the top 4, he was the most important one. As the night deepened, the teams began their carefully choreographed movement across the desert. They traveled in staggered intervals, using the natural terrain to mask their progress. The moon cast long shadows across the sand dunes, providing additional cover for their advance. Darui and C took up positions at the rear, while Kitsuchi and Deodara monitored from above, the latter grudgingly keeping his artistic contributions in check. Their progress was methodical, professional, and most importantly, virtually undetectable to all but the most sophisticated sensor networks. Let them think they're safe behind their walls, Kitsuchi thought as he watched the teams navigate the treacherous desert terrain. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll be too late. Chapter 348, First Strike. 3 days pass normally with new recruits getting the hang of their new schedules, while older ones continued their older tasks. But on the night of the 3rd day, something happened. The night watch at the northern outpost was proceeding as usual when one of the sensors noticed a slight disturbance in their detection field. It wasn't unusual to detect movement. Desert creatures often triggered minor alerts, but protocol demanded investigation of all anomalies. Squad 7, investigate disturbance in Sector 4. The command center ordered. Standard scout formation. Chunin Takeshi led his team of 3 Genin toward the disturbance. At 19, he was already known for his caution and reliability, perfect qualities for leading routine patrols. With his squad, he left to check for the disturbance. Sadly, he was the unlucky one who was given new recruits in his squad while his older squad had gone to someone else. He could only sigh seeing the laid-back attitude of the new recruits because in 3 days they had gotten used to the procedure, one of the most common reasons for a ninja's death. Remember, he whispered to his Genin squad, maintain communication seals active at all times. Maiko, take point with your sensing. Jun and Rei, flank positions. He tried to make them as serious as he could. They moved silently through the desert night, their footsteps barely disturbing the sand. Maiko, a young sensor-type ninja, suddenly stiffened. Takeshi-sensei. She whispered, her voice trembling, there are multiple chakra signatures ahead of us. Many of them. But she was not the only one who had sensed the enemies. Before Takeshi could order a retreat, dark figures emerged from the sand dunes. His heart stopped as he realized they were surrounded, at least 10 shinobi, all wearing unmarked gear. Run! Takeshi shouted, already forming hand signs. Back to base, now. The Genin turned to flee, but more enemies rose from the sand. Takeshi unleashed a water jutsu, creating a brief screen of steam as it hit the desert floor. Just need to buy time for the help to arrive, he thought desperately. But the next second he lost a major chunk of his confidence. The Genin who ran toward the base were surrounded by the enemy ninja once again. Rei fell first, a kunai finding his throat before he could scream. Jun managed to deflect 2 shuriken but an earth spear caught him in the leg. Maiko made it the farthest, her sensor abilities helping her dodge the initial assault. Takeshi fought like a man possessed, his hands blurring through signs as he tried to cover his student's retreat. Just a little longer, he thought. However, once again luck was not on his side as he saw Maiko fall, a silent scream on her lips as lightning chakra stopped her heart. Time seemed to slow as Takeshi could now see his own death in front of him, but he didn't fall into despair like any new recruit would have. He was a person who had fought in the Great Ninja War. With calm mind, he analyzed his situation. Since death was almost certain, he left all hope of making it back alive and took out a bulk of explosive tags from his bag. I'm sorry, everyone, he thought, channeling his remaining chakra into them. Retreat. A shout came from behind, and the ninjas ran back seeing the number of explosive tags spreading around them. Using the time he got, Takeshi took out a seal from his pocket and passed chakra into it. At least they know about the enemy now, were his last thoughts before an earth spear took him through the heart, but not before his fingers completed the seal activation. Back at the outpost, alarms blared as Takeshi's distress signal reached them. And just after a few seconds, they heard the thunderous explosion happening near the position where the squad went to search for the anomalies. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, the sensor team quickly called the Nara commander, Shinji, into the room as he immediately sprang into action. Sir, we lost contact with Squad 7 which went to check for anomaly at Sector 4, and they had sent a distress signal code red. The sensor ninja responsible for sensing and tracking operations of the outpost reported. More than 10 enemy ninja, and considering the blast, the squad must have been eliminated, resulting in Takeshi using his last resort. Shinji said. Without wasting a single second, he barked orders as the outpost erupted into activity. Launch distress hawks and call for reinforcement from nearby outposts. All positions, prepare for combat. We are being attacked. 5 messenger hawks took to the sky, carrying urgent requests for reinforcement. 3 more specialized distress flares shot into the night sky, their chakra infused light visible for miles. Commander. A sensor shouted. Multiple sensing distortions like before are being detected from all 4 directions. We're surrounded. Before Shinji could order the barrier activation, explosions rocked the outpost's perimeter. The seal master among the attackers had identified the barrier array's weak points, and the coordinated assault was devastating. The enemy ninjas had targeted the outer array with many explosion tags, which were nothing but cover for the clay spiders Deidara had sent to the array weak points beforehand. Deidara's tiny clay spiders detonated with terrifying force. The combined explosions with the explosion tags shattered nearly a third of the barrier array, leaving the outpost dangerously exposed. What are our losses? Shinji asked as soon as the tremors of the explosion died down. Sir, we can't activate the outer barrier now, only the inner barrier is remaining and could only be activated for few minutes. I want the exact number, damn it. 12 minutes max. the only seal master of the outpost said. Then start partial barrier activation. Shinji ordered. It will buy us essential preparation time. The remaining arrays hummed to life, but Shinji could see they wouldn't last long. He quickly assessed their situation. They had 40 defenders, 15 of them Gaiman, against what appeared to be a massive enemy force. With just a conservative guess, they must have more than 70 ninjas. Soon the enemies left their hiding spots and started attacking the barriers. Status report. He demanded. Based on the chakra signatures, we're facing at least 15 to 20 enemies on each side. Possibly more. Since some of them entered the range after a few seconds. A sensor reported grimly. Shinji's mind raced through scenarios, each more desperate than the last. They were vastly outnumbered, with no hope of immediate reinforcement. Listen carefully. He announced, his voice carrying the weight of command. We're going to launch one coordinated attack, then scatter in different directions. Small groups, random patterns. I am not going to give you hope that we will survive this attack, but all of us can't die here, and this method will guarantee that some of us will live and will be able to bring reinforcement. At last, I want to say, it was an honor to work with you guys. All the ninjas who were in a state of anxiety finally calmed down, years of training calming their nerves. We are also proud to work with you, Captain. One of the Jonin replied, who was also the head of the offense department of the outpost. The outpost, which was in disarray a moment ago, suddenly became organized. Shinji quickly divided the ninja into random teams with different compositions and numbers, with the orders clear. While this was happening, a ninja, or a clone to be exact, was in much greater deliberation. This clone, standing with Yami and Ryota, felt his remaining chakra dwindling. With only 20% left, he couldn't create another clone to warn his original self. Yami, Ryota, he said quietly, when the attack begins, head southwest. I'll cover your retreat. I am sorry for not taking your warning seriously, Gda, and I want to say I am really. Yami started speaking. Wait, I don't want to hear it. Tell me all this when you meet the real me. The clone gave a reassuring smile and then turned to Ryota. Don't do anything stupid, run toward the southwest, and I will handle the rest. I know, bro, I also value my life. After all, I have to surpass you soon. Ryota gave a cheeky smile, but the clone could feel the nervousness in his smile. Chapter 349, Blast. Stopping the emotional banter, Kda's clone then focused on other important matters at hand. He quickly took out a map and pointed to 2 locations. I am currently here. As soon as my memory reaches me, I will rush straight toward you guys with help. The distance between our outposts is 157 kilometers. Even at my fastest speed, I can only reach here in 12 minutes. Till then, you guys will have to fend for yourselves. The clone said to both of them, getting a tense look from Ryota, but Yami interrupted. No, don't do this. You will put yourself at risk as well. We will come to your outpost as soon as we can. Just prepare a counter-attack there. She said. The fastest you guys could reach there would be in almost an hour. Neither of you will be safe to defend yourself in between if you went any faster than that, and the attackers will most likely have Jonin level ninja. Yami, I am not being unreasonable. I will bring help, and that is the only way for us to survive. The clone said, joining his forehead with Yami's. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He said. Ryota was watching all this from the side. While they were having these talks, the barrier flickered ominously as more explosions rocked its foundations. Shinji's voice cut through the chaos, prepare for synchronized attack. And every ninja in the facility came toward the gate. Luckily, Ryota and Yami were in the same group along with one more Chunin. They shared their plan with that Chunin as well, who agreed grimly. The defenders moved into position, determination replacing fear on their faces. They were Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. If they were going down, they'd go down fighting. Remember. Shinji continued, once we breach their lines, scatter immediately. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. The priority is reaching Hidden Leaf Village or any nearby outpost with warning of this attack. He headed toward the barrier room after giving all of his orders. Go and join your squads. But sir, we have to stay here to activate the last protocol. The ninja who was sitting there with a grim expression said. This is an order. Go and join your squads. I will handle things here. Shinji said. Every sensor ninja present understood what Shinji meant. The ninja who were going to stay there would have no chance of escaping, they were going to die for sure, and they had already mentally prepared themselves for that role. But then suddenly their commander came and said he was going to take their role. The emotions they were feeling were so complex that they couldn't even tell what they were feeling. One of the present ninja finally sorted his thoughts and said, Commander, your life is much more valuable for Hidden Leaf Village than mine. I will gladly give it for my village. What do you think, soldier? Are all of your lives combined here less valuable than mine? No, there is no such thing. Every life is equally valuable. I am not here as some patriot, I am here as a commander who is prioritizing the lives of 7 ninja over 1. Now go, we don't have much time. Shinji said. Thank you very much, sir. All of them bowed with their foreheads almost touching the ground, and then they ran toward the surface where all of their forces and enemy forces were waiting. Shinji took out a cigarette from his pants and lit it with a lighter. I should have just slept in my house. Long black shadows entangled all of the controls of the outpost barrier, ready for the final moment. Outside the barrier, the attacking forces pressed closer. The Seal Master continued systematically destroying the array's anchor points, while the 5 strike teams moved systematically to destroy the barrier as fast as they could. Suddenly, the Seal Master's eyes went wide, and he shouted, "All of you retreat. It is going to blast." Because of how little chakra was remaining in the Seal Master had become careless and had asked the ninja to go near the barrier to destroy it faster. But suddenly, the amount of chakra increased, and the functioning of the barrier changed. Now it was not going to defend the base from enemy attack but defend it from a big blast. Then the area near them started to glow bright red. All of the Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village ninja ran as fast as they could, but it was already too late. The blast happened before they could reach a safe distance, with an explosion rivaling hundreds of explosion tags, blowing away all of the enemy ninja. Without wasting a second, all of the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi ran in different directions. If any enemy ninja was oriented enough to attack them, they were targeted with many jutsu or kunai, already prepared in advance. While everyone was fighting for their life, Kda's clone was only repeating a single thing in his mind. Just need to last long enough, he thought. Just need to get them clear. While everyone was fighting left and right, Yami, Ryota, and the other ninja were running toward the direction indicated by the clone. The clone didn't use a single jutsu this whole time, saving his chakra for dire situations, while all 3 of them along with Kiba deflected all of the attacks that came their way. Sadly, they had the worst luck possible. On their path were 5 Tenketsu Jonin, now almost regaining their clarity. Run while evading them. I will handle the rest. Also, make sure to survive till I come, otherwise I am going to kill you. Kda's clone said to Ryota and Yami. Don't worry. Ryota said. Woof woof, with 3 of them running toward a different direction the next second, before those 5 Tenketsu Jonin could follow them, a searing hot stream of fire was launched toward them. Out of 20% of chakra the clone had, it had used half of it using supercharged fire stream jutsu mixed with yang chakra. None of those 5 could take that attack lightly because it had more than enough power to kill them, so they either jumped or used movement jutsu to get away as fast as they could. But even the few seconds they wasted gave them nasty burns on their skin, which focused their attention on the immediate threat in their vicinity, a teenage boy whose appearance they knew very clearly. Kill him for sure, he can't run away. Their leader said, and all 3 of them lunged toward Kda, wary of any sudden attack. Chapter 350, Diversion. Kill him for sure, he can't run away. Their leader said, and all 3 of them lunged toward Kda, wary of any sudden attack but still ready to take risks because of the reward promised to those who would bring his head. While 3 ninja attacked Kda, 2 of them stayed back. The shadow clone didn't miss that detail. With the last bits of its chakra remaining, it knew it couldn't handle all 5 of them, but since all of them were injured, it would be best to take out the healer of the group to reduce their chances to attack his friends. Just as 3 of them were about to reach him, he disappeared from his position, appearing behind the 2 at the back. Both of his hands were covered in a mass amount of condensed wind chakra, which was so dense that even non-sensor ninja could feel it from afar. Wind style, beast-tearing gale palm. Sharp claws formed on his hands, which had an unnatural amount of yang chakra as well, making the structure more solid as well as more deadly. The clone tried to punch a hole through the chest of both ninjas, but due to the huge amount of chakra he had used, 2 of them had been alerted of the attack, resulting in them dodging at the last moment, evading the fatal strike. One of them got their arm cut off in such a gruesome manner that no medical ninja could join that back, whereas the second one had their lungs punctured from the side. The one with punctured lungs quickly used a mystic palm jutsu to patch his injuries because even though he was able to save his heart and evade immediate death, he was still very close to dying. But this also gave away the information the clone needed most, the identity of the healer. He quickly lunged toward the healer who was busy healing himself. By then, every member of that 5-person team had understood Kda's plan, so they rushed to save the healer, which only widened the smirk present on the clone's face. The only ninja with one arm left could see that, and he had an ominous feeling about it. He soon found out why. The clone was covered in many explosion tags, which he ignited at the perfect moment. All 4 of them jumped back to save themselves, while Kda's clone used the last bit of its chakra to cut open the neck of the medical ninja. Boom! The head of that medical ninja saw a red flame illuminating the desert sand for a second before it was engulfed in that same fire. The remaining ninja also sustained burns of various degrees, with a one-armed ninja in critical condition. But the worst thing was there were no traces of the person who did all this to them. It would have been acceptable if he would have died doing all that. It was a shadow clone. Trying to buy time so those three could run away. Go after them, I will handle myself. The ninja with only one arm, who was also their leader, said after analyzing the situation. 3 of the Hidden Stones village ninja nodded their heads. Even though it was true that their leader was the most injured, they were not unharmed either. They had also suffered many burns. With the thirst for revenge, they rushed toward the direction the 3 Hidden Lee village ninja had run. Even though they were injured as well, every ninja who reached above Chunin rank at least knew basic medical jutsu and first aid to keep them alive in difficult situations. Da was on his routine scout duty with his Chunin squad. Being near the sea, the outpost was also responsible for keeping watch over any illegal activities through the sea, especially enemy invasion, which was very easy from the sea, particularly at night. But just as they went back to report their end of shift, Da froze. He stopped in his tracks and without any word to his teammates ran toward the commander's office. The commander of this outpost was Tomohiro Sarutobi, one of the elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan. He was sitting in his office reviewing the reports of the day when, knock knock, who is it? Sir, it is me, Da Chiha. Da shouted. Come in. Da entered and without any formalities started speaking. The northern outpost bordering Hidden Sand Village is attacked by enemy forces. Our ninja there have been outnumbered heavily, so they blew the base and scattered and are now being hunted down. The expected number of enemies is more than 80, most of them Chunin rank or higher. My friends are running toward this direction and are being followed by enemy Jonin level ninjas. I am going to rescue them. I found all this from the memories I got from my shadow clone. That's it, sir. After saying this, Kda turned ready to run toward the base soldier. I have not given you permission to leave. Tomohiro shouted. I was not here for permission either, sir. I was just here so that you could perform the best for our ninja who are being hunted. As for me, I am going to save my friends and can't waste my time here. You can do anything you want to me after I come back. Kda said and disappeared from his place. Young blood. Tomohiro just shook his head but then jumped from his seat as well. Code Red. Squads 4, 5, and 6, marched toward the northern border. Enemies have attacked that outpost. Try to save any ninja in our range but don't put your life in danger. Also, call for a meeting and send messengers toward Hidden Leaf Village. With orders flying through his mouth, he was going to every command room possible. The full outpost went into action in few minutes, with 12 ninjas running towards the northern border, maintaining a large perimeter search for any survivors or enemy ninjas. I knew it, I fucking knew it. I shouldn't have let them go away. Run, 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 damn it. Da was shouting. Black markings could be seen on his body as he was literally burning through chakra to run at a speed far exceeding any of his previous records, but even that felt slow for him. A speed of 800 kilometers per hour, which was inhuman even by ninja standards, felt slow to him. With no thought of saving chakra, he kept running toward the northern base, using wind instantaneous movement jutsu and body flicker in between to dodge any obstacles in the way. His mind kept repeating the words of the Toad Sage. I will not lose them, damn it. He shouted and increased his speed more. Now even the bones in his legs started to break because of the amount of pressure they were feeling. Even a layer of skin was peeling off because he was only focusing his chakra on his arms and legs, so other parts were not protected by it. But the pain from having so many things happening to his body was not even being registered in his brain, or even if it was, he was ignoring that pain. His bones and skin and any other injuries he was sustaining were being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye thanks to the seal on his forehead, thanks to which he could continue to run at this inhuman speed. But his mind kept questioning him, will I make it in time? Chapter 351, Last Cigarette. While many enemy ninja pursued the escaping Hidden Leaf Village ninja, a squad was given orders to eliminate the ninja inside the outpost, as someone must have stayed behind to detonate the barriers. After receiving the order, 45 enemies, all either elite Chunin or Jonin, entered the outpost. Since they were entering enemy territory, they maintained complete defense, their bodies reinforced with iron skin and similar defensive techniques. They moved cautiously, expecting traps or resistance but encountered nothing, no attacks, no explosive tags, no opposition. Slowly, they descended into the outpost, checking every room in their way. Finally, they reached the control room, identifiable by the number of seals surrounding it, seals which had now lost all their power, having been utilized to create that blast. The control room stood silent as 45 elite ninjas surrounded it. After a brief nod from their captain, a Jonin in front of the door kicked it open. A series of earth walls were released by the ninja behind him, expecting Hidden Leaf Village ninjas inside to produce their last resistance, but they got nothing. Soon, a ninja looked out and said, "There is only one enemy inside." Getting the message, others cancelled their earth walls. The younger ninja in the group sighed in relief, but the experienced ninja tensed at what they were seeing. Inside, they found a single figure, Shinji Nara, sitting calmly in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Every experienced shinobi knew the reputation of the Nara clan. They were menaces to face on the battlefield. If they had a similar team, their win was almost guaranteed. Even if that wasn't the case and the difference in strength was apparent, they would still find a way to deal maximum damage. Finding one who'd had time to prepare was the worst-case scenario, especially in an enclosed space like this. "What took you guys so long?" Shinji drawled, taking a long drag. "This is my last cigarette, you know." He exhaled slowly, smoke curling in the dim light, completely emptying his cigarette. "Shame, really. I should have bought more." The experienced ninja tensed up. The sensors among them activated their chakra field around the area. Even the less experienced ninja became tense after seeing their senior's response, but before anyone could act, the walls of the control room suddenly collapsed outward, revealing hundreds of explosive tags covering every surface. The enemy ninjas' eyes widened in horror as they realized their predicament. They were many floors below ground level, with tons of earth and rock above them. Everyone knew they had to act or die. All were about to make hand signs when, shadow possession jutsu, area bind. Black tendrils shot out from Shinji's feet, splitting and branching rapidly to catch as many ninja as possible. In the confined space, all 45 of them, distracted by the explosive tags, found themselves frozen in place, muscles straining against the shadowy bonds. 3 seconds. That's all they had before the tags would detonate. The more experienced among them didn't panic. They knew that even though the Nara ninja were geniuses, they lacked in strength. Controlling so many ninja and maintaining it for long was impossible for them, so they poured chakra into breaking free, while others remained stunned by their sudden paralysis. 2 seconds. 5 ninja managed to break loose, their enhanced defensive techniques giving them a chakra coat over their bodies, providing just enough strength to resist the shadow binding. 1 second. Earth style, multiple earth style wall. Earth style, dome prison. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the explosive tags detonated. The blast was deafening, and the deadliest part was the chain reaction that brought the entire outpost crashing down. The 5 who'd escaped frantically created defensive domes, trying to shield their trapped comrades from the collapsing structure. Many suffered multiple burns all over their bodies. Luckily, when the blast happened, the shadow binding disappeared, allowing them to save themselves from burning to death. Everyone thought Shinji died from the blast, causing the binding to break. When the dust settled, 45 ninja lay buried under tons of rubble. Only the quick thinking of their freed companions had prevented total casualties, their Earth-style techniques creating pockets of survival throughout the collapsed structure. In the chaos, Nan noticed Shinji tossing some bloodied meat and bone fragments near his position before slipping underground with the last of his chakra. The hiding like a mole technique carried him away. If he had tried this before, he would have been found by enemy sensors and hunted to death, but now there was a high chance of survival as enemy forces would focus on rescuing their trapped ninjas. The attack force's commander, Kitsuchi, surveyed the devastation with gritted teeth. 45 of their best ninja were now trapped but thankfully alive, otherwise, he couldn't have shown his face to Onoki. He quickly dispatched 20 of their remaining forces for rescue operations. Deep underground, Shinji allowed himself a small smile as he felt the vibrations of rescue operations beginning above. His gambit had worked perfectly, significantly reducing the forces hunting his people. Really should have bought more cigarettes though, he muttered, continuing his slow journey through the earth. Aside from the sudden loss of his ninjas, one more thing weighed heavily on Kitsuchi's mind. Hidden Leaf Village would soon receive news of the attack and dispatch a rescue force immediately. This meant the maximum time they had for the assault was 30 minutes, making every second crucial. To ensure complete dominance and completion of the mission, they had brought 3 times the number of ninjas Hidden Leaf Village had, aiming to overwhelm them entirely. However, everything had gone downhill from the start. After the blast, many Hidden Leaf Village ninja managed to escape. Although they eliminated most by deploying an outer perimeter of Jonin-level ninjas, some still managed to flee. With 15 minutes already spent, they were left with only half the time to handle the situation. They needed to eliminate as many as possible, otherwise, the entire mission would be pointless. Soon Kitsuchi got the report he desperately wanted, which made him release a sigh. "What is it? Do we have to make a move?" Deidara asked excitedly. "No, it's the opposite. We were able to eliminate 30 of their ninjas, with only 10 on the run, 5 of them around Chunin rank. They're as good as dead, and if our luck is good, we may even eliminate some of the other Jonin as well," Kitsuchi said. "Why leave it to luck when we can handle this easily? Just let me go, sensei," Deidara said. No, Deidara. Tsuchikage-sama specifically said not to allow you to participate. It's really easy to find the traces of your big attacks. Kitsuchi said. Fine. Deidara said as he started molding different animals from his mouths in his hands, not wanting to waste his time anymore. Chapter 352, Response. The barrier core night shifts were typically uneventful, but tonight was different. Maki Yamanaka, who was on the surveillance post tonight, caught it first, a crimson flare in the tags placed in the room. All of them were connected to various outposts of Hidden Leaf Village, with each flare having different meanings, and out of all, the crimson flare was the most ominous one. It meant that the outpost was attacked by a force they couldn't handle on their own. Maki checked the tag to find out the source of the signal. It was from the Hidden Sand Village border outpost. Without wasting a second, she disappeared from her position, appearing in front of the second most powerful person's office in Hidden Leaf Village, the Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village. Slam, sir. We got a distress signal from the Hidden Sand Village outpost. It was code red. She blurted out in one breath, not daring to waste a single second. Shikaku, who was annoyed by someone entering his office just before he could have left for his home, became tense. Hidden Sand Village outpost didn't have the reinforcements like those at Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village's side. If someone attacked them, there was a high chance that they would be completely annihilated. He nodded at the report and called a few Anbu ninja. Arrange a force of 100 ninjas, all of them should be above Chunin rank. I am going to get permission from Lord Third. This is Code Red, and I am using my right as Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku said, and then he turned toward Maki. Send a signal to all of the outposts near the Hidden Sand Village outpost, ask them to increase their surveillance and remain vigilant. The Anbu ninjas and Maki could only nod because if Shikaku was using this process, that meant the condition was very dire for Hidden Leaf Village. They swiftly left to carry out the orders while Shikaku made his way toward Hiruzen's office. Hokage-sama, I have something important to report. He too entered the office without knocking, because it was not time for formalities. Hiruzen, who was having a meeting with civilian council members of Hidden Leaf Village, could only sigh. We will continue this meeting some other time. But Hokage-sama, leave or I will throw you out. Shikaku almost shouted. The village was under attack, and these fools wanted to still think about their profits. The civilian council members had power through their connections, but in front of a seasoned Jonin, and that too one with experience like Shikaku, they were as powerless as lambs in a slaughterhouse. They could only curse inside their hearts and leave. What happened? Hiruzen asked. By now, he had already guessed that something really urgent had happened for Shikaku to behave like this. Our Hidden Sand Village outpost, outpost number 4, is being attacked. It is code red. I have asked a team of 100 Anbu ninja to be ready and want your permission to deploy them. Send my words, they have to deploy now. Hiruzen said, but these words were not aimed at Shikaku. As soon as Hiruzen gave his order, 2 shadows flickered from the room. Did they really target one of our outposts, and that too at the Hidden Sand Village side? Hiruzen asked. We have been expecting that, but we didn't have so many ninja to increase the security of every outpost. They chose one of the weakest ones, sadly. Shikaku said. They really are trying to start a ninja war. Hiruzen said. They can do this because they know no one is ready for the war yet, especially us who would have to fight 3 out of 5 great ninja villages alone. Shikaku said. Hiruzen took out his pipe and then went for his tobacco stash but paused midway and took out another herb from his cabinet. It smelled much more potent than his normal stuff. Puff, but they are forgetting that they are not ready as well. Hiruzen said, taking a big puff from his pipe. Yes, I expected some retaliation from their side, but destroying an outpost, and that too in peacetime, is way too much. We can't let this go. Once this problem is settled, we will work toward that. For now, make sure our losses are as few as they can be. Hiruzen said. Both of them were not understanding the gravity of the situation because according to them, the barrier at the outpost should hold on for half an hour at the very least, being able to tank the hit of a Kage-level ninja. It was the source of their confidence. After that, they were discussing various possible scenarios when, after 10 minutes, another ninja based inside the office once again appeared. Sir, we got a messenger hawk from the Hidden Sand Village outpost. He said, huffing and puffing as he presented a message carried by the hawk to Hiruzen and Shikaku, and then took his leave. What is it, Lord Third? Shikaku asked. Hiruzen, without saying anything, passed the letter to Shikaku. Is Jiraiya-sama still in the village? Shikaku asked, calming down his increasing heartbeat. It will take too much time to call him and explain everything to him. Hiruzen said and stood up. Shikaku understood what he was trying to say and followed Hiruzen to Jiraiya's house. Jiraiya, wake up. Yawn-sensei, it is 1:00 p.m. I really don't want to take any mission related to any stuck-up noble at this moment. Our outpost has been attacked. They had to blow up their barrier to give their ninja a chance to escape. The enemy forces which they have been able to sense is 80+. Even if we take a conservative guess, they have to be 100+ ninja attacking our base. With that big of a force, it will not be impossible for them to target more than one outpost. That's why I want you to take care of this. Why didn't anyone tell me that ninja war has already started? Jiraiya said as he quickly changed into his ninja gear, but suddenly he remembered his trip to Mount Myabaku. Sensei, can you tell me the names of the ninjas on that outpost? Here, Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku gave the list. Being the emergency, he and Hiruzen had been discussing about the ninja and the losses Hidden Leaf Village would suffer. Shit, now I understand what he meant. Sensei, there is a chance that some of the ninja have escaped, right? Can you arrange me to be teleported near the outpost as soon as possible? Seeing his student getting unusually serious, Hiruzen nodded. Call those 3 here now. Once again, 2 shadows flickered from Hiruzen's shadow as Anbu Ninja went to call forth Hokage's bodyguards, the only ninja in village who could use Flying Thunder God Jutsu at the moment. Is there something I don't know, Jiraiya? Nothing much, just another prophecy from Great Sage. He had advised my student to not become evil, and I can now see the reason he will become one. Jiraiya said, holding back his previous discussion with the Great Sage about the is near that base as well. Shikaku said. Of course he is. How can my life be any easier? Jiraiya said with a sigh. Yami, Ryota, Kiba, and one other Chunin were all running toward the direction Da had mentioned. They had more than enough chakra to reach the distance easily. Well, 2 of them had. The third Chunin was just a civilian ninja who became Chunin because the village needed more ninjas, even though he barely met the standards for becoming a Chunin. Because of that, he was struggling to keep up with his 2 companions. Woof. Kiba suddenly whined, looking back. Chapter 353, Bait. The desert night air grew heavy with tension as Kiba's warning growl cut through the silence. Ryota's hands tightened into fists as he, along with his companions, smelled the air coming toward them. 3 of them. He muttered, exchanging glances with Yami. If they are the same ninja who had stopped us during our escape, then they are special Jonin level ninja. Although they had Jonin level chakra, it was not as stable, and it just barely met the criteria. Yami said. And considering this clone was fighting them, they shouldn't be in their best condition as well. Ryota said, having sparred with Da on many occasions, he had a basic idea of his strength. Their third teammate, Hiraki, was already breathing heavily from their sustained run. Yami noticed his condition and made a quick decision. We can't outrun them, she said quietly. Not with our current speed. They were able to catch up to us, even though they started way later than us. Then we have to fight. Ryota replied, his voice carrying a strange mix of fear and determination. Hiraki, how much chakra do you have left? The Chunin managed a weak smile. Enough for one last trick, if that's what you're asking. Yami nodded, quickly scanning their surroundings. Those dunes will work. Ryota, you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah. He turned to Hiraki. You up for playing bait? Better than dying while running. Hiraki replied with a grim chuckle. Just make it count. You are not going to die, so don't say such stuff. Ryota patted Hiraki's shoulder, and getting a nod in reply, they quickly outlined their plan and separated. Hiraki collapsed against a boulder, deliberately making himself visible while Ryota and Yami concealed themselves behind the dunes, suppressing their chakra signatures. Seconds later, 3 hidden stones village Jonin appeared, their bodies showing burns and injuries from their earlier encounter with this clone. They spotted Hiraki immediately. Well, what do we have here? The lead Jonin sneered, approaching the seemingly exhausted Chunin. Where are your friends, boy? Hiraki looked up, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Left me behind. Said I was slowing them down. He looked like he had given up his hope to live. You expect us to believe that? Another Jonin stepped forward, killing intent radiating from his form. Hiraki's lips curved into a sudden smirk. No. I expect you to die. Earth style, Earth Bullet Barrage. Lightning style, Thunder Strike. The combined attacks erupted from behind the dunes, catching 2 of the Jonin off guard. One took several earth bullets to his already injured side, while lightning coursed through another's body, his previous burns amplifying because of the damage. Even though they had targeted all 3 of them, one was alert and dodged the bullets at the last second. The third Jonin understood that they may have fallen into a trap, so he reacted instantly. Earth style, Piercing Spear. A jagged spear of stone shot through Hiraki's chest before he could move. The enemy leader wanted to reduce enemy numbers as much as he could. Hiraki's eyes widened in shock, blood spurting from his mouth. He was also making hand signs to perform an attack, but they were stopped midway. "Let's meet in hell," he said as he lost his last breath. Ryota and Yami knew they couldn't save him now. Seeing the death of their companion, Ryota's eyes narrowed, fury replacing shock. "Kiba, now." Fang over fang. The spinning vortex of claws and fangs caught the third Jonin completely by surprise. The technique tore through his defensive earth wall, which he was able to deploy at the last second, and ripped into his flesh, the already weakened ninja unable to fully defend against the savage attack. The second Jonin, still reeling from the lightning attack, tried to form hand signs to help but found himself unable to do so as attacks started coming towards his direction as well. The worst thing for him was that he couldn't sense Yami's presence. Her training and sensing techniques had taught her not just how to detect others, but how to mask her own presence perfectly. Water style, raging waves. Lightning style, current. The combination technique struck the disoriented Jonin from his blind spot, the electrified water short-circuiting his nervous system. He dropped like a stone, his heart stopped by the precise attack. The last surviving Jonin, though injured by the earth bullets, managed to spot an opening after Ryota's fang over fang technique ended. His tando flashed out, slicing deep into Ryota's leg. Kiba bit into his hand at the last second, stopping him from enlarging the wound any further, while Ryota stumbled but didn't fall. Through gritted teeth, he formed hand signs. Earth style, stone spear jutsu. The technique mirrored the one that had killed Hiraki, a cruel irony as it pierced through the last Jonin's throat. As the final enemy fell, Yami rushed to Ryota's side. "Are you alright?" "It's not deep." He grunted, though the pain in his voice suggested otherwise. "Yeah, I can see," Yami said as she quickly applied a field dressing, her hands steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through her body. "We need to move soon, but first." They both looked at Hiraki's body. Without words, they moved to him, Ryota pulling out a storage scroll. He knew the risks. Yami said softly as they prepared to seal his body. "Yeah," Ryota replied, his voice thick, "but it still feels like shit." Suddenly, Kiba's ears perked up, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. Ryota's head snapped up, his heightened senses detecting new smells approaching them. "More of them?" Yami asked, seeing Ryota's sudden behavior. Ryota didn't say anything. He could tell by smell that this time the enemy team consisted of 4 ninja. If they were all at the same strength as these guys, then their death was certain, and now with his leg injured, there was no chance of running away either. "Yami, Kda said he would only need 12 minutes to arrive here. We have been running for 4 minutes, so please continue running. I will stall for time for you," Ryota said with a completely serious look. Chapter 354, Run Yami, Kda said he would only need 12 minutes to arrive here. We have been running for 4 minutes, so please continue running. I will stall for time for you, Ryota said with a completely serious look. "How many?" Yami asked with a straight look in her eyes, her hand going toward her kunai as she became ready to fight once again. Ryota grabbed Yami by her shoulder, with a firm grip he looked in her eyes. "Yami, listen to me. I am injured and can't run away. Our best bet of survival will be if Kda reaches us in time, so please go and find him. I am sure he will be here any minute." Ryota once again tried. "I am not going to leave you behind. How will I look at my face in the mirror if I turned my back to my injured friend when it meant he will die? For God's sake, I had promised to keep. Look, if we both stay here, we both will die. I am in no condition to fight 4 enemies with you. Even if we eliminate 1 or 2 of them, we will still die here. So please go and find Kda. Him coming here a few seconds early will be the only chance where I could survive," Ryota said. "But you will die," Yami said, tears flowing through her cheeks. "Hey, you are underestimating me too much. Even though Kda had become Jonin, I am still an even match for him in power. I just want his help in ending these fuckers a little early. Now go and take Kiba with you." "Woof woof, this is not the time to be stubborn, go now. We don't have much time," Ryota shouted at Kiba who was now sitting in front of him. "Woof woof woof, what is he saying?" Yami asked. "He will stay with me. If I want to send him away, I will have to kill him first," Ryota said, a tear flowing from his eyes as well. "Yami, run. The more time you waste here, the more worthless this whole thing will become," Ryota said, wiping away his tears. "If you die before I come back, I will kill you myself," Yami said, a stream of tears continuing to flow through her eyes as she turned and started running toward Kda's direction at full speed, much faster than before. Ryota just waved toward her. "Looks like only we are left in each other's company, my friend." Ryota sat down near Kiba, who affectionately licked his face. They didn't have time to waste now. It was time to prepare a gift for their friends who were arriving so fast toward them. Since the wind was blowing toward their direction, They could easily smell the enemy ninja approaching from afar, their smell growing stronger each second. 4 ninja, 2 chunin and 2 special jonin, were sent as reinforcement for the forces before them. Since they had the numerical advantage, there was no need to lose that. They were following the traces left behind by their comrades on the sandy path when one of their ninja running in front suddenly stopped. What happened? The other jonin following him asked. Without saying anything, the first jonin pointed toward the forward direction. There were 3 spears coming out of the ground in front of them, each one with a dead body skewered on top of it. Those fuckers don't have any moral values at all. The chunin behind them said, his voice laced with anger. Asking for moral values from an enemy when you want their life is quite funny. Also, this has nothing to do with moral values. If they went out of their way to do this, it is most likely a trap. Go and scan the area. The first jonin and their leader said. Yes, sir. One of the chunin said as he made his way toward the skewered ninjas. Sir, that area is filled with explosion tags. The chunin said after giving a cursory scan to the area. Note the location. We will report this and they will take care of it. Their leader said, but before they could decide what to do next, the area where the sensor ninja was standing lit up as well. Fuck. This was all he could say before he jumped back, and the area on which he was standing blasted, starting a chain reaction with many explosion tags, including the ones on the corpses going off. With the fire, they also sent large rocks toward their direction. Earth-style, earth wall. The jonin in front created an earth wall as soon as the chunin cursed. Being a war veteran and still healthy, he was not going to go down because of some explosion tags. But the trap had completed its task. The chunin who went to scan the surrounding was impaled by various sharp rocks after he was distracted by the burns he suffered. Ha ha ha, take that, you fuckers. Ryota's voice shouted from afar as he had run away as soon as he activated those explosion tags. 2 jonin had to maintain their earth wall for some time before they could follow that young boy. He really got us. One of them said with a chuckle. I expected nothing less from Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. There was a reason it was considered the strongest village for quite some time, but that time is over now. The first jonin said. Fumio, he is purposely running toward that direction. I can see traces of someone running in that direction. Even though they did a good job hiding their traces, it was not perfect. The second jonin said. From the look of it, they must have killed one of those 3. With only 2 of 3 remaining, it wouldn't matter who we go against. We only have 10 more minutes, let's just handle this boy and be done with it. Fumio said. As you wish. Arata said. The chunin was just standing there, thanking his luck that he was behind these 2 jonin, otherwise, he would have also died like his companion. After the explosion settled, they quickly ran behind Ryota. I am sorry, buddy, but you have to carry me as far as you can. Ryota said as he patted Kiba's neck. Due to the injuries on his legs, he couldn't run far by himself, so he was sitting on Kiba's back. Kiba, who was not even an adult, was carrying Ryota and running as fast as he could. But sadly, that was not enough. Just after a minute of their running, they had to stop. Huh. At least we tried. Kiba, you are really the best thing that ever happened in my life. If we survive, I will let you marry the dog of that pet store owner, even if I have to fight him for it. Woof woof, I don't want to marry so soon, buddy. Don't worry, we will make sure that you don't have to marry anyone in your life. Arata said from behind. Chapter 355, Last Battle. 3 of the enemy ninja had finally caught up with him. From their headbands with slashed symbols, he could tell 2 of them were from Hidden Cloud's village and the weaker one was from Hidden Stone's village. You guys really had to come and find me. Sigh. Fine, let's go to the Pure Land together. Ryota said, taking out his kunai. Boy, is there really a need for that? Put your weapon down and I will make sure that you will not die a painful death. Fumio said. I am thankful for your kind offer, but kindly fuck off. Ryota threw his kunai toward the chunin, who effectively dodged it, only to see the explosion tag attached to it. The chunin panicked a little, but before he could do anything, Arata threw his own kunai which deflected the explosion tag and kunai further to a safe distance. How about we stop playing and actually get to the fight? Arata said as he lunged toward Ryota. I was waiting for you. Ryota said as he made a series of hand signs. In a second, Arata, who was running toward Ryota with his sword radiating chakra, had to stop because of a sudden earth spear appearing in his path. If he had not stopped at the right time, he would have been impaled by that spear. Ryota would have used this moment to attack him if not for Fumio sending a barrage of lightning spears toward him. Earth-style, Earth Dome. A dome formed around Ryota as soon as he completed his first jutsu, protecting him from the lightning attack he couldn't have dodged because of his injured leg. But he couldn't stay inside the dome either, otherwise, it would become his burial place. Let's go, buddy. He whispered. Both he and Kiba made their way out of the dome through an underground path, but before they could escape, the Chunin from Hidden Stones village sent a barrage of earth spikes in their way. We have to deal with him first, Ryota thought. He emerged from the ground and threw multiple explosion tags towards the 3 of them. Out of 10 he threw, 6 were punctured by lightning or earth bullets, the rest were too far away to be a danger to the group. But they had completed their role. Ryota used that momentary lapse in the concentration of his enemies as an opportunity. Fang over Fang. The attack targeted the weakest member of the group, the Chunin. Since he had just used the earth bullet to target the explosion tags, he was caught off guard by the attack, facing it head-on. Even though he tried to use Iron Skin Jutsu to save himself at the last second, it was too late. With a barrage of sharp fangs and teeth, the Chunin was shredded in seconds. The 2 Jonin didn't move a muscle to save their companion at all, they just waited for the jutsu to end. You're not the only one who has explosion tags, Arata said as he threw a kunai aimed straight at Ryota's head. Before Ryota could turn his head, Kiba lunged at the tag without a shred of doubt or hesitation. Boom nu! Ryota shouted, doing something no one should do on a battlefield, take his eyes away from his enemy. Lightning style, false darkness. A beam in the shape of a spear was released from Fumio's mouth, reaching Ryota before he could come back to his senses. Even though his senses had warned him about his life being in danger, seeing his partner in that state broke his concentration too much. Though he was able to evade the attack enough to protect his heart, his ribs and abdomen were pierced by it. TCH, you just increased your suffering, Fumio said. He really wanted to finish Ryota without too much pain because the boy in front of him was just 11 or 12 years old, barely older than his son at home. Even though he was not going to let his emotions get in his way during his mission, that didn't mean he couldn't give that boy a quick relief. He took out his kunai and made his way toward Ryota. Arata knew how soft-hearted Fumio was, so he stood back and let his partner end the boy's suffering. Yami was running toward the direction Kda's clone had pointed at a speed she had never achieved in her life. Her feet were bloody because of all the friction her boots had caused during the run. Yami didn't care about it at all, her mind was focusing on only one thing, find Kda and send him toward Ryota, find Kda, Kda. Tears kept flowing through her eyes. Just a moment before all this happened, everything was so peaceful. They had eaten their dinner and were about to go to sleep, but then suddenly everything changed in an instant. Just like that night, the night that took her parents from her. And now that she had made some friends, the night returned to take everything from her once again. In her desperation, when she saw a cloud of dust from afar, her mind only thought that it must definitely be from Kda. Normally someone would have hidden away from such a scenario, but her mind was not working properly at the moment. Lightning style, lightning signal fire, a jutsu which could be said to be a perfect signal flare, especially at night time. The bright lightning illuminated the area near her. And then she felt it, someone looking toward her. The cloud of dust she had seen started moving toward her at an even faster speed. Before long, she saw Kda running toward her, but he was running fast. Very, very fast. When he came near Yami, Kda stopped suddenly. Crack, crack many bones in his body, including most of his leg bones, were broken, but Kda just flinched at that pain. In place of pain, his heart was filled with peace. Yami was not dead. The future the Toad Sage was talking about was no more. He suddenly appeared in front of Yami and was about to say something when he saw her face. What happened, Yami? Kda, Hudatri, hurry. Ryota is in danger. Yami was able to form complete sentences in between her crying, and then Kda remembered, the clone memories had 2 of his close people in them. Chapter 356, Mangekyō Sharingan. Kda paused for a moment, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings before settling back on Yami. What do you mean Ryota is in danger? Wait, where is Ryota? He asked, his mind, still flooded with endorphins from the relief of seeing Yami alive, shifting back to focus. Yami gestured toward the direction she had come from. He stayed behind to stall the enemy so I could escape. Kda immediately understood. Despite the flood of questions swirling in his mind, he pushed them aside for now and followed the direction Yami indicated. Within seconds, he was sprinting toward Ryota. Yami hadn't covered more than 5 kilometers before reaching him, so it didn't take too long to arrive at the area. He quickly took in the scene, 3 enemy ninja bodies blown apart, and a 4th lying lifeless nearby. Damn it! He muttered under his breath. His eyes caught the faint tracks of a dog alongside 3 distinct sets of footprints. With his Sharingan spinning at full force, Kda bolted after the trail. However, when he reached the spot where the tracks abruptly ended, he came to a halt, his body tense because of the scene in front of him. 2 bodies lay before Kda, and with his Sharingan, he could clearly identify one of them. Yet, he shook his head. It must be a shadow clone. He is using it to lure the enemy, as expected of my friend, he thought, desperately denying the truth his Sharingan revealed. But no shadow clone could emit such lifelessness. No chakra, no movement, no sign of vitality. The reality was unmistakable, yet Kida refused to believe it. His mind clung to denial so fiercely that he didn't even notice the figure standing near Ryota's body, holding a bloodied kunai, the very weapon that had ended Ryota's life mere moments ago. It wasn't until he heard a heart-wrenching whine that his concentration faltered. The sound was filled with immeasurable sorrow and pain. "Why are you crying, Kiba? Oh. You're hurt too. Don't worry, I'll heal you," Kida murmured, his voice trembling as he spotted Kiba a short distance away. The dog's body was battered, its legs scorched from the explosion. Despite its wounds, Kiba was dragging itself toward Ryota, determined to reach its fallen companion one last time. Kida made to rush toward Kiba, but an earth bullet reached the loyal dog first. The cruel projectile struck, ending Kiba's suffering. Even in death, Kiba's gaze remained fixed on Ryota. Kida froze. His denial crumbled in an instant as he sank to his knees. His hollow eyes darted back and forth between Ryota's body and Kiba's lifeless form. "Why?" A soft, almost soundless whisper escaped his lips. "Why? Why?" His voice rose, trembling with anguish, growing louder and louder. At first, the two Jonin in the distance didn't hear him. But as his grief-filled voice erupted into a piercing roar, they finally took notice. But Kida was oblivious to the world for now, not even giving those ninja a glance, his mind going to the talk he had with Ryota before they left for the outposts. "Don't worry, I will take care of her," is what Ryota said. Kida, who was only thinking about his family at that time, didn't even think about who would protect his friend. "You did this for that promise." "A promise. A single promise." Kida kept saying, his eyes fixed on Ryota's eyes, which were closed, but there was a smile on his face, like he had fulfilled his duty and his sacrifice was not in vain. Seeing that smile on his friend's lifeless body, something inside Kida broke, a chain which was holding his morality in place broke and everything inside him was replaced by void, devoid of any emotion, only for it to burn in the next second. Kida's eyes.